CBS Sports. Good morning, everybody. I'm Rob Bizzle, Chairman of the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission, and would like to welcome you to our public comment session where you have a unique opportunity to, on the record, give comments in regards to the Marine Fisheries Commission's management of the state's public trust estuarine and marine resources. I ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. You will be reminded when you have approximately 30 seconds left. Please state if you represent any group. If you addressed the commission last night, you will not be allowed to do so at this time. Remember, this is a time to share a concern or gather information, not to be confrontational. So first this morning, we have Hugh Barwick, followed by Thomas Coltrane.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to share a few comments with you today. However, I'd really rather not be here this morning, but I simply cannot stay home and be silent when one of your commissioners has the audacity to suggest a management proposal prior to the scoping process for spotted sea trout. And then, you know, the local senator introduced Senate Bill 686. It was very similar to that previous mentioned management proposal. And just when I thought things couldn't get much worse, I saw the director of the Division of Marine Fisheries, bless her heart, take part in a TV commercial extolling the resource sustainability by commercial fishermen. I'm shocked and amazed with these events because it all seems somewhat crazy to me. It's as if fishery management's common sense has vanished from Arundel Street. And yes, I agree that the spotted sea trout are experiencing overfishing, and maybe more so in 2022 and 2023 than is indicated by the 2022 stock assessment report. I can say this because your previous inaction to successfully manage other species have basically left both recreational and commercial fishermen with only spotted sea trout to harvest. So I'm here today to voice my objections to Mr. Cross's earlier proposal, Senator Sanderson's bill, and Ms. Rawl doing TV commercials, and hopefully to offer a suggestion on how to move forward, because the time has come to stop allowing emotion, money, and politics to drive your decisions. I attended one of the earlier scoping meetings, and it appeared to me that recreational fishermen, who were the majority at these meetings, were very willing to offer a number of suggestions that I thought were beneficial to managing spotted sea trout. In closing, I hope the commission can see that if you fail again regarding the future management
30
of spotted
seconds.
sea trout and allow this species to become overfished as you have others, then both recreational and commercial fishermen lose. So I simply asked you today to be open-minded, forget your differences, and listen to your technical staff and let them develop the management strategies to successfully manage this resource. After all, that's their job, and that's
Time.
why you employ them.
Need to call time on you, sir. Thank you for your
That's
comments.
my time?
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear the 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, she gave it to you, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Thomas Coltrane, followed by Willard Rouse.
Good morning. I am Thomas Coltrane, and I would like to be speaking and supporting you on a job well done about fish management in North Carolina. But I have seen your results firsthand. You have managed to have a closed, limited season, limits of 1 or less on gray trout, striped bass, drum, flounder, and now working on mullet and speckled trout. The people that fish for money and pleasure have followed the rules, limits, proclamations you have set, and where has that got us? Management, more people are fishing with larger and modern equipment. Management must use every tool that is present to them to make the correct decision to protect the resource before total collapse. I have listened to you and the comments you make as to why you vote the way you do. These may be familiar to some of you, kicking the can down the road. I will never vote for anything that has a negative effect on my livelihood. I cannot stand to see my friends and neighbors mad at me. I have seen big schools of mullet. The shrimp bycatch is cleaner than ever and almost no bycatch. And we are not doing our job. Have you ever seen 2 hydraulic reel nets around a school of mullet or trout and what is left after the school? The shrimp bycatch will be cleaner than ever when all the bycatch has been depleted. I can't imagine how the marine biologists and the data analysts feel when they present their data and all you do is say it's outdated, you did not include this, you did not include that, you didn't account for this, and then vote down their recommendations every time. After attending a trout scoping meeting, I came away with these observations. Recreational fishermen were willing to work with and do what it takes to save these fish, including a closed season to let them spawn, barbless hooks, single hooks, slot limits, and a recreational creel reduction if that's needed. The ones that fish for money, the trout tournament fishermen, the guides and commercials were willing to give up nothing to save these fish. You cannot manage
30
with your
seconds.
emotions. You cannot manage a resource for $1 when the dollar is more important than the resource. All this may be for nothing if the Senate and House bills in Raleigh are passed because of the dollar and politics. Time has run out for many fish in North Carolina. You cannot stop time, but you can stop the depletion of what fish are left. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Willard Rouse, followed by Chris Elkins.
My name is Willard Rouse. I'm a manager in a store that runs a retail business. I'm manager of the fishing department. And from September through April, every fall, 60 to 70% of our fishing department sales is due to speckled trout fishing. That's quite a number of dollars from September to April every year. It amounts up to big money. from talking to different people that comes into the store where I work, a lot of recreational fishermen are really concerned about what is going on now. A lot of them are willing to take cuts in the limit or whatever, but not too much. But in a retail business, my boss has already said, if it's cut back to 1 or 2 fish, he said, we'll do away with our fishing department. And we are not the only retail store that feels that way. I'd just like to put that comment in there. That's something to really think about. There's several businesses in eastern North Carolina that pertains to speckled trout fishing also, several. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Chris Elkins, followed by Glenn Skinner.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the topic of forage fish. Next week, there is a presentation of the new Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, CHIP they call it, a plan that this commission approved. In it is a conspicuous absence of the words of or discussion of forage fish. Forage fish are a critical component of habitat that the state of North Carolina continues to ignore by approval of this CHIP by the Director of DEQ, Coastal Resources, Environmental Management, and this Marine Fisheries Commission. In contrast, the Atlantic States Commission and the South Atlantic Council and their habitat advisory committees and panels not only embrace the important ecosystem function of forage fish, but act to protect forage species. For example, just this week, the ASMFC began work on the Atlantic Menhaden Ecological Reference Point Benchmark Stock Assessment, in addition to their usual single species assessment for menhaden. I ask, has North Carolina done this? Does North Carolina even know the absolute number of these juvenile species killed each year as bycatch? How does the state of North Carolina prepare a single species management plan if it does not know how many of these forage fish are killed? How does North Carolina prepare an ecological plan, such as the CHIP plan, ignoring the role of forage species as an important component of habitat? It's past time for North Carolina to get up to speed on forage fish. Thank you to the Commission for their service and to the underpaid and underappreciated DMF staff
30
for their
seconds.
service.
Thanks, sir. Glenn Skinner, followed by Thomas Newman.
Glenn Skinner, commercial fisherman and executive director of North Carolina Fisheries Association. I think y'all know where we stand on the striped mullet supplement. We prefer the amendment process. We believe it provides more stakeholder input and a chance to explore multiple options rather than the one in the supplement, and we do not believe this is an emergency situation that demands emergency action. Now, that said, I want to touch on some of the comments I've heard. Last night especially, I heard that you're going to have a problem anytime you're targeting female fish on their spawning run. And they were referencing striped mullet. I just want to remind you all that the large red drum fishery, recreationally targeted, they target those fish on their spawning run and specifically right on the spawning grounds. Same thing for the striped bass fishery that occurs in the spring. Hickory shad that occurs in the spring. white shad that occurs in the spring, weakfish that occurs in the spring, southern flounder in the fall. Every one of those fisheries, recreational, is targeting a fish on their spawning run, and most of them right on the spawning grounds. If they don't see that as a problem, how do they see gill netting, striped mullet as a problem? You all are tasked with managing not only food production and harvest, but also recreational opportunity. Dead discards are becoming the major source of removals in every one of these fisheries. Every one have been managed for years. You have adopted multiple harvest reductions, never once adopted a management measure that controlled recreational effort, total recreational catch, or recreational dead discards. Not once. You have never achieved a reduction in any of those. If there is still a problem with those fisheries, you all are tasked with managing both sectors fairly, and you need to start looking at recreational dead discards, total recreational effort, and controlling it. You need to start right now with striped bass. Everybody talks doom and gloom. This population has gone to hell in a handbag. They're fishing in the Roanoke on the spawning grounds every spring, catch and release, killing God knows how many fish, and all they can say, reduce harvest, reduce harvest. Harvest is only one source of mortality. If you do not deal with both sources of mortality, the other source recoups what you give up in harvest. This is y'all's job. You not only have the power to do it through statute, you are mandated to do
30
it through
seconds.
statute. There's no question about that. The only question is, do you have the nerve to do it? It is your job. Now you have to make the decision, and it's a hard decision, but you have to control recreational dead discards in these fisheries to rebuild them and recover them for everybody. I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Newman, followed by David Sneed.
My name's Thomas Newman. I'm a commercial fisherman and I also work part-time with North Carolina Fisheries Association. And I just want to thank the commissioners for voting the striped mullet supplement down at the last meeting. And I hope y'all do that again today, as well. But I also want to talk about false albacore, little toonie. I hope today that y'all can finally decide to vote that down as well. This species was decided not to do management at the South Atlantic Council. The Atlantic States Council and also the Mid-Atlantic Council took this off their board species list. This species is all over the world, short-lived species. It's sexually mature at 15 inches. The landings have been consistent for decades. There's no reason to put any more limitations or restrictions on this fishery. This fishery is healthy. The division has lots of other things on its plate, and it did not need to continue to waste time trying to manage false albacore in 0 to 3 miles in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. David Sneed, followed by Bert Owens.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is David Sneed, and I'm the Executive Director for the Coastal Conservation Association of North Carolina. I come here every 3 months to be part of a process that never changes. We have been following the same process for the last 26 years, yet our fish stocks continue to dwindle more and more as the years pass, and still nobody on this commission is advocating for a better process. There have been some good comments by the public on the specific issues you are dealing with, but I also hear a lot of frustration with the process. This meeting, the process is about management of striped mullet. The division has based their recommendations on a stock assessment with 2019 as the terminal year. You're being asked to make management decisions based on that stock assessment, even though it is not required under the Fisheries Reform Act, and that data is now 4 years old. So the commercial industry is here once again questioning that process. While the public angler may not feel as much of the burden from this process on managing striped mullet, we are all bracing for the coming speckled trout process. The next speckled trout management plan will also be based on 2019 stock assessment with final adoption scheduled for August of 2024. We will be almost 5 years from the terminal year of the stock assessment. And I think we can all agree that a lot can happen in 5 years when a plan is finally adopted and then we are locked into management measures for another 5 years. We also know that the management measures put into place have a high degree of uncertainty, as admitted by DMF staff, and is evidenced by the 26 years of southern flounder management plans. So we come here every quarter, year after year, doing the same things and hoping for different results. Where is the plan for a better management process? Or are we content to come here year after year and listen to the same rhetoric? The only voice for change right now is coming from CCA. No leadership from this body for a better process, and we only get periodic attempts from the legislature to put a Band-Aid on the problem like the current legislation contained in Senate Bill 686. It's time to admit that the current process is not adequately serving the fishing public of North Carolina. You as a commission member should endeavor to do better in your duty to manage our coastal fisheries under the public trust doctrine in our state constitution. That being an affirmative duty to keep our fisheries safe from injury, harm, and destruction for all time. Thank you.
Thank you. Bert Owens, followed by Matthew Wallen.
Good morning. That paper there is a handout about the current list of outstanding resource waters in North Carolina up and down our coast. Water quality is a real issue, and it's referred to in passing here occasionally. In fact, almost every meeting, so I thought it might be good to have some actual information on it. And it's good to see we still have some good quality waters for our fish to grow and thrive in, if given the chance. Surely your duty here is serious in managing the people's fish and should be treated as such. Commissioner Cross' recent proposal on trout was anything but serious. Quadruple the commercial catch, take that from anglers, then shut down all hook and line fishing for anything when anglers reach their decreased quota. It's too ridiculous for even a starting point for any real management, and at best, it's an insult to the intelligence of the other 8 of you. Regarding flounder, again, y'all continue the rhetoric of managing fisheries equitably, and yet anglers have been shut out of the Gulf and southern flounder fishery for years now. Identification is easy. If the fish has 3 or more spots with a white circle around it, it's not a southern flounder. And if that's not good enough, the commission could have someone develop an app to take a picture of the fish and it'll tell you what they are. I have an app called Picture This that will identify every plant out there in a matter of seconds by a picture. Surely one could identify between 3 fish. The FRA says you are to manage for both groups. Mr. Skinner even said so. Shutting anglers out of viable fisheries while continuing to allow commercial access is a knowing violation of the act and should stop. The excuse that if these flounder were opened up to anglers, it may result in some southern flounder bycatch loss is bogus, as long as bycatch in the trawl and crab pot fisheries of southern flounder is ignored. Let's give back to the citizens of North Carolina, the working men and women and their families, a legitimate fishery they never should have been shut out of in the first place. Be equitable as you claim to be.
30 seconds.
I got plenty of time. So, speckled trout, like people just said, is getting a lot of pressure because you can catch so little of everything else. Let people take their small boats on a nice day, go on our nearshore artificial reefs, catch some oscillated flounder, and then you'll be doing something for both groups, which would be novel here. Thank you.
Time.
Thanks, sir. Matthew Wallen.
Good morning. Thank you all for what you do.
My name is Matthew Wallen, just a concerned recreational fisherman. The Fisheries Reform Act of 1997. I was 4 years old the year this groundbreaking fisheries legislation was passed. Little did I know I would be sitting here today speaking to you all about the shortcomings of this outdated legislation and the need for updated fisheries reform. Overfished, depleted, and declining fish stocks were as much of a concern 26 years ago as they are today. Unfortunately, since 1997, the majority of our finfish stocks have steadily declined, in some cases as high as 80%. How did we get to this point? Who's really to blame other than the management process and the guidelines set forth in the Act? Most college football coaches don't make it 3 years on a losing record, but here we are 26 years later managing our fisheries under guidelines with a failed track record. The blueprint within this Reform Act makes sense, but it must be followed. Time and time again, the division proposes management measures to meet the statutory deadlines set forth within the Act, only for the Commission to vote against those regulations, kicking the can down the road while also putting the resource at risk of further declines. Enforcement and accountability measures are a major issue. The rules we have set in place today need to be strictly enforced, and those who break them need to be held accountable. I know you all cannot change the process today, but you can vote with the resource in mind. If you take care of the resource as a whole, it will support its stakeholders. I urge you all to base your decisions upon what is needed to improve our fisheries for the future. It's time that we enact an ecosystem-wide approach, including adaptive conservation measures that help us manage for abundance rather than maximum exploitation. After all, we all want the same thing, more fish in the water. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Has everybody had a chance to address the commission this morning that cares to? You haven't, sir? Okay. All right, well, yes, come on up. You got 3 minutes to address the commission. Just tell us what your name is.
I have a feeling I wasn't supposed to speak this morning. Good morning. My name is Woody Joyner. I'm representing the Board of Directors of the North Carolina Watermen United and a full-time resident of Hatteras Village. I'm going to read my comments this morning in an effort to stay on topic with the time allowed. I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the Marine Fishery Council members, the supporting staff from the, supporting staff from the Division of Marine Fisheries for the opportunity to address the striped mullet FMP supplement to Amendment 1. Although a large percentage of our membership are from the charter headboat sector, we have a significant number of commercial fishermen who are apprehensive about the specifics of the proposed supplement. The last assessment does not include 2020, 21, or 22. These last few years have reflected very good harvests, with 22 being one of the largest on record, especially considering the assessment terminal year of 2019 followed 2 devastating October hurricanes, 2016 and 18. Any supplement should be viewed as an emergency action after the season is in progress, not in May to anticipate a possible stock status in November. I would like to commend Thomas Newman and his recent article in the NCFA Weekly Update, citing Table 8, indicating that a 35.4% harvest reduction in the North region would equate to a value loss per person based on 2019 data of only $1,278. The reduction amount would include being off the water for the entire months of November and December. In my conversations in the last few weeks with my local striped mullet fishermen, this figure is woefully low. The financial impact would be much greater, not only in the watermen, but to the regional fishing community surrounding the striped mullet. My experience with commercial fishermen has proven that they are conservationists, contrary to what seems to be being pushed to our general public, and they fully understand the need for sustainability. They fish many species throughout the calendar year to provide for not only for their families, but ultimately supply our residents with fresh North Carolina seafood. The fish that they fish many species throughout the calendar year to provide not only for their families, like I said, but for the seafood, which brings me to the question, why would they intentionally deplete striped mullet that serve as a feed fish for the other species they fish throughout the calendar year? Quoting page 195 of the decision document, there are
30
no
seconds.
current management measures directly limiting harvest on striped mullet commercially. Now is the time to ensure that any action taking that would so adversely affect our hardworking watermen should be tabled. Our organization stands behind the continued gathering of data throughout the 2023 season with no supplement closing and proceed with the management measures to address the stock status through Amendment 2. As always, our views are respectfully submitted to the council. Thank you for any consideration that promotes the continuing efforts
Time.
to protect our right to fish. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Now, has everybody had a chance to address the commission that cares to? All right, that being said, our public comment session has ended, and I would like to call to order the May 2023 business meeting of the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission meeting to order. Would everybody please stand with me, and before we recite the Pledge of Allegiance, let's ask our higher power for guidance with today's meetings and with any other special needs. As always, I like to remind my fellow commissioners about North Carolina General Statute 138A-15E, which mandates that at the beginning of any meeting of a board, the chair shall remind all members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest. Under Chapter 138. The chair shall also inquire as to whether there is any known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board at this time. Do any of my fellow commissioners see any potential conflict of interest on what we're going to be discussing next day and a half? There not being, I also like for y'all to reflect on North Carolina General Statute 143B-289.54-G2, which further goes into detail on conflict of interest. Laura, would you do our roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Cross? Present. Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Huggins?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Shellum?
Present.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle?
Here.
Thank you.
We have a quorum. We may conduct business. Before you two, which was sent out earlier, is our agenda for today. If you do not mind me changing some things around for efficiencies, and if there are no corrections or changes that are suggested to the agenda, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as written?
So moved.
Commissioner Roller approves it. Is there a second?
Anna Shellum seconds it.
Anna seconds it. Commissioner Shellum. All right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote on all these, I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner Cross? Aye. Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner? Thank you. Commissioner Huggins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Shellum?
Aye.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle?
Aye. Motion
you.
passes. Just been informed by council, since everybody is here, unless somebody requests it, we do not have to do roll call votes. So that'll be a little less on staff. So we'll just do, hopefully on most of these, a voice vote. So also you have the meeting minutes from our last meeting. Any deletions, additions, or corrections that need to be made? If not, may I have a motion to accept the minutes?
Motion to accept the minutes.
Commissioner Roller, is there a second? Second, Commissioner Cross. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes without dissension. Moving on to the chairman's report, you'll find in there some comments, both by letters and online, about the issues we're going to be talking about these next couple of days. Laura, is everybody up to date on our ethics training, or do you need to buttonhole somebody later?
No, sir, we are up to date
Sounds good.
with one person in progress. So
Okay, one in
everyone's working
progress,
on it.
good enough. All right, these are very important. Also included is our 2023 meeting schedule and the commission member committee assignments and any committee reports. All right, let's segue over to our director's report. Kat?
Thank you, Chairman Bizzle. Good morning, Commissioners, everyone. First off, first order of business for the Director's Report is a very special presentation that we have this morning for a life-saving award, and so I'm going to turn it right over to Colonel Witten to do that.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. The Marine Patrol is here today to present one of their sergeants with a life-saving award. If Sergeant Brian Long could come up here for a minute, please. So if you could give me a few minutes, I'm going to read over this, his heroic duties that he did today. It is my honor to present Sergeant Christopher Brian Long with the North Carolina Marine Patrol Life-Saving Award for his heroic actions on April 22nd, 2023. Sergeant Long was on routine boat patrol on the Chowan River when a sudden wind shift made calm seas become very rough very quickly. As Sergeant Long was traveling north on the Chowan River, he was flagged down by an 18-foot boat with 3 people on board, and he noticed a bunch of debris in the water. It was obvious to him a sailboat close by sank, and the 18-foot vessel was assisting the passengers of that vessel. Sergeant Long recognized the gentleman assisting the individuals as Mr. Evans of Chowan County. Sergeant Long asked Mr. Evans if there was any others in the water, to which he replied no. Sergeant Long and Mr. Evans transferred the victims into Sergeant Long's larger vessel for their safety. And because of the extra weight of the victims as well as rough seas, he had made Mr. Evans' boat begin to take on water. Sergeant Long gave his float coat to the female victim as she stated she was cold from being in the water. Both victims were transported to Eden House Boat Ramp, where they refused medical attention, and Sergeant Long provided his cell phone for them to call a friend for a ride. As soon as Sergeant Long was able to put his vessel on the trailer and prepare to leave, his cell phone rang. Mr. Moore of Edenton called him to report he was around Laurel Point in the Albemarle Sound. He and a friend were fishing, and the storm came up quickly, causing his boat to begin to take on water and lose engine power. Mr. Moore stated that he called 911 and the U.S. Coast Guard was responding from the area of Perquimans River. Sergeant Long advised the men to put on their life jackets and use their trolling motor to attempt to make it to calmer water. Sergeant Long made his calls to mutual aid agencies and advised them of the incident, along with his way to the closest launch site. Sergeant Long launched his patrol vessel and headed towards the last known area for Mr. Moore. Due to the extremely rough conditions and the high winds, Sergeant Long was unable to see the vessel in the water. He called Mr. Moore on the phone and was able to make his way to him. Sergeant Long pulled in alongside Mr. Moore and advised him and his friends to climb into his boat. The bass boat was partially sunk, and given the conditions, they had no choice but to let the boat go adrift. Sergeant Long coordinated with the United States Coast Guard on the radio, as well as other responding Marine Patrol officers and others with the North Carolina Wildlife Resource Commission. Both victims were transported to Midway Boat Ramp and declined medical attention. After the storm subsided, the boat was later found 8 miles from where Sergeant Long picked up the men and was secured. At that time of the incident, local weather stations recorded the conditions changing from 5 to 10 winds to a sustained 18 miles an hour with gusts up to 27 miles an hour. Sergeant Long undoubtedly put himself in danger to save the lives of another on this day. He is an experience in the area, local knowledge, and willingness to put himself in danger saved the lives of multiple victims on April 22nd, 2023. Again, it is my pleasure to nominate or to give Sergeant Brian Long the North Carolina Marine Patrol Life-Saving Award for for his heroic actions.
There's so many things that our Marine Patrol does each day that we are proud of, but this is one of those things that we are particularly proud of. And Sergeant, I know that you weren't expecting or anticipating something like this because this is your job, but we really thank you for the heroics you've shown and you making us all proud. Thank you so much personally. Director.
Absolutely what the chairman said. And thank you, and it's great to meet your family, and thank you all for coming, and thank you all for your service, and to all of our Marine Patrol officers for their service day in and day out. So I want to move on with a little bit of a legislative update. These are a little bit difficult to update because, as you all know, these things can change. These bills can move or not move, and these are the updates that we have based on when we put this report together earlier this week, so there could be some changes that we are not aware of. But wanted to start with House Bill 655, which is the Coastal Fisheries Licensing Reform Bill. This bill, it really amends various aspects of the coastal fishing license laws. The majority of reforms in the bill impact who can hold a commercial license, how many of those licenses are available, and how non-sale harvest is reported by commercial license holders. In addition to the commercial license reform, the bill also includes amendments to the recreational license laws as well, and it includes a repeal of the recreational commercial gear license and changes to the coastal recreational fishing license allowable gears, and includes fee increases as well. The bill proposes reforms for jobs and investments to support commercial fisheries in the form of loss of revenue offsets for licensing fee increases and the expansion of derelict gear cleanup programs, as well as the expansion of aquaculture programs. And just to let folks know, these bills that I'm updating you on did not come from the division or the department, but we work with the DEQ's legislative team to provide comments on these bills, and they work very hard in the legislature to reach out on these bills. The next bill is House Bill 617, which is the River Heron Limited Harvest Bill. This bill proposes to reinstate a limited river herring fishing license and harvest season for inland fishing waters in the Chowan River beginning in the spring of 2024. And continuing in accordance with rules adopted by the Wildlife Resources Commission. The bill allows for up to 100 river herring to be harvested and requires licensees to report on catches of river herring to the Wildlife Resources Commission in a similar manner that they provide for the take of wild turkey and deer as well. It also includes a 3-tier licensing, allowing 3 levels of harvest at 3 increases of fee amounts. Another bill that we have been tracking is House Bill 544, is a limited shark fishing tournament moratorium. And this bill really prohibits taking of sharks from shore or a structure attached to the shore as part of a fishing tournament between May 1st and October 31st. And it applies to the shores of Carolina Beach, Caswell Beach, Holden, Kerr Beach, Oak Island, Ocean Isle Beach, Sunset Beach, and Bald Head Island as well. And now shifting over to Senate bills, we are tracking Senate Bill 686, which is titled the Regulatory Reform Act of 2023. This includes reforms that impact other DEQ agencies, but I'm really going to focus on the section that specifically impacts marine fisheries reform at this time. It directs the Marine Fisheries Commission to adopt rules providing for the voluntary reporting of all coastal and marine finfish harvested by holders of recreational and commercial fishing licenses. In addition, it established an expiration date for all fisheries proclamations and provided a person to be able to petition for a contested case to challenge the issuance or renewal of a proclamation. So again, there may have been changes to these bills that we are not aware of, and these are just what we know at this time. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Any question for the director on any of these bills? Not. Continue, please.
All right, thank you. So moving on, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Seafood Watch update. We wanted to just give you an update on comments that the division recently submitted on the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch assessment. In April, the division was contacted by the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch program about an opportunity to submit comments on their draft assessment of the wild eastern oyster. As you may recall, this is the second time in recent memory that North Carolina Fisheries has been assessed by the Seafood Watch program. Back in 2019, they assessed the blue crab fishery for crabs harvested in pots and trot lines. The current draft assessment assesses the rates, the wild-caught eastern oyster fisheries in New York, Rhode Island, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, South Carolina, and North Carolina in both the hand and mechanical harvest methods. Following a review of the draft by staff, the division was concerned with some of the information included for the North Carolina oyster fishery, and really some of the lack of information. There was significant data gaps, and specifically regarding North Carolina's current management strategy for oysters and efforts to restore and protect oyster habitats in the state. We reached out to other states, some other of our state partners, and we found that they had very similar concerns about the assessment that was done. And staff has provided extensive technical comments to clarify the division's concerns and provide the information that we feel like is needed to go into this report and that information on our programs. So we hope that that the Seafood Watch will give our comments their due diligence and address our comments in their assessment.
Director, do we have any time frame on this assessment that they're going to do?
I'm not sure what they are.
Yeah, so we don't have a specific time frame. The Seafood Watch does have a sort of outline of what their process is, but it doesn't have specific deadlines listed, at least publicly.
Commissioner Roller.
Are they assessing the gear harvest separately, or are they all as one unit?
So they assess them separately or together, depending on the criteria that they're assessing them under. And they have a really very carefully defined criteria that they assess, so it depends on which criteria they're assessing it under.
But this specifically, can you speak to any of that, if they're separating hand from mechanical harvest or anything like that?
They do separate hand and mechanical harvest, especially in terms of gear impact, things like that. So I'm trying to remember. I think that's the largest difference, is sort of the impact on ecosystem. But I will say this, I can follow up with you if you'd like more information.
If you could, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Krause?
They put out a chart, Commissioner Roller, of various scenarios: hand harvest, patent tongs, everything from hand harvest all the way up to dredging and all that, and they basically rate each one of them with their color system independently when they put out the final report. So they do it from top to bottom on everything that approaches that species, basically.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. I am familiar with that, and I've seen that in other fisheries. My question was specifically to this and this assessment, and whether they could provide staff could provide any information on what they're looking at here.
Director?
And Mr. Chairman, I think we can also email our comments to the commission so that they can see what the technical comments were as well. That will be helpful.
Commissioner Sheldon?
As a shellfish harvester, I really appreciate your attention to this issue, and I got to read the comments that y'all sent in, and I thought you did a great job, so thanks for defending us. Feels good.
Good enough. Commissioner,
Oh, while we're on the subject of Seafood Watch, was there any mention on the update to the BRD, the terrapin device, while you were in contact with Seafood Watch?
The update on the blue crab rating?
Right. Was there an opportunity to update them at all? Did you take an opportunity to do that? I know
So, yep.
that was one of their big issues.
Yes, absolutely, you're correct. So the terrapin revision has just been completed for this meeting. And then I think we have spoken with them in the past in terms of our process. Once the Blue Crab Amendment 3 was passed with that framework, basically to adopt those terrapin excluder devices, we did update them at that time. I think they're currently waiting on the updated stock assessment.
okay, anybody else? Okay, Director.
Thank you. Moving on to a for-hire update. So the Division of Marine Fisheries held 3 for-hire outreach meetings during March and April of this year in Wilmington, Morehead City, and Bolivia. These meetings completed a round of 5 for-hire meetings that took place in all 3 districts of the state. The meetings were well-attended by the for-hire stakeholders, and we conducted it as really an open-floor discussion about current topics. We had a presentation on MRIP, our Marine Recreational Information Program. It was given by Jeff Moore with our coastal, who is our coastal angling program manager, and it provided some background to for-hire stakeholders on how MRIP works in our state and how the recreational data is collected. Jason Walsh also attended. He is the Division of Marine Fisheries economist, and he reminded the for-hire stakeholders about the current for-hire economic survey that was being conducted and talked about the importance of that data from the survey. And some of the comments from the for-hire stakeholders were very interesting, and I think we were able to bridge some gaps there about that survey and the importance of those data. NOAA's MRIP staff also joined us at each meeting, and we certainly do appreciate their willingness to do that. MRIP is a tough subject, and explaining how MRIP works is not as easy as you would think it should be, so we really appreciate them coming along with us as well. There were several discussion topics that we touched on and that the captains touched on, and we all talked about social media effort. There were some wind farm concerns. There was some MRIP dockside survey procedure discussions, federal logbooks, and we talked about survey fatigue and how that played into whether or not folks are filling out surveys or whether they are not. So I found that this dialogue and this approach was very well received. We got some great feedback from the captains, and we plan on continuing to do that as time moves forward with this group. And I thought it was a very well use of our time as it was. And I'd like to thank the staff for doing that as well, because sometimes, things can get a little dicey in an open meeting format, but these meetings were awesome, and I really appreciate the for-hire industry for their participation and their ideas and feedback to us. So let's go on to the Otis update. So the division continues to coordinate with the North Carolina Department of Information and Technology to develop the Observer Trip Scheduling System. We love acronyms, so we've named this Otis. And it will help us to ensure that the ITP coverage requirements are met for the estuarine anchored gillnet fishery. The development of the Otis is prompted by several factors, but the primary factor is because the Observer Program has been unable to schedule enough trips in advance to always meet observer coverage requirements. And in our conversations with the National Marine Fisheries Service about renewing our incidental take permits, they indicated that something like Otis would be necessary for the agency to be able to consider renewal based on the number of times the division has not met observer coverage. So the Otis system consists of a two-way communication where fishermen will first call into an automated system if they plan to fish anchored gill nets for the upcoming week. And after all the calls are received for a given week, a portion of the fishermen will be randomly selected to take an observer. The OTIS will then contact those that called via automated email, text message, or phone to alert them of their selection status. It will provide either an assigned observer's name and contact number if they were selected to be observed, or a confirmation number if they were not selected. Fishermen must have either a valid confirmation number or an observer on board to participate in the anchored gillnet fishery. Earlier this month, staff conducted 5 regional public meetings to provide updates and gather input on the development and implementation for the OTIS. And the division is using that input to guide final decisions on our end on certain aspects of the system. The current goal is for a test phase of the OTIS to be rolled out in the fall of this year, and then a final implementation in the fall of 2024. So that's what we're shooting for. Moving on to
Commissioner
Chair
Roller.
And Director, would you mind if I asked you some questions about OTIS? So this is the new, obviously, for those who this is the new online call system for fishermen to call in, right? What fisheries will this apply to?
This will apply to any anchored gillnet fisheries.
In the Sound.
Correct.
So that is the large mesh flounder fishery
Yes.
and the small mesh fishery.
Yes.
And what other ones?
Any anchored gillnet fisheries. So anytime anyone is fishing an anchored gillnet, this will apply.
Okay. So why do we observe the small mesh fishery, which is at a 1% level, correct?
It is a requirement of the ITP.
Well, before we applied for the ITP, we did not observe the small mesh fishery, correct?
No, yes, no.
We did. And that was a requirement of the ITP. Once
Yes.
we applied for it, then all of a sudden we had to do that. Do we observe any of the anchored net fisheries in the ocean?
No, we do not.
Is there any specific reason why those are exempt?
The ITP is not, am I right, Barbie? The ITP is just specific to inland waters, I think, estuarine inland waters. I think Chris has given me the thumbs up, Barbie.
I guess I mean, we know in commercial gear that flounder, or not flounder, excuse me, the turtles are caught in a lot of different gears. And I just find it interesting that we only observe these 2, right? And previous to the ITP, we didn't have any observing of small mesh, right? How many days was our large mesh fishery last year?
Not many.
The 5-7 days or something like that?
There may have been, how much? Less than 30. It's depending on what management unit we're talking about, but it was very short.
It was very, very short. I guess my point is this is just a phenomenally heavy lift for such a small fishery, specifically to the large mesh fishery, because what I keep going back to is that one of the questions we've had is, why are we observing small mesh when the whole ITP discussion was around large mesh, right? And so I guess it's just confusing to me that we spend so much money and so much time developing this program, right? For such a short season.
Yeah, and I certainly understand that, and as you are well aware, and in my opinion, as long as we have anchored gillnet fisheries, we need an ITP.
And I'm not in disagreement to that, just to be clear.
And really, that's the way we are operating. And it does take considerable time and considerable resources to observe this fishery and to assure compliance as best we can with these ITPs. So I don't disagree with that comment.
And I guess a lot of my concern underlying my comments were just, I'm not sure that industry has held up its end of the bargain. I mean, how many self-reported turtle takes have we had since the beginning of the ITP?
Not many, and
which they're required to do under the ITP, correct?
Yes. Well, self-reported turtle reporting is required, yes.
But they're not doing it.
We do not have very many self-reported turtles.
So on that same note, one reason I'm frustrated is because I'm a fisherman, I'm at the boat ramps, I'm at the docks, and people make fun of this program. And how they get around it, and how they set their nets in places they don't catch turtles, and how they set them right before they take observers out, or how they don't reply to phone calls because your phone call return rate is embarrassingly low. And that's just frustrating to me that we spend all this time and money trying to do this, and industry isn't upholding its side of the bargain.
So I do not disagree with any of the things that you're saying. There are issues with observer programs. They're not just North Carolina issues. They are observer program issues across the board. So there are behavior issues from fishermen if they change their behavior, if they're not going and fishing in their normal places because they have an observer on board. We do have situations where we have really literally a handful of fishermen that are willing and, to take observers. So that is a real issue. It is not something that we are trying to deny or say it does not exist, because it does. And those struggles are real for us. We hope that this call-in system will help with that and will help with fishermen compliance. But to your point, you're not wrong. And really, literally, all we needed for fishermen to do is pick up the phone. That's all we needed for them to do, is pick up the phone so that we could schedule trips. And hopefully this call-in system will help address that, which is one of the bigger issues, is us being able to schedule trips.
There's been a decade of that, and they haven't been replying to the phone calls for the most part.
I totally understand that.
And I really fully support the dedication, hard work of your staff on this, and my frustration is not with staff. It's with how industry has not held up their end of the bargain, in my opinion. And this has been just to be clear, this has been a frustration of mine for a long period of time, because it just seems like we spend a lot of money and time on something with really little return or little respect from the program that y'all are working so hard to implement.
I understand completely.
I'll end my questions there, but thank you for your answers.
Commissioner Blanton.
There is some concern from the industry that has been spoken about amongst ourselves about observers, about the mission of the observer program, how they perceive the observer program, their interaction with the observer program, because this is a very real thing for them. And there's a very real human aspect to somebody coming on your boat, riding along with you, and watching your every move. And so it's a very personal thing when that occurs. And you don't get to choose who it is that comes on your vessel or any of that. You're just sort of having to conform, and that's it. And so I do realize that there has become some pushback in this, but I think the criteria that we are required to cover and the amount of observer coverage that has been tried to be sought after are two different things. And so I think there is a lot more conversation that can be had. This is probably not the correct place to have that. And it's not a place to run the industry down, because there are valid concerns from the industry about observers and its mission and what they're there to do. I'd like to point out a couple of aspects of this. Since the adoption of the current amendment to southern flounder, we have about a week of gill net fishing through the management areas. That's a 7 to 10%, I think they shoot for in large mesh there. So if they went on one trip for 5 days, a fisherman made a trip for 5 days, they would only be required to take one observer every 2 years. And that would be 10%, right? One trip in every 2 years on my boat. That's all I would be required to do if I flounder fished. If I shad fished and we got the whole 24 days, or 21, that's 21 trips. So 10% of that would be 2 trips out of that whole deal in 1 year. We haven't gotten that because our striped bass quota has become what it has become. And I'm not sure that we've fished 10 days, so that would be 1 trip per year during that fishery. If we move on to a small mesh fishery, if a boat makes 100 trips a year, and at 1%, he will be required to take an observer 1 time. But he gets called continuously to take observers over and over again. But that he's only required 1 trip out of every 100 that he makes to take an observer. So the criteria for what we're having to do and what we're being asked to do, I think the fishermen feel like there's 2 different things going on. And so when you're constantly being called and when you're constantly being asked, can I go on your boat, can I go on your boat, can I go on your boat, but the criteria does not require that, then you get a false sense that you're doing things that you do not have to do. And so, like I said, this is not a conversation for this table. This is a conversation to be had round robin with the industry and any others that are concerned. But I think the meetings that were just had were a good start. But fishermen have a hard time communicating. It's not the best thing in the world for them to do, or the easiest thing in the world for them to do. And they just don't care to go out in public and and offer a bunch of comments. And when they do, they get flustered and they have a hard time coming across in a very meaningful way. But this isn't the time to run the industry down. The industry has concerns about all of this as well. And I think it's misunderstood on why the fishermen have done and sort of avoided. And it's not in a way that is meant to be bad or meant to avoid the observer program. And so I think, we should be very careful as to how we analyze this and how we perceive what's going on, because a lot of them have done what they've been asked to do. There are a few bad apples. But I think overall, we need to take a look at where our fisheries are today and what's required of those fishermen, and not be over asking too much of them, because that's a lot to ask of somebody when you're constantly being called to ask to put somebody on your boat time and time and time again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Cross.
A lot of the frustrations that arrive out of the fishermen are based on what Commissioner Blanton's saying, but a lot of them don't feel like they're being treated equally with this particular program. And the reason they're having to do it for the ITP, because, they'll look over at recreational fishing in the drum section and the striper and offshore in the cobia, and some drum fishermen are catching 10, 15 turtles a night. Some fishermen catching a lot when they're tarpon fishing, and, they view it as they've got an ITP that they're going to have to operate within, but in this particular sector over there, this is going on. There's no hiding it. It's going on. We got videos all the time of recreational catch of massive amounts of turtles, but they're not operating under ITP, and I'm not saying we should force one down their throat, but they feel like they're not on equal footing, and that's another sense of complete frustration, because we're dealing with an ITP that they're trying to adhere and fish to, while the other section just moving right on through the turtles like there's no tomorrow. And that's a big, big part of the dissension and the frustration with the program to start with.
Commissioner Roller.
Okay, so I got a question and a comment. So in response to a couple of those previous comments, North Carolina is the only state with a anchored large mesh gillnet fishery in the southeast, correct? I mean, particularly for flounder. No one else has one, right?
So North Carolina is not the only state that has gillnet fisheries.
Well, that's true, but what other states, like with our similar ecosystems, like in the southeast from here to Texas, have a gillnet fishery, right? We're basically the only one other than Georgia's shad fishery.
South Carolina has a
Very
gillnet
limited.
fishery. I mean, and I would consider that our gillnet fishery at this point is very limited as well, but it is, we probably have more gillnetting in many of the other states, yes.
I think that's fair. I guess my point was, we hear the frustrations from the fishermen. I'm just pointing out that this state has worked really hard to keep those fisheries in the water. And so I know fishermen are frustrated, but at the same time, we've done a lot to try to manage those fisheries, and I just think that's fair to point out. And so I know fishermen are frustrated, but the commercial sector is pretty lucky because we've allowed a lot of these fisheries to continue for a long period of time when other states did away with them a long time ago. But back to my original question, I wanted to ask you more specifically about the infrastructure of Otis. Is this a program that could be used for other fisheries? Like if you wanted to, since we can't manage for limited entry, could you use this to call in to kind of like manage effort, and like say a hook and line fishery or something?
I mean, I would say that this is something that we could look at down the road for other fisheries. But I do think that that's way ahead of the, getting the cart way ahead of the horse. But I mean, we'll see what this looks like in reality when we actually implement this. And then we would know more about what we may or may not be able to use it for down the road.
Okay, I'm just a point of conversation. I brought it up before. I mean, it's essentially a hail in, hail out program. We're just calling it something different.
I don't think it's, well, I mean, it's not exactly every trip, I'm leaving, I'm coming back. It's not exactly that, but it is
It could
something.
be.
Potentially. We'll see, let's see what it looks like. Let's see how it works, and then we'll know better, and we can have, more conversations about how it is working, how it's working, how it's not working, and those types of things. I'm looking forward to seeing it implemented as well, to see those very things.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Thank you for your answer.
Great, good discussion. Director.
All right, moving on to just an update on the flounder fishery management plan. So following the presentation that staff gave at of the 2022 Southern Flounder preliminary landings at the February 23 business meeting, it was brought to our attention that 2 paragraphs of the Southern Flounder Amendment 3 concerning accountability measures needed some clarification. So the document was edited earlier this month to correct errant uses of the term TOW with the intended term TAC, and those edits were made to avoid public confusion while being more reflective of what the management strategy was adopted by the Marine Fisheries Commission under Amendment 3. So the document has been edited, and there is a footnote in that document about those edits that were done. So wanted to update the commission on the Northern Shellfish Lab. The construction of the Northern Lab space for the shellfish sanitation and recreational water quality programs is progressing as scheduled. We expect to have all equipment installed by the latter half of June. Final inspections should occur in July. We plan to become semi-operational in August with a focus on running split samples with our Wilmington and Moorhead labs to generate the necessary verification data in advance of the FDA's required certification visit that is happening in September. We are aiming to become fully operational in October of 2023. The new lab really positions us to fully complete required work in the northern region of the state, as well as more efficiently serve the needs of the northern area, such as a quicker response after temporary shellfish closures and providing improved recreational water quality data and advisories post-hurricanes. Another benefit is that the reopening of the Northern Lab could possibly allow a future reopening of a growing area that was closed administratively due to the loss of the lab in 2014. And this was at the northern tip of Roanoke Island. And I just wanted to give a big shout out to the Division of Marine Fisheries staff, Shannon Jenkins, who is our Shellfish Sanitation Section Chief, and his team for keeping their eye on this ball and being persistent with this issue because this has been a long time coming. 2014 was a long time ago, so hope this will pan out. And also, the Secretary Advisor will be visiting the lab on June the 1st, so we're looking forward to that as well. A couple of things.
Hold on a second, Director.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Shellham?
I just wanted to say I got to visit that lab, and they do a really phenomenal job. And I even offered, since I have mechanical refrigeration, to transport water samples. I had such a great experience with them, and I really admire what they're doing, and I hate that that lab closed. So that's very exciting.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Shellham. We think the same thing. So since the last Marine Fisheries Commission meeting, the division staff have attended 28 education and outreach events in 14 counties where they reach more than 15,000 people. And since we started our social media accounts in February, the number of people following us has grown to 1,500. Our posts have been seen by social media users over 210,000 times, and people have interacted with them through likes, comments, and shares over 31,000 times since our last meeting. We will continue to use social media platforms to share information about what we do and the data that we collect, and it's just an opportunity for us to reach a lot of people, and hopefully it gets them involved with the management in our state for our fisheries. And our goal is really to be a place of where stakeholders can come to collect facts about fisheries management in our state. So hopefully we can continue to grow our social media platforms. I don't know what that was. Okay, so the Jamboree update, and is this going to roll through anything? Are we going to look at can we just flip through some of the things is that annoying? No, it's not. So I just wanted to, this is really exciting for us, the 200-year, DMF's 200-year bicentennial Jamboree, and we're counting down to the days, and I cannot thank this division staff enough because I have pretty much been out of this discussion for the most part. They have handled all of this, and it's been really amazing to watch them, and it is unbelievable how much something like this takes. But we are super excited about this Jamboree celebrating 200 years of marine fisheries in our state, and we hope that all of you plan to join us for that. We're really looking forward to it, and we just pray it does not rain or storm, or which I'm sure it may, but that's okay. We'll be prepared for that as well. So we've got a lot of activities, and Laura's just going to flip through a few of them, and you can see what they are. It just kind of describes what our exhibits are. You get to meet our staff. You can meet commissioners. You can meet, hopefully we've got some coastal legislators that'll be in attendance, and we've got some DEQ leadership that'll also be in attendance. So, and our staff will be there. They will be doing tagging program, carcass collection. They'll be doing otolith removals. Swiftwater Rescue Team for Marine Patrol will be there, recreational water quality, license and statistics. We will also we have something for kids that they can visit each station and get little passport stamps and from each exhibit, and they will be entered into a raffle to win a lifetime coastal recreational fishing license if you're under 18. So we're doing that as well. And we really appreciate the opportunity to do this, and we really encourage all of you to please come out and join us for that day. And you can follow our webpage, and I think we've got some information on our social media as well about what's going on at the Jamboree. So we look forward. Again, it's June the 10th from 10 to 4. And please everyone, and all the public as well is invited, please come join us. We're really looking forward to it. All right, and if you have any questions about the Jamboree or what's going on, you can ask any of the staff, offline if you would like to talk about that. But we certainly are ready for this, and hope you all will join us. So the Division of Marine Fisheries has sent a public survey on agency communication strategies. We sent that out to a little over 330,000 stakeholders on April the 12th. And we were just interested in feedback from our stakeholders. We had a 33.7 email open rate, so at least 33% of the people opened the email. I guess that's what that says, which is near the industry average of 34.4%. We had a click rate of 3%, which is well above the industry average of 1.3%. And the division also sent out news releases inviting the general public to complete the survey. And the survey ran from April the 12th to May the 15th, and we got 5,743 responses. So we are in the process of going through those responses, and we'll be looking at those in the coming weeks and months. The division had 66,900 copies of the 2023 North Carolina Recreational Fishing Digest delivered on May the 2nd. So staff has distributed more than half of those to bait and tackle shops, sportsman stores, visitor centers, fishing piers, places like that. We will continue to distribute them as the fishing season continues. And if you have any ideas or places that you know of that don't receive these and would like to, let Patricia Smith know, and we can work with that. So we're always looking to get these, make sure these are all distributed. So I just wanted to cover a few staff accomplishments for you, which is always a good part of my report. Officers Jonathan Morris and Candace Rose now have their advanced law enforcement certificates, and we appreciate their efforts for that. Officer Matthew Glass received his EMT basic training certificate, and it's always good to have EMTs on board as well. Chris Stewart, who is our biologist supervisor in our Wilmington office, and Jason Rock, who is our biologist supervisor here in our Moorhead office, along with researchers from East Carolina University, recently published a peer-reviewed article entitled Environmental and Climate Variability Drive Population Size of Annual Penaeid Shrimp in a Large Lagoonal Estuary. The team used Division of Marine Fisheries survey data from the Pamlico Sound Trawl Survey and Juvenile Estuarine Trawl Survey to investigate the influence of environmental conditions on the abundance of brown, pink, and white shrimp in Pamlico Sound. And their findings show that a high degree of variability in shrimp abundance is explained by climate and environmental variation, and indicate the importance of understanding those relationships in order to predict the impact of climate variability on those populations and the management strategies associated with that. And Jason is here today. If anybody has any questions or whatnot, I encourage you to stop by and talk with him about that. So now I'm going to move on to other updates from staff. First of all, we're going to do the council and commissions updates from Chris Batsavage. So Trish Murphy is our South Atlantic Fishery Management Council rep, and she is at a council coordination meeting in Key West. So Chris is here with the short straw of presenting her report as well as his report. So Chris, take it away.
Thanks, Kat. Yeah, I guess that's what happens when I late for a meeting or something. I get assigned things, but it's all right. Just welcome everyone. This for folks listening online and in the audience. My name is Chris Batsavage. I work in the director's office, and one of my main responsibilities is to represent the division on the Mid-Atlantic Council and ASMFC. But as Kat said, I'm also covering the South Atlantic Council updates. So I will start with that by just hitting highlights from their last meeting, which was in Jekyll Island, Georgia, back in early March. The council approved Regulatory Amendment 35 and Amendment 53 to the Snapper Grouper FMP for formal review. Amendment 35 addresses red snapper catch levels and discard mortality reductions by requiring single hook rigs for the recreational snapper grouper fishery and increasing best fishing practices outreach. Recall, red snapper is overfished, and overfishing is occurring, with recreational discards being a major contributor to overfishing. The amendment decreases red snapper catch levels based on the most recent acceptable biological catch recommendations from the Scientific and Statistical Committee, and reduces dead discards of all snapper grouper species in response to concerns over impacts of dead discards, especially red snapper. In addition to Amendment 35, the council is also working on a comprehensive snapper grouper management options through the development of a management strategy evaluation, and Amendment 46, which considers the establishment of a private recreational permit and education component for the South Atlantic snapper grouper fishery. Amendment 53 reduces gag grouper catch levels, revises allocations, implements other management measures such as reduced commercial trip limits, and implement a recreational vessel limit. Gag grouper are also overfished, and overfishing is occurring. This amendment establishes a 10-year rebuilding plan, reduces catch levels, revises the sector allocations, and management measures to reduce the commercial trip limit from 100 pounds down to 300 pounds. The recreational vessel limit, it would be 2 per vessel for both private anglers and for hire captains, and also prohibits the retention of fish by captain and crew. These measures will also apply to black groupers since there's some misidentification issues with those species. The council heard results of the stock assessment for scamp and yellowmouth grouper. These species were combined in the same assessment, also due to identification issues. And again, the results for this assessment are overfish and overfishing occurring. So the council directed staff to begin working on Amendment 55 to implement management measures to address the stock status. Moving on to Spanish mackerel, that saga continued at the council meeting. I know Trish has updated this commission on Spanish mackerel over the last few meetings. The council expressed their frustration with the ongoing lack of management advice for Spanish mackerel. Scientific and Statistical Committee Chair, or SSC, Dr. Jeff Buckle, updated the council on the January SSC meeting on the Spanish mackerel work group and discussions of alternative methods for setting acceptable biological catches. However, NOAA Fisheries Southeast Science Center sent a letter to the council that basically said additional assessment analyses will not be prepared and that the SSC should base its catch level recommendations on the existing stock assessment. The SSC met last month and partially accepted the assessment, and the stock status is not overfished, overfishing is not occurring, and recommended a catch level based on basically 75% of the fishing mortality at maximum sustainable yield. The council will be moving forward with plans to conduct port meetings for king and Spanish mackerel. These meetings will be open to the public and will help the council gain a better understanding of the fisheries, help improve management efforts. These meetings will be conducted throughout the Gulf of Mexico and along the Atlantic coast up to southern Massachusetts. The council revisited the development of the habitat blueprint, which the council intends to use as a guide to focus activity that supports Magnuson-Stevens Act mandates. Work was interrupted by other priorities the council had, but was reinitiated with the intent of completing the blueprint by this September. The council is also revising its existing essential fish habitat policies and will review these designations to satisfy the 5-year review requirements. The next council meeting for the South Atlantic Council will be held at the World Golf Village near but not in St. Augustine, Florida, second week of June. And then just before I wrap up the South Atlantic Council stuff, many of you may know, but just to make sure everyone does, NOAA Fisheries just recently announced the 2023 red snapper season and regulations. For the recreational fishery, the season will be on July 14th and 15th. Like the last several seasons, there'll be a 1 fish per person per day limit and no minimum size limit. For the commercial fishery, it opens on July 10th and runs through December 31st or when the commercial catch limit is reached. The trip limit will be 75 pounds gutted weight per trip, also no size limit. I can pause there, Mr. Chair. If anyone has any questions, I don't know how well I'll be able to answer them, but I can either give them a shot or pass them on to Trish.
I'm sure you'll do fine. Any questions from anybody? So you did so well, we don't have any questions, so go ahead.
Great. Yeah, so now I'll be moving on to my day job, the Mid-Atlantic Council and ASMFC stuff, which I could probably answer those questions a little bit better. And as I probably should have mentioned before, all the material I'm going over today can be found in your briefing material. I'm just, as always, hitting on the highlights. For these meetings, there was 2 Mid-Atlantic Council meetings since we last met. I'm just going to cover the February meeting. The April meeting didn't really have any highlights that I thought was, kind of rose to the top as far as coming here today. So for the February council meeting, Council was presented the results of the bluefish and spiny dogfish research track assessments. Research track assessments consider new data sets, modeling frameworks, and other aspects of the biology for these species. They're similar to a benchmark stock assessment, but they're not used for management. And I'll touch on what that means here in just a few seconds. The last few years of the bluefish assessment showed that the stock was not overfished. The biomass fell between the threshold and target levels with a slightly increasing trend, and overfishing is not occurring. The last few years of the spiny dogfish assessment showed that the stock was not overfished. Also, the biomass kind of falling between that threshold and target level. However, it was showing a decreasing trend. And unlike bluefish, overfishing is occurring. Both assessments passed peer review and will form the foundation for the upcoming 2023 management track assessments, which will use data through 2022 to determine the official stock statuses for these species, future catch limits, and management. And these assessments will be available later this summer. Okay, moving on to the last ASMFC meeting, which was just held a few weeks ago. I'll start with black drum. The Cyanids Management Board was presented the black drum benchmark stock assessment and peer review report. The assessment found that the stock is not overfished and overfishing is not occurring. The terminal year for this assessment was in 2020. While the stock assessment results are good, there is some uncertainty in the fishing mortality estimates. Just a kind of a lot of wide variation on that, but basically it showed overfishing is not occurring. No management action was taken because there was no major concerns with the stock. The assessment, though, also developed indicators of stock abundance and stock and fishery characteristics. The abundance indicators include several fishery-independent indices from the mid and South Atlantic regions that track young year and subadult fish. These annual stock indicators will be used to inform the need for a new stock assessment. And just to kind of wrap up black drum, there's been an increasing trend in recreational and commercial landings in some states over the last several years. So these stock indicators will notify the board if any potential issues arise with this stock, while we manage it, not have management measures in, but wait for another assessment. Okay, next I'll cover striped bass, and as always, there's a lot to cover. The Striped Bass Management Board reviewed the preliminary 2022 landings and their impacts to the stock rebuilding schedule. Just recall that the coastal migratory striped bass stock is overfished, but overfishing isn't occurring, and it has a stock rebuilding plan with the deadline of 2029. The preliminary 2022 recreational catch estimates indicated a 91% increase in harvest and a 3% increase in dead discards compared to 2021. The large increase in catch was from a pretty strong 2015 year class entering the recreational ocean slot limit of 28 to less than 35 inches, and a high availability of striped bass along much of the coast last year. As a result, the new stock rebuilding projections, which estimate the probability of spawning stock rebuilding to the biomass target by 2029, drops from 97% under the lower fishing mortality rate that we saw in 2021 to less than 15% if the higher 2022 fishing mortality rate continues each year. The board was concerned that recreational harvest will be high again in 2023, with nearly the entire 2015 year class falling in that slot limit. So the board took emergency action to implement a 31-inch maximum size limit for the striped bass recreational fisheries. States must implement this new maximum size limit by no later than July 2nd, and it will be in place through at least October 28th, but most likely into 2024. This maximum size limit will only apply to the ocean waters in North Carolina. Of course, it doesn't apply to our estuarine waters. And the proclamation and news release actually, I think, came out today, and the maximum size limit will be in place on June 1st. To address concerns about the increased removals and stock rebuilding beyond 2023, the board initiated Addendum 2 to Amendment 7 to the Striped Bass FMP. And this will consider 2024 management measures designed to reduce fishing mortality to the target level. Management measures under consideration in this addendum will include the recreational and commercial fisheries in the ocean and in Chesapeake Bay, so more comprehensive than what the emergency action just did. For measures beyond 2024, the board intends to review the results of upcoming stock assessments to inform any subsequent management action. And to enable an expedited management response to these assessment updates, the addendum will propose a provision that will allow the board to respond to the results of the updates via board action if the stock is projected not to rebuild by 2029. Basically, get those management measures in place a lot quicker than kind of going through an additional addendum. And then just the final thing on striped bass is the board also approved Addendum 1 to Amendment 7 to the FMP, which considers allowing for the voluntary transfer of striped bass commercial quota in the ocean region between states that have commercial quota. Final approval of this addendum was postponed at the winter meeting. The addendum enables the board to decide every 1 or 2 years whether it will allow the voluntary transfers of ocean quota only when the stock is not overfished. The board can also set criteria for allowable transfers, including a limit on how much and when the quota can be transferred during a given year, and the eligibility of a state to request a transfer based on its landings. And out of the different options that would allow for transfers, this was the most restrictive option. All right, last main thing I'll hit from this meeting is the policy board meeting, where the policy board was presented with an options paper on possible paths forward for the management of Atlantic bonito and false albacore. The board requested this information at their winter meeting, and I think I notified you all about this going on when we last met. The 3 possible options include states developing their own management measures, development of a white paper, or the initiation of a fishery improvement project. It was noted at the meeting that if additional species were added to ASMFC's portfolio, it would increase the workload for ASMFC and state staff, some of which are pretty well working at full capacity. It could also result in less time and resources to devote to other ASMFC managed species. And while there are some states that would like to further explore possible management due to concerns of what increased harvest could do to an unregulated species, most of the other states were not interested in interstate management. However, those states with an interest in management will work to explore state management and report back to the policy board if they find further action by ASMFC is needed to be discussed. And just before I conclude, I'll just take this opportunity for a shameless plug for ASMFC's annual meeting. They hold an annual meeting every year. It rotates among the different states, and it's our turn this year to host that meeting, and it'll be held October 15th through 19th right here at this hotel in Beaufort. So anyone interested in coming by to see how things are done at the ASMFC level, definitely welcome you to do that. And that concludes my my updates. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great, Chris. Well, maybe so come by and see how the sausage is made. Commissioner Roller.
So I have some questions on false albacore, but would it be more appropriate to save them to our next agenda item?
Why don't we just save those to the next agenda item so it won't get wrapped around the wheel too much?
Will you be at the table, Chris?
I can be.
Okay.
Can be.
Yep. Yeah, I'd just like to ask Chris some questions.
Okay, all right. Anybody else with any questions right now for Chris? Great, wonderful presentation. Director, why don't we take a 10-minute break right now? We're kind of halfway through the morning session. Everybody be back in 10 minutes, please. Okay, let's get back to our seats, please.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, you can do that.
Okay, Director, when you're ready, you can pick up where you left off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have Colonel Witten here with the Marine Patrol update.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. In your briefing books, you have my memo also with the updated quarterly statistics for the Marine Patrol. The Marine Patrol has been busy so far in 2023 with several training, outreach events, and multiple team building sessions. As you see, playing on the two screens is some team building training that we did in March and April. Marine Patrol's officers cover 2.5 million acres of water and, as a rule, rely heavily on each other to strengthen their ability to work as a team through all situations that they may encounter. Officers participated in a team building event on March 29th and 30th and April 19th and 20th. Officers traveled to Salemburg, North Carolina for a full day of challenges that require them to work together to be successful. Salemburg is the North Carolina Justice Academy for law enforcement. In addition to team building training, officers also took part in subject control arrest techniques, shortened SCAT training, regular firearms training, and in March, members of the Swiftwater Rescue Team participated in NC Helicopter Aquatic Rescue Team, short for NC HART training. These trainings help Marine Patrol be prepared to handle any different types of situation, as well as preparing the Swiftwater Rescue Team for specialized rescues. Outreach is a regular part of Marine Patrol work, educating the citizens about the importance of regulations in place to protect the state's marine and estuarine resources. In addition to our daily outreach with people on the water, we also participated in 2 additional outreach events. We had an informational booth at the Dixie Deer Classic, which was held at the NC State Fairgrounds in Raleigh from March 3rd through March 5th. We also participated in Touch a Truck event for area students on April 25th in Morehead City. In between training and outreach events, a contingent of Marine Patrol attended the Interstate Shellfish Sanitation Conference in New Orleans, Louisiana, from March 18th through March 24th. Along with staff from the division, the Marine Patrol has also been busy coordinating with the division staff to make sure all permits are handled properly and efficiently. And finally, as we are currently in the 2023 legislation long session, Marine Patrol has been coordinating with our division legislation liaisons and DEQ legislative staff to respond to legislative requests. There are also 2 Marine Patrol officers we would like to recognize for their exceptional service to the citizens of North Carolina. First, retired Marine Patrol Officer Michelle Turner was named to the Order of the Longleaf Pine on March 8th, and Sergeant Brian Long for recognition earlier this morning with a life-saving award. These are 2 examples of exceptional Marine Patrol officers and the great work they do on a regular basis. Thank you.
Any questions for the Colonel? All right, thank you for all the good work y'all do.
Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, Colonel, for that report. Next up will be Owen Mulvey McFerrin, and he is going to give the Commission a report on the Shellfish Lease Program.
Thank you, Director Rawls, and good morning, Commissioners. Today I'm going to be providing an update on the Shellfish Lease and Aquaculture Program. We received 84 shellfish lease applications in 2022. We have held public hearings in Carteret, Onslow, Pender, Dare, and Hyde counties, and had a second Carteret County hearing this past Tuesday to complete the hearings for last year's applications. A number of these applications have been approved already,
but due to the unusually large volume of public comments and feedback from these public hearings and the addition of new rule language approved last August, the remainder are under review before proceeding to the Director for a final decision. The 2023 shellfish lease application period opened on March 1st and will close on August 1st. So far, we've received 11 applications, and we expect this to be another busy application season. The division received the first shellfish lease appeal that will go through the Shellfish Cultivation Lease Review Committee. This will be the first time that we have used this process since its creation through Session Law 2019-37, which went into effect in 2019. The committee includes one commission member who serves as the hearing officer and 2 public members. One public member with an expertise in shellfish aquaculture and the other with expertise with respect to coastal property. They will act as a vetting group to ensure that any third-party appeals are not frivolous. If they determine the grounds of the appeal have merit, the process will move on to the Office of Administrative Hearings as appeals have traditionally done in the past. Next, the division developed the Shellfish Relocation Permit, which the Director has issued via her proclamation authority. This permit will provision the relocation of shellfish in polluted waters that will be destroyed due to CAMA permitted development activities. Steve Poland will discuss a rule suspension related to this permit later today. We held our second annual State Marine Aquaculture Coordination Network workshop last week. In the past year, the network has expanded to include all coastal U.S. states and additional federal partners. The network provides a collaborative forum for state aquaculture coordinators and regulators, state extension personnel, and federal regulators. It also promotes efforts to compile regulatory information across state aquaculture programs and help program administrators learn from each other's experience and challenges on a variety of topics, including user conflicts. This network and workshops have proven beneficial to North Carolina by providing critical insights to many of our ongoing efforts to mitigate user conflicts, streamline processes, and handle new issues as they arise. Lastly, I'd like to follow up on the floating structures issue. If you recall, we provided updates last year at your May, August, and November meetings. At the September 15th, 2022 CRC business meeting, the State Attorney General's Office presented findings from their analysis on the CRC's authority to regulate floating structures on shellfish leases. They determined that while aquaculture is considered a form of agriculture, it is not exempt from CRC regulation because it occurs in public trust waters. Therefore, any floating structures proposed in a shellfish lease would have to follow the CAMA process for development and would require a CAMA major permit and variance. We can provide the Commission with a copy of this legal analysis. DMF still holds regulatory authority on all shellfish leases and lease activities, aside from floating structures, the installation of pilings greater than 12 inches in diameter, and specific other development-related activities. Lastly, the CRC approved rule amendments recently that included floating upweller systems, or FLUPSIs, as floating structures, and requires them to be permitted or sited in a permitted marina or at a private docking facility where they would be subject to the same platform area limitations that apply elsewhere in CRC rules. FLUPSIs cannot be permitted on shellfish leases. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Great presentation. Thank you very much. Director?
Thank you, Owen. So next will be Ann Deaton, and she'll give the Commission a chip-up update.
Do I push this button? Is it on? No button. Good. I hate those buttons. Thank you, Director Rawls and Commissioners. I just want to give you a brief update on different CHIP implementation actions that have been occurring since your last meeting. So one of the CHIP recommendations in the Wetland Protection and Restoration issue paper was to obtain updated wetland maps to aid with coastal resilience planning and wetland protection and restoration efforts. So as you know, wetlands are crucial for juvenile fish, so it's one of the habitats we really need to look out for highly. And unfortunately, sea level rise projections are showing that many marshes will be inundated and lost if actions aren't taken. Charlie Deaton, he's the chip biologist with DMF, formed an interagency wetland work group to work on the mapping issue. And the majority of those in attendance have agreed that getting recent high-resolution wetland maps will be extremely helpful for planning wetland conservation, wetland migration and resilience planning. So our staff has been drafting grant applications to seek funding for such mapping, which would serve as a match to NOAA. They have a coastal change assessment program. And so they are willing to provide the mapping of all the land use and wetland categories for us at 1 meter resolution. We just have to provide a match. So we're working on getting those funds and working with other agencies that are, helping us with that as well. So these maps will also be beneficial for actions in the North Carolina Salt Marsh Conservation Action Plan. That's a North Carolina plan that builds on the regional South Atlantic Salt Marsh Initiative, and that plan was just completed, and you're going to hear more about that later from Claire Rapp with North Carolina Coastal Federation. The CHIP also has an issue paper about protecting SAV, restoring SAV, and doing that through improving water quality, because that's the #1 issue with declines in our SAV. So the GWR staff and the Scientific Advisory Council that helps them have completed a draft water clarity language. So that would be a new rule. They're moving forward with stakeholder input and assessment planning. And then that Scientific Advisory Council is going to start working on other aspects, and all of these are recommendations in the CHIP. So one is to look at modifying chlorophyll A thresholds and the turbidity standards so that they're sufficient for what the modeling shows the light needs. Another action that's been underway to help SAV is that Chris Stewart and some other staff that have been involved with the shrimp FMP have been reviewing shrimp trawl boundaries to determine if the needed adjustments that might be needed to avoid impacts to SAV, and that was a recommendation in the plan. Another issue in the CHIP was monitoring our coastal habitats. This is critical for habitat management, just as stock assessments are crucial for fishery management, and it's just actually been insufficient in terms of regular monitoring to assess trends due to staffing of all the different agencies. So one thing that is going on is, in our habitat and assessment, habitat enhancement section, we have our shellfish mapping program, and I mentioned this before that we've revised that. So they're going to be monitoring 15 sentinel sites from Core Sound down through Brunswick, where most of the intertidal shellfish is, using drones to make it more efficient. And the drone really just looks at the footprint. It makes it easy, the imagery, to delineate the acreage of the different types of shellfish. The oyster FMP plan development team has begun having discussions also about other sampling protocols that we could initiate for both the subtidal and intertidal oysters. Now, there is a new, just mention some collaborative efforts here. There's a new National Estuarine Research Reserve collaborative grant that was approved for, or granted to the NOAA staff in Beaufort. You may know Brandon Puckett, so he was involved with that, but it's for this whole southeast. And they are going to be looking to see if they can use drones to detect more than just the footprint like we are doing. But they could look at different parameters that they could collect to determine the condition of the oysters. So things like elevation, or they may be able to detect oyster density, percent cover, and even a thermal signature. So doing that would be very efficient, and we could get a lot more information about the condition of our intertidal oysters. So DMF is one of several agencies that's on, they call it a project end user group. So we meet with them periodically. And at a meeting, DMF staff, Kim Harding, who works on permit reviews, she mentioned the Sunset Beach shellfish relocation effort that's going on. It's already started, but there's more to be done, where they're going to be dredging a large canal system that has naturalized with a lot of shellfish. So they're going to move the shellfish. That's why we initiated that shellfish relocation permit. So the researchers there said that would be a perfect opportunity to see. They'll know exactly here's these oysters. We'll get data on them before they're moved. They'll move them. They'll get data after. It'll tell them, first of all, a lot of information without having to do destructive moving for no reason. So they'll get their information, and it'll also help us know how well do these oysters survive when we do relocation efforts. So just a little collaboration. And speaking of oysters, the Oyster Summit, which is organized by the North Carolina Coastal Federation, was held May 9th and 10th. Director Rawls spoke there, and Jacob Boyd, Jason Peters, Abby Williams from our Habitat and Enhancement section also presented on their programs. The summit is designed to celebrate recent oyster accomplishments across organizations, share relevant information, and bring together partnerships that will help accelerate future oyster work. So the Oyster Summit is also an opportunity to publicize the benefits and the values of those activities to decision makers in Raleigh. So they invite legislators to a reception and try and promote and really just tell them about what's going on, so they'll be supportive. If you haven't ever gone, it's very informative, and anybody can go. You just have to register, and they do that every 2 years about. So members of the Oyster Steering Committee, which guides the Oyster Blueprint, includes DMF staff. It also includes other state and federal agencies, nonprofits, researchers, and so all of these folks come together to work up a plan, the Oyster Blueprint, every 5 years. Actions in that multi-group plan include many overlapping goals and activities that the division does. So that's why DMF staff is there, and we're making sure that we're, all on board with what the blueprint recommendations are. So it includes goals for oyster sanctuary construction, culture planning, mariculture, living shorelines, and water quality improvements. So, yeah, we have multiple staff that attend those meetings, and it's been a really successful example of a public-private partnership. And so, one of the actions in the CHIP was to form a public-private partnership, and we've done that. And I just wanted to give you a quick update on what they've been working on. There's 2 subgroups. The Working Lands and Water subgroup, they worked on that resolution to increase cost share funding for the soil and water conservation programs. And that, all the commissions have endorsed it, and recently we heard from a district staffer, they're very happy with that. And so I just want to thank you all for doing that. So now the Department of Agriculture is using that to really get momentum and help get funding on their own. And all those programs are geared to reduce water quality impacts from agricultural activity and voluntary. So it's a win-win if we can promote more of that. There's also another subgroup called the Conservation and Resilience Planning subgroup, or CARP, and they've started meeting. And one thing they're working on right now is there's an Executive Order 266, which you may or may not have heard, but that it states the Department of Administration and other departments need to update a uniform floodplain management policy to minimize flood damage to state-owned assets and state-funded construction. So through nature-based solutions. So this is a way to, again, improve water quality and at the same time improve the safety of state property and state-funded property. And then last, there's a CHIP Steering Committee meeting May 31st. So I'll be hearing, it's virtual, Doug and Donald then, I guess 2 weeks. And anybody can listen in, call in if you're interested. That's all I've got.
Great. Thank you, Ann. Any questions of Ann? Great presentation as always. Thank you so much. Director?
Thank you, Ann. Next up, I'd like to ask Brandy Salmon, who is our License and Statistics Section Chief, to come up and update the commission on activities in her section.
All right, good morning. So I'm Brandy Salmon. I'm the section chief for our License and Statistics section. And so our section has 4 main programs. And so I'm going to go over each program and kind of some new updates that we have for each of those programs. So first, our Recreational Statistics program, we refer to it as the Coastal Angling Program, or CAP. So they are currently reviewing and processing data from the Catch You Later app, and they are writing the final report now. So as a reminder, Catch You Later was an app that was developed underneath an overarching app called SciFish. And so SciFish is kind of like the mother app that was created in collaboration with the division and the South Atlantic Fisheries Management Council and ACCSP. And that was in order to have an umbrella app that would allow for multiple apps to be developed underneath of it so that all the data would go to and be stored in one place. And so that would be the ACCSP data warehouse. So Catchulator was designed as a pilot study to collect better discard data on the recreational flounder fishery and to determine if anglers could identify flounder down to the species level. So we hope to have some stats available from the report at your next commission meeting in August. So Fisheries Economics Program, they are very busy. So they sent over 900 for-hire socioeconomic surveys out in February and March of this year to all the for-hire license holders to gather input on a range of industry and regulatory topics and to estimate the value of the for-hire industry in the North Carolina economy. So we should have results available this fall. And then they also sent out a shellfish leaseholder and aquaculture economic survey that went out to around 200 leaseholders. That sent out earlier this month, and they had very similar goals to the for-hire survey, which was to, again, gather more input on a range of industry and regulatory topics and to understand the industry's economic contributions to the North Carolina economy. So we are hoping that we'll have results available from that as soon as that is processed as well. And then for our commercial statistics program, which you all know is called the Trip Ticket Program, they are working on, they're working with a contractor called Bluefin Data to develop a web-based application called Vessel, so VESL, for commercial seafood dealers to submit their trip tickets using any computer, any smartphone, any tablet, rather than having to install software onto one particular computer and then having to update that software like continuously. So we're hoping to have Vessel out to select dealers for beta testing by the summer and the fall. And then our last program is license program. WRC has a licensing system called Alvin, and that issues recreational fishing and hunting licenses. And it has been around for so long that it is old and needs to be replaced. And so they have partnered with a contractor to develop a new licensing system, and it's going to be called Go Outdoors. And so Go Outdoors will actually be replacing Alvin. And they're expecting it to actually go live in July of this year, so quickly approaching. So they are going to have at least a week's time span, at the end of June where they are going to be down. So if you need to purchase any recreational fishing licenses or vessel registrations or any of that, you better go ahead and do it now because none of the vendors will be open the last week in June for you to be able to purchase those. So WRC is planning on sending out a news release if they haven't already, and we will probably be following that same news release just to get the word out to the public. So if you speak to anybody of the public, please remind them to go ahead and do that now so they don't wait till the last minute. So the last thing, our division currently only accepts cash or check when you are purchasing any kind of DMF-issued licenses. Well, it's time to bring it to the 21st century. So we are working with a company called Pay It that is going to help establish the ability for us to accept credit cards for license sales. So we're hoping that will be available in the fall. And that's all I got.
Great questions. Tom, Commissioner Roller.
Just a random question. So when you accept credit cards, you're going to be charging a transaction fee?
Yes.
Read my mind. Do you know about how much that would
I don't know it off the top of my head, but there is a percentage for that fee, and there's always the ability for you to just pay cash or check if you don't want to pay that transaction fee.
So you're not going to absorb the transaction fee. You're going to pass it on to the consumer.
Correct.
Have to. Oh, okay. Commissioner Sheldon.
With that vessel application, I would feel very uncomfortable not having a paper trail of my own. Are we going to just be able to not have any paper records? Is that going to be stored, or can we trust it at that level yet?
So it's going to be in addition. So you can still have paper trip tickets that you can send in as well if you want to. But so it's not that everybody has to move over into Vessel. It's going to be in addition to the options that we have currently.
How has the current software been and how many dealers are actually using it? Because I don't know, paper feels good to me. I'm not using it yet.
And we will find an answer.
Can you guys hear me okay? All right, my name's Alan Bianchi. I'm the Trip Ticket Program Coordinator, and we met before. So just to give you some highlights, the current software right now, we have about roughly in between 80 to 120 dealers using it. I don't know a solid number off the top of my head. But right now, what you could do is you can always print out your trip tickets and keep that as your paper record right then and there. Also, if you needed to, you could always ask us to, do a data request, and we could always recompile your data and we can send it to you and that type of stuff. So you can always have that paper trail there if you need it. So I know currently the software works basically on keeping a local database on your personal computer. Problem is your computer crashes or something, you lose it. Then you have to go through the process of getting it reinstalled, re-updated, making sure you had a backup, all that type of stuff. The vessel system will be all online, so if your computer crashes, you still be able to access your information by going to that online system, if that helps.
You say 80 to 100 dealers out of how many?
Roughly, we have anywhere from 650 to about 725 dealers at any given moment. It might be a little bit lower than that now. It might be around 550 to 650.
Right.
So, but it's usually around.
So about 15 to 18% of them use this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because a lot of our dealers a lot of them have federal permits as well. Part of that requirement, they have to report electronically. Software meets that need, so they use that for that purpose
Okay,
too.
good enough. Other questions? Yes, yes, go ahead, Commissioner Gardner.
During the downtime, during that transition time, that week period, will people be able to acquire a license online? Will there be any way to acquire a license during that time?
No. Their entire system is going to have to be moved over into the new one, and so they have to cut everyone completely off while they make that actual transition happen. So for that very last week in June, that whole week, there will be absolutely no license sales whatsoever using the WRC system.
Okay.
So if something is about to expire, you better go ahead and do it ahead of time.
Okay, I'm just very concerned for the tackle stores on the beaches that are selling weekly or annual fishing licenses, and that is absolutely the height of their season, and that I know that you know that I know that this can be problematic, but I would just want to make sure that I can go back to people and say that.
Yep. Unfortunately, we didn't get to choose when this happened because this is the absolute worst time for us as well, because we're now going to have to train our license clerks during the peak of high license sale season. And so that's going to be a bit of a struggle. But they have to do it in order to be able to migrate everything over into the new system. So there's really no other way to do it.
Laura?
Yeah, and I just want to add, I think we are all aware, and I know that WRC is also very aware, so we are all planning to get that message out, and I know WRC does a great job in their outreach, so that will absolutely be going out. So I think you'll be hearing that message repeated, and we'll make it that as, as painless as possible. So, but absolutely, we hear that concern.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Great presentation. Thank you very much. Director?
Thank you, Brandy. So I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman. I know you're over there getting nervous. I'm over my time limit. Just a quick reminder of the informational materials that are in your briefing materials as well, with the Marine Fisheries Commission work plan and the protected resources updates and reports. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just wrap up my report by thanking Commissioner Shellum, Commissioner Gardner, and Commissioner Roller for taking me up on my offer at the last meeting to join our staff out in the field to see what it is we do and how we go about our business day to day and what our data collection looks like. All three commissioners spent full days, some of them multiple days, in the field, fishing nets, juvenile trawl sampling, and electrofishing, even with our staff from Morehead City as well as our Wilmington offices. And they also helped work up fish as well in our H lab. So we've gotten some very positive feedback from all three of you. Thank you for that. Thank you for doing this. I think this is this is a critical part of working on these things together and seeing how, as Chairman Bizzle said earlier, how the sausage is made. And I also want to just extend this invitation again. And as every time, any of the commissioners that would like to get out with staff, I encourage you to do that. And I really thank those commissioners for this. And a big shout out to our staff as well. They are passionate about what they do, and it shows. And I think all the commissioners that went out with them would absolutely agree to that. So thank you, staff, and thank you for commissioners for doing that. We appreciate it. And Mr. Chairman, that ends my report.
And thank you for your report, and thank you for the invitation to everybody. I think if there's anything you want to see hands-on that the division does, they'll be more than ample, more than glad to open their doors up to you and show you what actually goes on. Commissioner Roller.
Thank you. I just want to just say thank you for that offer. I went out with the 915 Independent Gillnet Sampling Program, and I had so much fun. I went out with the technicians Dan and Kat, not you, the other Kat. And I mean, I was there. I was at the headquarters from like 5 in the morning to like 4 in the afternoon. Right? We had a great time, and we ran nets. We took a lot of pictures, and then I went back. We took Odalus all afternoon, and then Kevin Aman showed me around the aging lab, and went and talked to a bunch of staff. And it was a very, very positive experience, and I was really blown away with that sampling program in particular. And I look forward to going to the juvenile trial sampling program, which I've been talking to staff about. So thank you again, and I would encourage the rest of the commissioners to take you up on that offer. The other thank yous I didn't get to say earlier. I just wanted to thank you for your for higher outreach meetings. Your efforts and outreach are to be commended with the division. They're long overdue. Those meetings in particular have really trickled down through the industry. I've heard so many positive comments across the state. You had so much staff there. Huge lift. Also getting Richard Cody from head of MREP from NIMS there. Awesome. So again, thank you. I thought they were tremendous.
Thank you, Commissioner Rowley. Yeah, any of y'all that have not done a deep dive into this, you'll find it enlightening. I did mine several years ago, but I still remember it very well. Okay, let's move on into the false albacore data update. McLean Stroud and Ann Markwitz.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is McLean Seward, and with me is Ann Markwith. And today we are here to present to you information on how the division has defined status quo and growth for North Carolina's recreational and recreational commercial false albacore fisheries for the purposes of developing management options. After this presentation, we will be asking for input on how the Commission wishes to proceed. As a reminder, at the February 2023 business meeting, you requested staff come forward with rulemaking language with management options for false albacore, starting with status quo and allowing for growth at various percentage points. After this motion was passed, the director indicated staff would come back with the various growth scenarios at the May meeting in order to better refine the rulemaking issue paper that will be developed. False albacore management is not currently being pursued at the federal level, though it has been discussed at recent meetings. Most recently, at the 2023 Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission meeting, the Interstate Fisheries Management Policy Board voted not to pursue management of false albacore at the interstate level, but instead recommended states with an interest in false albacore management pursue it on their own. Thus, any harvest caps would affect North Carolina landings only. From 2012 to 2021, North Carolina recreational landings of false albacore averaged 264,000 pounds, which accounts for 10% of the coastwide recreational landings and 13% of the South Atlantic recreational landings. The average North Carolina commercial landings during the same time equaled 197,000 pounds and accounted for 39% of the coastwide commercial landings and 43% of the commercial landings of the South Atlantic. And also, just to reiterate what was included in the information paper update in February, the stock status of false albacore is unknown, primarily because there is very little data available on which to base a stock assessment. Age and growth, sex and maturity, and tagging studies would help fill these gaps for false albacore in the Western Atlantic. However, funding to complete these studies is limited, and also because the false albacore is highly migratory, any data collection efforts would require cooperative research across state, federal, and continental jurisdictions. So before we get into the various growth scenarios that were calculated, we just want to provide a little information on the thought process behind what was done. Division staff defined the current status quo of the false albacore fishery as the 5-year average of landings for both sectors. This value was chosen as the preferred time frame because it is the median of the 3 averages investigated, which was 3, 5, and 10 year, and included enough years to smooth the abnormally high recreational landings in 2020. For the purposes of this presentation, we will be focusing on the 5-year average, but you may refer to the memo for information on the 3 and 10-year averages. For each status quo value investigated, various growth scenarios were calculated. Growth scenarios are defined as 125%, 150%, 175%, and 200% of status quo, i.e. 100% of the 2018 to 2022 5-year average. And as a reminder, while this is a coastwide stock, the landings used in the analysis are only North Carolina recreational and commercial landings. So let's begin by discussing the growth scenarios in the recreational sector. This figure shows North Carolina's recreational landings of false albacore from 1997 to 2022. Landings are represented by the gray vertical bars, and the 3 status quo scenarios for each time series average are represented by the 3 colored horizontal lines. The 3-year average is represented by the orange dotted line, the 5-year is represented by the blue dashed line, and the 10 is represented by the purple solid line. And while we're showing you this figure for historical context, what we really want to focus on is how the fishery is operated in the last decade with the changes that have occurred. Okay, this figure shows the recreational landings for the last decade. Again, landings are represented by the gray vertical bars. The 3-year average landings from 2020 to 2022 are represented by the orange line. The 5-year average from 2018 to 2022 in the blue dashed line, and the 10-year average is shown as the solid purple line. The 5-year time series is preferred because the average landings during this time series are the median of the 3 time series averages analyzed, and the time span was sufficient that the spike in recreational landings in 2020 was smoothed across years. Now let's look at the growth scenarios that use the 5-year average landings as status quo as compared to the recreational landings for the last 10 years. Annual landings in pounds are represented by the gray bars. The growth scenarios are shown in ascending order. Status quo is represented by the black horizontal line and equal to 294,000 pounds. Growth values range from 368,000 pounds at 125%, which is the red dashed line, to 588,000 pounds at 200%, the dark blue dotted line. And moving on to the commercial sector, as we presented with the recreational fishery, this figure shows the historical North Carolina commercial landings of false albacore, represented by the gray vertical bars. The three status quo scenarios for each time series average are represented by the three colored horizontal lines, with the orange dotted line representing the 3-year average, the 5-year average represented by the blue dashed line, and the 10-year average is represented by the solid purple line. And again, we would like to focus on how these scenarios would apply to landings in the last decade. And I'd also like to point out in this figure, in the next two figures, the difference in the scale of the y-axis between the commercial and recreational figures due to the recreational landings being higher than the commercial landings. This figure shows the commercial landings over the last decade relative to the three time series averages. And again, the 3-year is shown by the orange line, the 5 by the blue, and the 10-year by the purple solid line. As a reminder, the 5-year average is preferred in order to stay consistent between sectors. So looking into the growth scenarios for the commercial fishery, this figure represents the last 10 years of commercial landings shown in the gray bars. And just as in the recreational figure, status quo is represented by the black solid line, followed by the various growth scenarios above it in ascending order. And at status quo, landings are equal to 184,000 pounds, and growth values range from 230,000 pounds at 125%, shown in the red dotted line, to 368,000 pounds at 200%, represented by the dark blue line. And that concludes the data portion of this presentation. While a vote is not required for this particular agenda item, we are asking you as commissioners to provide feedback on how staff defines status quo and what may be preferred growth scenarios. This feedback will be used by staff to move forward with the rulemaking issue paper in order to better define potential management options to be included. And as a reminder, implementation of any regulations would be dependent on rulemaking specific to this species, which would begin as part of the 2024 to 2025 rulemaking cycle. And that concludes the presentation, and at this point, we'll take any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you for the presentation. Any comments or questions about the presentation, the data, or what we're looking for here? Commissioner Roller?
First of all, thank you guys for your paper, for this presentation. I speak for myself as a commissioner that this is exactly what we were asking for at our last meeting, was to look at different growth scenarios. And if you go back to my withdrawn motion, you can see the 200% growth, which encapsulates what all landings over the last 25 or so years, was really what I was getting at, right? Just not precisely down to the individual pound. I guess the one question I have, and again, I brought this up at the last meeting, was this fishery has been really popular for a long period of time, not just the last 5 or 6 or 7 years, but it going back into the mid-90s. But we see this increase in recreational harvest in the last 5 or 6 years, which is kind of confusing to me because people have always used them for bait, whether it's bottom fishing bait or strip bait, and they've always caught them doing other things. Can you offer any insight into why there's an increased landings? I know the answer is probably no, but I think it's worth just trying to bring up here. So,
I don't know. I can't, yeah.
That's an honest answer.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's interesting because it's a fish people don't eat, right? So, but I do have a lot of questions, and I'm trying to figure out where to start. I think it may be point to go to Chris Batsavage to talk about what happened at the ASMSC level.
Okay, we can do that in just a second.
Okay.
We've got a few more questions here. We can do that. Commissioner Shellham?
Shouldn't the cap or limitation start with the recreational side, since they're far beyond the commercial landings? If we could get them at least even, instead of targeting the commercial fishermen first?
Oh. Yeah, based on the motion, we were told to look at both.
Commissioner Rader?
I think I'm going to hold, because I'm actually more interested in the governance questions here that relate to both the ASMFC, but also the National Marine Fisheries Service and the highly migratory plan on the Atlantic coast. So, well, I'll just observe. I agree. It's great to have this information, and it does confirm to me the notion that there's a 1 million pound unmanaged fishery operating on the Atlantic coast as a reason for concern. And just to, well, I'll go ahead and put I am torn and will remain torn here, because I do think that the scale in North Carolina is probably the wrong scale. And so we've got the people who should be doing it saying no. And therefore, it comes down to what kind of leadership North Carolina wants to exert here to try to make that happen. So I'm just putting my cards on the table. I've talked to leadership on both sides, and am compelled by both sides' views of this. And so I would really like to find a way forward that is based on information and also can help improve coast-wide management of this beyond our waters, and especially the 3-mile limit.
Right, okay, fair enough. Why don't y'all stay here? Chris, you want to come? Hold on. I'm sorry, I didn't see Commissioner Blanton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just got a question. It's curiosity more than anything, but significantly high landings in 2020 would be, based on COVID and everybody getting outside. But what's interesting is that in 2021, the landings took a big dive. And I was just curious to know if there was any observations as to why did the fish just not come here. I'm just curious to know, anything anecdotal, like, what occurred in the fishery that year, what fishing behaviors occurred, did fishing effort just go down? I mean, I would take any answer, just out of curiosity is all.
Staff, y'all want to comment on that?
So part of that might be, we had a perfect storm in 2020, so it's not just COVID, but there was probably a high availability of fish during 2020 as well. And so between everybody wanting to get outside and that high availability of fish, you saw that landing spike. Realistically, when you look across the landings, that 2021 is a drastic drop, but it is well within the bounds of what the rec landings have been.
If you look at both charts, the commercial landings actually significantly dropped as well, and that's why I asked that question. It was not one sector or the other. It was just landings overall in 2021 changed significantly, and so I'm just curious to know what was observed in 2021 based on this fish to make landings so much different than what the average actually is.
Okay. Commissioner Rowley, you want to comment also?
Yeah, just on that note, that's a very good point. It's important to point that as a nearshore fishery, these fish need clean water. And things like a hurricane, big west blows, a lot of rain can really damage the fishing in that peak time of year, right? And that was my experience in 2021. I didn't fish as much that year, I'm sure. I'm not going to call out Commissioner Gardner. I'm sure she's got something to say on that. But it just seemed they weren't as abundant that year. So,
okay. Chris, why don't you come up here and tell us what the council's talked about with this, if you would. And staff, you said about, yes, go ahead.
Commissioner Gardner had
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. You're hiding from me.
I would definitely agree with Tom Roller about those drops. Weather plays a huge part in this fishery, and it just takes one strong weather event during a short period to really, really change the entire fishery for the season, and we found that this year and last year, and it you know through the past, and hurricanes too will put a huge dent in this fishery for everybody. But it's not just hurricanes, it's just strong weather events in general. Will keep a lot of people off the water.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Roll, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. So at our last meeting, we had a lot of debate about this, and I'm sure I said on the record I had no faith that the ASMFC would take any action on this, because in true ASMFC fashion, they tend to take action when they're sifting through the ashes of a lot of our fisheries. So I listened to the discussion. FMP coordinator Tony Kearns put a policy paper together, right, which I thought was a phenomenal exercise, and tell me all the ways I don't want to do something. But during the discussion, one of the big points, Chris, the representative from Florida and the ASMFC, Erica Burgess, said that they'd done multiple studies of why they didn't want to manage these. Can you speak to those studies or that work that they've done?
Thanks for the question. At the meeting, the state of Florida said they've considered false albacore management several times and referred to some information that they looked at in the past. I asked her after the meeting if that information was available, and really all they looked at was landings. Pretty much less than what we've provided you. So that was their basis, and I think they're probably like the other management entities. They have to manage resources and workload on this and priorities. So I think that probably played a part as far as their decision not to manage it, as well as some other things. I think it has some general concerns on interstate management in general, as opposed to them just managing things as they wish. But that was it in a nutshell. They looked at landings, didn't have any special studies or anything that our agency and other groups have put together.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, another Commissioner Rader.
Yeah, this is difficult. I'm considerably frustrated about this question and the broader question it represents, having to do with how and when a management entity feels like it needs to weigh in, and particularly when resources are limited and priorities overwhelm them. Because the truth of the matter is after the 2007-8 Magnuson Act, in this southeast region, the feds purposefully took many species out of fishery management units because of the requirements of the 2007 and 8 Act to put in place management measures and accountability measures for those. And so, which is the opposite of precautionary and ecosystem-based management, to which in theory we're required under federal law to come to the table. And so I thought it was tremendously short-sighted to do that and to take species like this out of the snapper grouper fishery management unit, all the coastal migratory pelagic units and other things, instead of being able to keep track of things through time and not react to a catastrophe, in other words, to be keeping track of it. So again, the rationale that tag you're it and not me you through all the different management entities really leaves a sour taste in my mouth. And I actually would like to, it can't just be resources. I mean, if it's just resources, then we aren't doing our job politically with Congress and the General Assembly in order to do this. We have an obligation to manage fisheries. And I mean, to me, half million to $1 million pound fishery is a considerable fishery. And the bottom line on it, though, is that with climate affecting distributions of especially highly migratory things dramatically, how would you ever catch up? I mean, who would ever take that step? Because you would always have a reason not to do it. So I'm worried that North Carolina, the scale of managing at North Carolina can't make much difference by itself. But also this round robin of avoiding accountability and responsibility is really disheartening. So that's where I'm coming from on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller.
So I am here, this is an issue I brought up to the commission, and I am here out of 10 to 15 years of utter frustration at every single level. We've taken this to the Mid-Atlantic, and they juggle it around and say, oh, yeah, that sounds great. Let's look at this. Let's put it in the forage fish. Nope, can't do that. So then we take it to the South Atlantic multiple times. We have the same discussion. Oh, nope, we can't do that. And we take it to the ASMSC. They juggled around. And there was a lot of interest from the states which have particularly recreational fisheries, right? But some of the other states, Florida in particular, which just doesn't respect this as an important fishery, seems to always be the one who wants to blow this up just to not deal with it. And we hear a lot of excuses. Well, at what point do we do something? And my goal here with these previous motions was not to cap the commercial fishery, which I point out that we cap recreational fisheries and shrimp and crabs, but we don't really commercially, was just to make sure we have some sort of guardrails to prevent it from growing too fast without some sort of science behind it. And that was essentially the goal of what I've stated multiple times here, is not to curtail any fisheries, is just to make sure it doesn't grow too fast before we can do some sort of stock assessment, whether it's through the ASMSC or federal council or heaven forbid us here, because North Carolina does see these fish for a longer period of time than some of our fellow states to the north, and we also have a lot more fishing capacity than a lot of our other states. And at that same note, listening to the ASMSC discussion, I wasn't surprised by the voices who expressed, their displeasure with wanting to manage these. And there were a lot of the industrial commercial fishing interests of the Northeast. And I have always interpreted that to be they want some back pocket ability to grow a fishery in the future before regulations can be put into place. So maybe we can talk about governance and the fact that maybe North Carolina won't have an impact. I can't say if that's true or not, but at some point, we have to look at this fishery as it is, really, really important. There's, more than 500,000 trips on the East Coast. At what point does someone take leadership and actually do something? I mean, at least Florida has a limit on them. We have nothing on them. And so I keep hearing, I'm frustrated as well because we heard public comment to vote this down. That same individual voted for management at the AP level. But we hear a lot of this. When we discuss at AP level, we heard from a lot of fishermen. They say, oh, yeah, this is really important. We need to do something. We need to put some management in place. But when we talk about every level, do you want a quota? No. Do you want trip limits? No. Do you want the feds to do it? No. Take it to the states. Take it to the states. They say, well, we don't want to do it at the states. So what I'm hearing is we don't want to do anything. And I just don't think that's acceptable for a fish that's worth many, many, many millions to our economy.
And thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay. To move this on down the road, what do you all need from us today?
Just really input on how you wish us to proceed as far as the growth scenarios, the percentage points, and how we've defined status quo.
We're not the scientists involved with this, and I think if we threw something out, it'd be just a sheer guess unless Commissioner Roller has some input on that, insight on that.
I'll just voice my opinion. It's not a motion, but I think getting back at our discussion at the last meeting, the 200% of the 5-year average seemed to be the most acceptable as well as your preferred option. And obviously, if we're going to look at management, we just got to look at what gears we're going to allow commercially as well as trip and bag limits, trip limits for commercial recreational bag limits. Again, that's hard to do with a fishery that's primary catch and release, but I think it'd be important that we also look at vessel limits maybe. But one thought that escaped me before is, we talk a lot about discards in this fishery. I think it's important to point out that this is a fishery you want to see discards in. Because when you have discards, it's because they're really abundant. When they're abundant, people are fishing for them. And so some of that is self-correcting. When they're not abundant, clearly the stock goes down, right? So I'm not saying we want dead discards. I'm just saying that that's a reflection of the abundance of the fishery, particularly in a fishery like this.
Commissioner Rader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to know, I think where I'm coming down today is neither to kill it nor to go forward right now. But also, I want to know more about what the impact of North Carolina managing or failing to manage would be. So you gave us the percentages of the coast-wide harvest, but if North Carolina could band with, a state or two of the ones that were more supportive, let's just say South Atlantic Bight minus Florida, or something like that, could those states acting together in concert make a management system that would provide feedback, a positive biological feedback or not? And I just want to know what the costs and the benefits are for taking as a management action forward. So is that clear or not?
Chris, want to comment on?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think as we've presented, for a species that's highly migratory and covers a big range of ocean, the more comprehensive your management is, the better, which is, looking at interstate or federal fisheries management is probably the ideal way to go. There was other states that showed an interest in management of false albacore and Atlantic bonita. It was mostly states up in the Northeast, southern New England, things like that.
Could you be more specific about that or not? Or come back with?
I mean, the states that have shown interest, not saying yes, they're going to do something or not, was, I'm going off memory, so if I'm wrong, I apologize. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey were the states that I believe at least reached out to ASMFC after the policy board meeting, and us too, by the way, we'd be interested in kind of getting together with those states to talk about what management would look like, because I think if it was done at the individual state level, having some consistent objectives as far as how you're going to manage a species would make sense. I think especially up in the northern states where the state boundaries are real close to each other, they're probably interested in, if they did manage it and have any regulations, that they're consistent. So, I mean, there's that option. It was one of the options that ASMFC offered was, the states could take it on. As far as the states around us in the Southeast, some are just limited legislatively as far as what they can take on their own. Others, it's just, they can manage in state waters, but their fisheries are pretty much out in federal waters. So we're in a situation where we have both, and the states up north also have them in their state waters. So I think it's between the interest and the avid fisheries there, and just the access to state waters is probably where that interest is coming from. But that's I guess one way to look at it is it's not as comprehensive as interstate management, but if a handful of states along the range did something, that's more than nothing.
I know y'all have talked about this as our representatives to these councils, ASMFC, but would a letter from this commission maybe encourage ASMFC to take this issue back up? Would that be a good thing to do? Or do you think it'd be wasting ink?
I think it was pretty clear in terms of the ASMFC's policy board, all the states, their thoughts on taking on interstate management right now. I think it's really going to fall on the individual states to do that. That's not to say that ASMFC or a council couldn't pick it up in the future, and sometimes state management can serve as a model for what interstate or federal fisheries management can look like in the future. That's a couple of examples of that. So no, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Chairman Bizzle. I don't think that's going to gain a lot of traction at this point. But yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Roller.
On the same note, I feel like some of the discussion here is the same that's been going on at the council level and interstate level for more than a decade. It's well, if only us take action, therefore it won't have an impact, so let's not do anything, which is endlessly frustrating to me because one of my incentives here was to try to do something proactive instead of always being reactive in fisheries management, particularly if you're really not impacting people too much or taking things away from people, just to make sure it doesn't grow too much, and also for us to take a leadership role because it's such an important fishery. And I can't say that enough.
Commissioner Rader.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, but you can imagine. I mean, it seems to me like the missing key player here actually is the National Marine Fisheries Service, because ASMFC has an easy out at the 3-mile limit on the East Coast. And this fits squarely under the management responsibility of the Atlantic Highly Migratory Species Fishery Management Planning Unit, particularly when you take into account forage fish relationships, bait fish usage, and climate impacts on the mobility of these highly migratory species. And so, I mean, it seems to me that, I don't know if it's out of order, Mr. Counselor, but a letter actually to the Secretary of the Department of Commerce or to the National Fisheries Director, copied to the ASMFC and other state regional directors or council chairs or commission chairs or whatever they have in each of those states, would be more powerful, coupled to proceeding to develop management options here with an understanding of the limitations of those engagements. In other words, I would like to know just how productive it's likely to ever be. You know, I mean, if you went to zero here even in fishing, would that make a significant contribution towards stock, not recovery, but maintenance through time? And I do think the scenarios are really useful in that regard in terms of thinking of what happens with a doubling of fishing effort and harvest. So I do think that is a way forward. I know it's not what you want, Mr. Commissioner, or what you want, Mr. Commissioner, but I think that might be the more moderate course, the more prudent course now. Basically say it needs to be done. It's a big fishery. It's a valuable fishery. Actually, it's part of an even more valuable multi-species fishery, many of which fish still have the same attributes, that is falling through the cracks, and that it is imprudent to be allowed to fall through the cracks. It'd be great for North Carolina to have a leadership role in it. So I don't know if a letter like that helps or not, but
I don't think so. I think it's just more of the kicking the can down the road. I know this has been discussed at HMS at some point in time, and there didn't seem to be any interest.
I don't think a letter would hurt, though, to National Marine Fisheries Service, copying ASMFC. I don't think it would hurt, but I don't think that would be our end result right now. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Bizzle, for recognizing me. Steve Paulin, Fishery Management Section Chief. I'm also the division's representative on the HMS advisory panel. So when I was serving on the South Atlantic Council, we did have a discussion with HMS, and their guidance to us was that they felt like they could not take on Little Toonie and other small scombers without a change in Magnuson. At that time, their general counsel advised that the species list that's included in Magnuson limited them to only those species. We did have a back and forth and make an argument that, you know, we felt like we disagreed, but that was the direction from HMS at the time. So, and that's not to speak on the appropriateness of the letter. I mean, you know, a letter could certainly be sent and, you know, kind of till the field, you know, for that route, but I just wanted to provide that context for everybody.
And I appreciate that. If
could you provide that? I mean, I'd like to see that. I don't remember that specificity in the Magnuson Act, and maybe that's my mistake.
Yeah, and I can go back to previous meeting materials and dig that up. And again, I mean, I think I even spoke out against it at the council because I did not read the Magnuson in that way, but that's how they felt it was worded.
Doggone lawyers is right, yeah. Thank you for that insight. This, I think we all are in agreement that it's an important species that we just do not need to drop. We need to keep an eye on it. And what focus of an eye is going to be the real question. If you, Steve, if you have some information where you thought this was not part of Magnum-Stevenson Act, then, you know, share that with me, and we'll construct a letter with everybody's blessings to National Marine Fisheries Service, copy an ASMFC, and go from there. Kat?
I think Ann had a comment, then I had something.
Okay, go right ahead.
And Kat and I might be commenting on the same thing, but based on the motion from last time, because it does ask us to go through rulemaking, we would like a consensus from this commission about kind of to what Commissioner Roller gave us in terms of the 200% 5-year average. If that's what everybody's okay with, then that's how we can pursue the rulemaking paper, because that's going to help us in the management options we can explore. But we do need a little bit of consensus, otherwise we're kind of spinning our wheels with the amount of data there we could be looking at.
Understand. Kat?
Yeah, and to that point, just to make sure that we're on the same page and that the commission does want us to proceed with rulemaking, we want to, and we will do that as long as that is what the commission, if that's what they're directing us to do, as they did at the last meeting. The other point that I'll make about the interstate management, and Chris pointed this out, we also signed up to work with the other states or have conversations with the other states about false albacore. And this kind of is reminiscent a little bit to how this worked with southern flounder. There was no interstate management, there was no interest in that, and we worked with the states to our south to formulate a coastwide stock assessment, and the states are still on their own, as we were, to implement management measures, but this is kind of reminding me of how that all unfolded as well, so I just wanted to mention that too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Well, you've heard what staff is needing to move forward with this, and so I'll entertain any motion on anything if anybody wants to make one. Yes, Commissioner Gardner.
I'm curious what the difference is between guardrails and actual rulemaking here, because it seems like we're making a big jump, and I'm a little concerned about that. And where this is going to lead us. And I'm definitely all for protection here, but I think when we left this before, this was going to be a number that was going to come up that would potentially trigger some action.
And so the reason we need the rulemaking is to be able to put those guardrails into place, because currently, since false albacore is not managed by any of the federal councils or by the commission, we do not have proclamation authority to put any regulations in place for false albacore. So without us going through the process of rulemaking in order to put in some sort of authority for the commission and for DMF, we can't do anything with the guardrails we may come up with.
Director put a quota in place. We don't have the rule. And the idea to go through rulemaking was for us to have that ability. And going back to my withdrawn motion at the last meeting, it was essentially about the same as this 200% the current landings, right? Just to make sure there is some sort of large guardrail there that we're currently hitting, just to make sure that things can't grow. Because it's going to take, it takes 2 years to do rulemaking, right? I mean, all this stuff takes a long period of time, and pardon my skepticism that anything else is going to happen from any other entity, because it sure hasn't happened up until this point, and no one seems to take any interest in doing it. Everybody just wants to, it's deja vu all over again. I feel a little bit of this conversation is the same thing. No one wants to take any action, so that's the idea, is for us to do rulemaking so that we can have the ability in which to do that.
Okay, yes, Laura.
If I could, just
Please.
for clarification. So what the commission asked us to do at the last meeting was to develop management options in rulemaking language. So from this meeting, we're looking for, did we get that status quo definition correct? Did we get that growth at percentage points? Is that what you were intending? That's based on the data we have, and we've given some options, but we've given you what we think is the appropriate status quo and the percentage points. Once, if you're in agreement, if there's no opposition to that, then we'll continue developing an issue paper That issue paper will then come back to the commission at some point, either later this year or early next year. And then that will have management options fleshed out along with rulemaking language that you will consider at that time. So it's at that point that you will actually have the discussion about what does the rule language look like? What are the management options that you could put into place?
Okay, Commissioner Rowland and Commissioner Rader.
So, I mean, we passed a unanimous motion last time to
Yeah,
do
we
that.
did.
So do we really need another motion to continue going forward?
You don't need any motion to continue. Oh,
No.
I
Yes,
apologize.
that's okay. You read my mind anyway, but no, we do not need another motion, but we need to make sure that we have given staff the proper clarification to move forward. Commissioner Rader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a point of clarification, I'm struggling still a little bit with how this fits into a fishery management planning framework, right? So whether or not this would, and particularly I'm thinking about how it interacts with the General Assembly and the Rules Review Commission and their authority to come back either on the regulation or for that matter on a fishery management plan. And so this would go forward without a formal fishery management plan? I'm just trying to split that hair so that we are in agreement, because that actually makes me somewhat uncomfortable, just because I'm a big fan of doing things right in terms of looking at impacts, social and environmental impacts and interspecific interactions and those kinds of things. So I just want that point clarified, if you don't mind.
Sure, but we do not have to have a fishery management plan to put forth rules on a species.
Yeah, I understand that, but in terms of establishing the goals for management and the reason that management programs are being put into place, then it ties those things together. And so I'm not advocating we do that necessarily. I just want it to be clear to the members what the implications are.
Sure, yeah. Commissioner Rowland.
So question for the floor. Do we have an FMP for Sheep's Head?
Say that one more time.
Do we have an FMP for Sheep's Head? No, but we manage them through proclamation rule to make sure we have limits, bag limits, and commercial trip limits, correct?
Yeah, we do
Thank
not
you.
have to have FMP for everything. So we've heard what Commissioner Rowland suggested, 200, repeat your suggestion, Commissioner Rowland, and make sure everybody's on board with that suggestion for staff to move forward with things.
Per my last withdrawn motion, the 200%, the 5-year average was very similar, and that was what I was going for that last time, and I think that's very appropriate, and I'm assuming rulemaking language would also include things like bag limits, trip limits, stuff like that, correct, as we discussed at previous meetings?
Correct. We could approach rulemaking in various ways, but probably the most straightforward way would be something like the Sheep's Head Rule, which gives the Director Proclamation authority for various conditions.
Okay, does anybody have any comments on what Commissioner Rowland suggested? If not, we'll, Commissioner Cross.
I actually see where you're headed with this. I don't have a problem with it. I would just like, in the language going forward, that if we're going to consider moving forward with proclamation, whatever, that we have some kind of language in there for equitable distribution and allocation between both sides. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Commissioner Gardner?
I feel the same way. I just feel that these numbers are very new, that we're just now finally starting to see some numbers here. And I was reading the comments online that we've gotten about this, and we got a pretty strong comment about the numbers, the cutoff numbers from somebody who's been working with this. And I just feel like we're trying to put into place some numbers without a lot of information yet. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't go forward, but I feel like not a lot of people really see what's going on here. And to that too, I just feel like that Commissioner Roller, I understand that you're doing some tagging on these fish, and we haven't heard anything about what you're doing in North Carolina waters about what tagging are you doing, What is your goal with that? I mean, I feel like that I'd like to know more, because I think that we all should know more. And I don't understand why that hasn't come out to the commission, that they're working on this, would I say independently?
I don't know there's been really a good time to bring that out yet. We're just taking the first step down this road. And we want to tell them whether to take the left turn or right turn, which I think we've probably done. Commissioner Roller.
I don't think that conversation is really pertinent for the time being, because there's not enough science on the species, right? And there are several, not independent programs, but science, there are several. There was a big DNA study last year. There's a coast-wide tagging program, not just me doing it independently that I'm a part of, but this stuff is years from being peer-reviewed literature. But the idea with this science was developing new programs that could be used for stock assessments in the future. Now, at the same time, what we're discussing here is completely different. This is just making sure we have something in place until we have a stock assessment, which brings me to a comment I wanted to make. My assumption here was that if we get a good stock assessment, whether it's done by ASMFC or HMS or who knows, that some of that could be null and void if we prove that we could have a much greater harvest for these fisheries. It's just, this is in place this is in place until we know more.
Okay, do we have kind of a consensus then on what we want them to start working on? Seems like we do. Have we been clear enough for y'all to get started on this process? Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. All right, moving on, we got the Salt Marsh Action Plan presentation by Claire Rapp, NC Coastal Federation.
Is that better? There we go. Thank you for this opportunity today. My name is Claire Rapp, and I am the Salt Marsh Campaign Coordinator for the North Carolina Coastal Federation. I have been hired by the Coastal Federation under funding from Pew Charitable Trust to work with partners at SASME, which is the South Atlantic Salt Marsh Initiative, and we are working to create a coast-wide North Carolina Salt Marsh campaign, Salt Marsh Conservation Action Plan. And concurrently, SASME is also releasing their own regional-wide salt marsh plan for the states of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. So this plan was just released last week, so I'm just here today to kind of bring that to everyone's attention and introduce both SASME and the North Carolina plans. Before I kind of really get into it, I'd like to start with a short film for you all that was produced by partners at SASME. So this is just a quick introduction to salt marsh and why we're doing what we're doing today. So I will preempt that this is a series of clips, not the full film, just because that was a bit long. So if you don't mind playing that, please.
It's like watching the earth breathe. Twice a day, you get this breath that comes in and floods it, and then they exhale and the water goes back out.
As you look out here, we can see all of the elements working together. We can see a very particular and deliberate system of creation designed to maintain balance.
From a distance, it just looks like a flat platform of green grass, but underneath is this extensive system of roots. Worms and crabs and all kinds of things are down there in that sediment. thriving on all that organic matter produced by the salt marsh.
The U.S. has some of the largest areas of salt marshes in the world, and they're especially concentrated in the southeast coasts.
And because states have done an effective job of protecting salt marsh, there is a great expanse of it from North Carolina to northeast Florida. Pat Conroy, the famous writer from Beaufort, South Carolina, said that salt marsh was seemingly the source of all life. It's a source of beauty to some, a source of inspiration to others, a source of nourishment, a source of protection to communities that are surrounded by it.
A lot of our ocean-going creatures will spend at least some point of their life here in the salt marsh. And so there's millions, if not billions, of tiny little fish that are living out there.
Every little baby shrimp, every little baby crab depends on our local marshes. Without our marshes and the millions of little critters that live in those marshes, we wouldn't have product to harvest.
It's a place of nurturing. It's not only a nursery to the blue crabs and things like that, but it's also a place that we go to as native Gullah Geechees to just renew our spirits, renew our souls, to just literally pause. The same place where our ancestors paused.
As salt marshes go, so go the communities in terms of resilience from a storm or extreme weather event.
Are on DOD installations. It's essentially public property we have to protect. Protecting these same areas off installation helps protect the mission here, which is making Marines.
The thing about salt marsh is that we all depend on it in different ways, and that it brings us all together. The almost universal love of the coast, I think, is in large part a love of salt marsh and the
That group of oyster shells, these line of poles mark the marsh. So that is the set that was established inside the marsh in 2004. That cylinder is like this high above the mud bottom. And when we installed them, it was even with the marsh service. And so since 2008, sea level rise in this area has been on the order of 7 millimeters per year.
NOAA released a report earlier this year which highlights the fact that by 2050, they're expecting another foot of sea level rise, right? And then by the end of 2100, they're expecting another 2 feet of sea level rise. So what we're seeing right now is a relatively high tide. Imagine another foot or 2 feet on top of that, 2050 or 2100. Everything that you see around here will be altered dramatically. I'm trying hard to stay the objective scientist, but yeah, it would be heartbreaking to lose a lot of this. I have to admit, I look at these maps of sea level rise, and it's like a punch in the gut. This is really happening, and I think now is the time to do everything we can to find solutions.
The reality is we're late. We're out of time. We already know that. And we have to move out with a sense of urgency and purpose. But that's no excuse to move out unwisely or without broad collaboration. So if you're in a hurry and you don't have stakeholders involved, you're likely to fail. So it's better to have broad stakeholder involvement, community engagement, interagency work to get a project that is successful from the beginning.
Sea level rise is very likely to result in devastating habitat loss to tidal marshes within the next 50 to 100 years. The saving grace is that we do know that upland habitats are readily converting to tidal marsh through marsh migration. That conversion may not look pretty because it affects coastal landowners and coastal land uses. We can see ghost forests forming where forests die off due to the influence of saltwater. But that process is what will allow tidal marshes to survive into the next century.
When you see it from the air, you get a completely different appreciation for just how interconnected our coastline is. It doesn't stop at state lines. And that's why I'm so excited when we're able to work with our partners in other states, because really having that uninterrupted marsh protection is going to help all of us.
So it's going to take a network and collaboration and a consistent codified effort from these states to come up with a unified way of doing that. We've got a lot of different people, a lot of different opinions, a lot of different expertise working across different jurisdictions, political boundaries. So it's no small task, but the resources are there. And there's a lot of momentum right now.
So thanks for bearing with me. I know that was a bit of a long clip, but I just thought it was a really great visual representation of why we're creating this plan. This is relevant to all of us who reside here in the coast or like to visit here, or really just all of it. So just to kind of recap very quickly, so these salt marshes are very important to all of us. They provide a number of vital ecosystem benefits to our coast, to our wildlife, to us, and to just touch on a few of those, including reducing erosion and flooding damages, as well as providing a great nursery to our fisheries. In fact, in North Carolina specifically, over 70% of our wildlife that is on listed federal, state endangered species lists are wetland dependent, and more than 90% of North Carolina's commercial fisheries, landings, and 60% of its recreational harvests consists of species dependent on these estuarine habitats, like wetlands and salt marsh. So just to kind of reiterate why I'm talking to you all today, but these are threatened, as the video mentioned. I won't go into this too much, but essentially the marshes are, if they can't contain sediment fast enough, they will drown. So they are trying to build up higher, or they're trying to migrate in landward. With shoreline stabilization and increasing rates of sea level rise, the marsh are struggling to combat it, and so we're here to kind of help facilitate their protection. So that has led to the creation of the South Atlantic Salt Marsh Initiative, or SASMI. In May of 2021, the Pew Charitable Trust helped launch the SASMI under the leadership of SURPASS. This is an initiative of over 300 members, and they are made up of various stakeholders across the 4 South Atlantic states, from North Carolina through northern Florida. And their goal is to enhance the long-term abundance, health, and resilience of the approximately 1 million acres of salt marsh within the South Atlantic states, to ensure no overall loss of the benefits these wetlands provide to fish, wildlife, and people. So, as I mentioned, this plan just recently launched last week, so it's very exciting. This has been a year-long effort. So it is made possible through collaborative partnerships, through the thoughtful and continued input from the SASMI Steering Committee. It consists of 2 documents. Essentially, there's the full plan, which is just under 50 pages, but we have a shortened version of the executive summary, which I do have a few hard copies with me today if anyone is interested. This shortened document essentially outlines the specific strategies and actions proposed by the plan. Everything else, including the full length of that film, is all available on their website, which is marshforward.org. So just to kind of dive briefly into the contents of the plan, the first of the plan consists of two main strategies. The first one is to protect and restore the health and functions of existing salt marshes. This strategy includes key objectives and actions that are designed to minimize impacts to marsh habitat from adjacent development, support hydrological connectivity, water flows and sediment replenishment, and to advance investment in monitoring, mapping, and research of the measures to protect and restore existing marshes and facilitate migration. Their second strategy is conserving marsh migration corridors to remove or retrofit barriers to ensure that salt marsh can shift as sea level rises as needed. So this includes such actions as prioritizing public and private investments in conserving migration corridors and removing and avoid the creation of new barriers to this migration. So the plan also includes 4 cross-cutting approaches that relate and serve each of these two strategies. So these focus on building upon existing policy, laws, and programs at the local, state, and federal levels, and pursuing new policies to plan and implement initiatives to conserve, restore, and accommodate migration of salt marshes. Additionally, this will ensure diverse cultural and community engagement and collaboration to shape inclusive, equitable, just, and durable SASME outcomes, obtaining funding necessary to accomplish generational landscape scale actions in a critical 10-year timeframe in a strategic, coordinated approach to maximize benefits and understand the consequences of irrevocable changes. And lastly, it seeking opportunities to build capacity to improve communication, education, and engagement about the importance of the South Atlantic's salt marsh and the ecosystem benefits they provide. The plan concludes with a section on implementation. So this plan currently has kept this section brief so that it can focus more on the importance of close coordination, collaboration, and co-creation as SASME kind of shifts from the development to the implementation of this plan. The potential organization structure is modified from America's Longleaf Restoration Initiative. And so the plan makes it clear that decisions will be made with the guidance and agreements of SASME partners following that outline. So that was just a quick introduction to the regional SASME plan. However, while this was being produced, North Carolina is also working on our own, like I said. So I just want to quickly introduce what the work that we've been doing, focus on our state. So the first step of this was we wanted to break the state apart into smaller fractions because the situation that's happening up in Hyde County is very different than that happening down in the Wrightsville Beach area. So our first step was, since we're focusing on salt marshes, we took it down to the Kama counties. We then broke that down even further into the Huck 10 layer of the watershed layer, and from there we modified even further to create our own conservation planning units. And so we came up with these 38 different units. And our next step was to determine how much salt marsh we are projected to lose or gain and where those losses and gains will occur throughout the state. Much of the data that we utilize for this plan has come from recent work from Katie Warnell, Lydia Olander, and Carolyn Curran. This data was modified for our needs, and we have been able to calculate the amount of current and projected salt marsh throughout the state under a intermediate 1.5 foot sea level rise by 2050. So we were able to calculate that there are currently about 220,000 acres of salt marsh throughout the coast. By 2050, however, there could be about 400,000 acres. So while that is a significant gain, that doesn't come without more than 92,000 acres of salt marsh lost. which gives approximately 270,000 acres of salt marsh gained, and then that gives us a net of about 180,000 acres of salt marsh gained. So this data that I'm about to show you is not to be used at a parcel level, but more of a regional estimate. But just to put in perspective why this is important, I know this is probably difficult to see, but yeah, it's pretty small. But essentially, this map kind of helps. So it's significant that we can gain a lot of salt marsh. However, that gain is not dispersed evenly throughout the coast. So what we have found is that pretty much the southern half of the state stands to lose a significant portion of all their salt marsh, whereas in the central and northern region, there's a lot of room for salt marsh migration and conversion of forested and agricultural lands into salt marsh. So this first map is just salt marsh projections for the year 2050. The red is any marsh that we currently have that is projected to be lost by 2050. The dark green is current marsh that will persist through 2050, and bright green, if you can determine the colors, is new marsh formation. This new marsh is the result of forested and agricultural lands converting due to saltwater intrusion and marsh migration. And to break this down even further, we have calculated the number of acres of salt marsh lost or gained per conservation planning unit that we created in the beginning. So you can see through the color, green is anything that's gained and red is anything that's lost. And the darker the color means the greater that loss or gain. So just if you can't read those numbers from there, for instance, Jacksonville stands to lose between 500 and 1,000 acres of salt marsh, whereas up in the Alligator River Refuge, we can gain 35,000 acres. So before we were ready to recommend specific marsh conservation strategies, we decided to look at each CPU independently and find the specific marsh situation within each CPU. So because of how strikingly different each area is along the coast, we knew that we couldn't have the same recommended strategies across the entire coast. So we were able to develop this map here where we were able to categorically divide each of these CPUs into different sections where red and yellow both will have a net loss if nothing is done. Blue and greens will have net gains of salt marsh. And then the red are ones that should focus on loss mitigation and restorative actions. And the green is ones that will focus on migration facilitation. Blue and yellow are areas where we need to act on both restorative and migration actions because there are significant chances of loss and gain there. So to just dig a little deeper into what some of these might look like, this is a region just right around here. So this is a region that is labeled red on our map. And this, you can see all of this red, that's all marsh that currently exists and will be lost by the year 2050. Anything in this kind of pinkish zone is already protected. And then light green is new marsh and dark green is current marsh. So this is one where we would take a look at this map and look at different specific actions based on local stakeholders and experts and see what can we do to protect these sections of marsh so that we don't lose these important barrier islands and the ecological functions that coincide. Similarly, here's a map. Anything in orange is agricultural land that will convert to salt marsh. by 2050. Green is forested lands, and then we have our red for loss, and the pink is anything protected currently. So this is where we need to work with the landowners and the stakeholders to work on land easements and different actions that we can take to help both work with the landowners as well as help facilitate this marsh for the significant habitat that it can create. And finally, here's a section that shows how there might be focus on both restorative actions and migration facilitation. So you can see there's lots of areas where there are room for new marsh migration that we should work on facilitating, as well as protecting the barrier islands beneath that are going to be lost as well. So currently the plan stands as it utilizes spatial analysis to determine specific opportunities based on the biophysical attributes and what is available, the best that science can tell us currently. It's currently used as a reference tool. It will outline different actions and strategies that one could take based on the different outcomes that we're looking for, as well as different policies that could be taken. We are currently trying to move into the implementation component, which we will start off with a couple of stakeholder workshops. And that will include, we've already held one last summer in the Carteret County area to help start up the plan. We are hosting another one in the south that will focus on marsh restoration actions, since that's where the biggest loss is going to be, whereas in the north we want to focus with stakeholders on marsh migration actions and using local experts and stakeholders to inform the plan on how to best move forward with this. And so those will happen likely this late summer. And then we are publishing a web map as well as a tool for people to go online and see some of this data that I've been showing you today, and where the stakeholders have identified high priority areas and different actions to take there. And then our plan will be released later this fall. So stay tuned for that. And I just want to thank you again for your time and just letting me put this on y'all radar. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for a very entertaining and informative film there. I thought it was a great piece of work, really
Thank you
good,
so much.
about a subject that's very important to all of us. Commissioner Shellham.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. This really hits home for me, and it brings me back to why we are all here, to protect the resource. Any regulations and changes would directly affect my livelihood, but it makes sense to me because we all have to change and we can be resilient. There are other ways to make money. And as a commercial fisherman, we have to learn to make changes. And I see it firsthand. The marsh is my favorite place to be in the entire world, and it's changed my life. So if I can make it better, I will do all I can. And we all need to remember the resource first, not about greed or money. Because my area is red, so I'm not having kids. I'm not teaching them how to do it, but I'm okay with change because it's necessary, and I really appreciate your hard work and thank you for bringing this to light because again I see it all the time, and there's another job for me if I need it. I'm sure I'll fish in a different way.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Roller.
Just another thank you for your work and presentation here. I think it is so important that we highlight the giant changes our coastal communities are going to be seeing, not just how it's going to affect us individually, but you showed on your maps, I saw where I live, my house is in one of the red zones. So other than selling before 2050, it's a huge reminder that we're going to see massive changes to our communities here, and we need to be talking about it and planning for it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Blanton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. It was great. I think every time we bring up some habitat and talk about it a little bit, it really, touches me differently because I spend a great amount of time outside and in these waterways, and it's what's taken Earth thousands of years to put together humans have sort of dismantled it in just a couple hundred years. And it's unfortunate. and I think what the biggest thing here is that the general public need to really understand their significant impacts to just living coastal or just, you know, when they interact with different pieces of the waterway, not just salt marsh, but any of the rivers that come from the mountains or the swamps, that, you know, the cypress swamps that once existed in great abundance on our coast, and how all the things mesh together to create what it is we're here to protect, the species that we're charged with protecting, and how they significantly impact how these species, you know, thrive in abundance. And I think there's a big lack of information that's being put out to the public, you know, and I think a huge public relations campaign is overdue, because, you know, we're in a constant battle of hardening. I see structures hardening the shoreline at a much faster pace than we're actually trying to alleviate some of that pressure on them. And so while I truly appreciate the efforts of the Coastal Fed and anybody else involved in habitat, I think where we have to start is with the general public and their significant impact to our coast, or any system that deals with fishes, birds, or anything else. You know, ducks. And I don't want to go on a tangent, but listening to, you know, I hunt a lot in the Currituck Sound, one of the most places that had one of the largest duck populations, you know, that stopped and migrated, and it was because of the salt marsh and the barren land. Well, once that land got sold off and developed, the ducks have stopped coming through there. Mm-hmm. They don't have places. Listening to the old gods and heads that grew up in Currituck County and talk about the loss of marsh that they've experienced in just their short 30 or 40 years is just appalling. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, I just would love to see the state of North Carolina or the federal government or any state for that matter put a big charge towards educating the public on their significant impacts. Because I do believe that the common public person is unaware of how they impact the coasts. And that to me is kind of sad, you know, because people are so busy in their lives that they don't truly understand that any little thing they do really has a major impact. And so I appreciate you. Thank you for the presentation. Just wanted to put that out there. And if we could take that back, you know, to who you're working with and put emphasis on that stuff, because I feel like that's where we lack a lot. And if the public really understood what it was that they were impacting, I think they would think about things quite a bit differently. Thanks.
Mr. Rader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to the fact that I finished my doctoral dissertation working on salt marshes in 1984 in Carteret County, I just want to put in a plug to the rest of the commission to pay attention to the way the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan develops, along with Commissioner Huggins as your representatives to that, because protection is a transitory thing, as you know, but it implies change in what people expect to happen. And particularly where I'm going with this is all those dark green areas that were on the map. Yes, much of that is now public land. It wasn't when I started in this game, but it is now. And so that implies transition in what success looks like in places that right now are swamp forest or a brackish marsh or other things like that. But a lot of that is also still private land. And so that implies a transition in ownership from private land with private needs and desires to, once it gets below the mean high tide level, to public land. And that's a transition, in my view, that our government has an obligation to help manage. So there are all kinds of things that can be done in terms of dedicating resources to facilitate that transition so that it can become catastrophe for the individuals and communities that are in those zones. So yes, there's a role for active management of that transition so that people come out whole, since in many ways they're not the ones individually that made that sea level rise accelerate. And so I just would suggest you think about that a bit, and about what our role can be with our elected officials in helping to soften the blow for the systems we depend upon, but also to soften the blow for the people whose history has taken them to live in those places.
Thank you, Commissioner Rader. It was good words from everyone here. Any other comments or questions? Great. Thank you for your presentation. It was great. It really was.
Thank you.
We had budgeted to come an hour and a half for lunch and to come back here at 2 o'clock. Let's make it 2:15 because they are a little slow sometimes downstairs. So I'll see everybody back here at 2:15. back from a good lunch. Let us move on to the rest of the agenda. We're going to allocation as a management tool in fisheries. Chris, hadn't seen you all day.
Yeah, long time no see. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess just kind of for the purpose of just completeness, but maybe a little redundancy, my name is Chris Badsavage. I work in the Director's Office, and as I mentioned before, my main roles with the division are to represent the agency at ASMFC and the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council. This afternoon, I'll be giving a short presentation on allocation as a fisheries management tool. There's been a growing interest in using allocation as a management tool, so we thought it'd be helpful to present the Commission with this information. This presentation will go over what allocation is, the different types of allocations, what allocation is used for, how they're set, and considerations to make when determining whether allocation is an appropriate management tool to use in an FMP. And I'm going to limit the information in this presentation to things that are more relevant to state management than coastwide or regional management. So before I jump into all that, I do want to put up a disclaimer. I'm not an allocation expert, but I don't think anybody is at this point. I do have a fair amount of experience with allocation actions for several Mid-Atlantic Council and ASMFC managed species over the last 7 to 8 years. And how allocations are dealt with is an evolving process. It's changed quite a bit over the last 7 to 8 years, and I expect there's probably going to be some more changes as far as how it's done. I think one constant though is allocation actions in pretty much all cases are controversial. Some much more controversial than others. So just to kind of start basically, what is allocation? It's basically distributing a catch limit or quota among sectors in a fishery. There's some examples of how that's done. It could be done through recreational and commercial allocations, where each sector gets a certain amount of a quota or catch limit. You could have commercial, state, or regional allocations, including gear allocations, where you take a commercial allocation and divide it up among different states or regions or user groups. Time period allocations, where you have a catch limit or quota that's distributed differently at different times of the year, or even individual allocations, where individual fishing operations will have their own individual quota that they can go out and catch. Federally managed fisheries require annual catch limits, so quotas are often used in those management plans. So as a result, allocations are more common in federally managed FMPs. ASMFC and state FMPs do not require using annual catch limits, so you don't see allocations used as often as with the federal plans. So this slide just kind of gives you an idea of what species are managed under allocations through the councils, ASMFC, and North Carolina. I won't read through all of them, and it's a pretty complete list. I don't think it's every FMP or species, but just to kind of give an idea of what's covered under allocations, and just the idea of what entities are more likely or have used allocations than others. So next few slides are just going to show what some allocations look like. And the first one is for the recreational commercial allocation of summer flounder, to where that's divided up 55% commercial and 45% recreational. And on the flip side, cobia, it's allocated quite differently. It's 96% recreational and 4% commercial recreational allocations. But then, as I mentioned, you could have different state allocations for like a commercial fishery, and this is bluefish. And just for the purposes of this presentation, I just rounded the allocations to whole numbers and combined states with less than 1% of the allocation. But just kind of really just for illustrative purposes, this is kind of gives you all a sense of just kind of how allocations can be split up among different states, and you can see it's quite different, for the individual states. So now I'll get into just how they're set. And probably the most common method for setting allocations is to look at base years. So you're basically looking at a set of years and see who caught what, and kind of set percentages as far as what current and future catches will be as far as allocations go. These could be set on based on landings that or catch that occurred before management took place. So you maybe look at a situation where management didn't really influence who caught what, and use that as your base years. Or you can look at more recent years that maybe better reflect how the fisheries are operating and the status and distribution of that stock. Or you can use a combination of historic and recent years to try to balance out those different objectives. And base years are used for both recreational commercial and commercial allocations. Another way allocations are set is just equal amounts, where everyone gets the same amount, really without considering past landings. And it can be used for recreational, commercial, and commercial allocations. However, it's not commonly used. There's a couple of examples that's been done in North Carolina, but overall, it's not a way it's been used very much. Or another option is species distribution, which is again not used often, but it's where you look at allocations that are determined by the relative abundance of a species across its range, and this is used for both really for state and regional commercial allocations, where it's been employed. But it's something where you're going to need fishery independent surveys, where you actually go out there and with pretty robust survey to get an idea of what is where at what time to determine your allocations. But doing so, there's going to be some inherent uncertainty with that. And there's also some other ways allocations are set that not covering here. These are the most common ones. But also to note that the South Atlantic Council has an allocation decision tree that they plan on implementing in the future that will determine that will consider some of these examples as well as some other metrics. So, kind of as I mentioned, it's an evolving process to say the least. So, if allocation is something that's being considered, if a way to go, you need some considerations before going that route. And I think the big one is just what are your management objectives? What are you trying to achieve with that management plan, and do allocations make sense in that case? Another thing to think about when thinking about whether to use allocations in a plan or not is your available resources. If you have allocations and quotas, you probably need to monitor those quotas, and usually need to monitor them on a fairly real-time basis. So you need the staff and resources to do that. But you also just need the data to do that, not only to monitor an allocation or quota in real time, but also to have just the data to determine what allocations would be if you're using previous years to base those on. Another consideration is the management strategy you decide to use. If you're using total allowable catch, total allowable landings, quotas, allocations, something that could be used. But there's other ways, other strategies such as fishing mortality-based management, where you set your regulations that are designed to prevent overfishing. And some examples of that are for weak fish, black drum, and spotted sea trout in North Carolina are F-based management strategies. Or you have trigger-based management strategies where, like with the traffic light analyses for spot and croaker, where if certain thresholds are met, then certain management measures come into place. Or with red drum, where basically we try to manage to allow for a certain percentage of subadult slot-sized fish to escape or recruit into the adult fishery, and if those thresholds aren't being met, then management could kick in. Another thing and basically it's something where you don't necessarily need you don't necessarily need to use allocations if you're looking at a fishery management or a fishing mortality-based or trigger-based management. It's not really needed there. Another consideration is management flexibility. That if that's something that's important, for managing a particular fishery, you're going to have a little less of it with fixed allocations. Once those are set, you just can't say, all right, well, next year we're going to change things. It's it's a little harder to do. And then economics is definitely needs to be consideration when it comes to allocations, especially just when you think about the shore side infrastructure for the recreational commercial fisheries, such as tackle shops, fish houses, marinas, and any of the businesses that support those fisheries. Especially if you're at a point where you're looking at reallocating. So if you make any major shifts and who gets what, the businesses and facilities kind of on land that support these fisheries probably need to be considered, because any major shifts in allocation can have a disproportionate impact on those groups. Some other considerations if you go with the allocation route in any management plan is the allocations should be established with public input. And probably the best way to do that is through management options and an FMP or an amendment. Through all the allocation actions that I've been involved with at the Mid-Atlantic Council and ASMOC, they've all done this. They've all been options as far as what allocation amount to go with. And there's a lot of needless to say, a lot of public input received on those when they're in an FMP amendment. There needs to be a clear basis for your allocations. How were they set? What were your base years? Was species distribution part of the allocation decision? Was historical reliance on a particular fishery part of the decision making? So you want to make it real clear how those are set. And allocations definitely need to be reviewed and updated on a regular basis. And this is to address the changing conditions and fishery patterns that will inevitably happen over time. The federal councils generally review allocations at least every 10 years. In fact, they're required to do so. However, in some cases, they're reviewed sooner than that, just because of the changing distribution or changing things with fisheries. Because I think what we've all learned over the last several years dealing more with allocations is the longer that the allocations are in place, the more challenging and controversial those reallocation decisions become. And I think the summer flounder commercial state allocations is a prime example where those were set back in the early 90s. They were based on state commercial landings that occurred in the 80s, and they weren't updated until just a few years ago, and it took several years just to get through that amendment. So that's something else to think about, because a lot can change in 5 years, let alone 30 years. So just to summarize, this is a quick presentation that allocations is a tool in the proverbial fisheries management toolbox, but it's not always necessary for management. Allocations require a clear set of parameters to serve as your basis for allocating. Public input is needed in the allocation decision-making process, and allocations should be reviewed periodically if you use them. So that's it. You try to keep it very, very short and to the point. Happy to take any questions, and for any folks here or listening online, have follow-up questions or want to dive deeper into this, my contact information is up on the screen.
Great presentations, questions. Commissioner Roller.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chris, for that presentation. I don't need to say that allocations are some of the most difficult and messy things that you deal with in fisheries management. And they're obviously get messier the longer you take to deal with them, right? And I really appreciate you making that point. But one thing I want to add for conversation, and this really isn't a question, is that at the South Atlantic with our allocation decision tool, one of the big questions we have is it doesn't take into consideration climate impacted fisheries, right? And we're seeing huge climate impacts to fisheries like Spanish mackerel. And when we try to plug things into these tools, it becomes very clear that we don't really have a good way to model that. And that's why I think things like the management strategy evaluation process have a much bigger role going forward in our fisheries management. So if you want to address any of that, great. If not.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And it kind of goes back to, do you look back in the past, like the examples I gave, do you try to prepare for the future? And it's really tough to prepare for the future. Because, yeah, when you have allocations set too far in the past, it's really not matching reality, especially as things move around in the ocean. And I think Spanish mackerel is a good example. The South Atlantic Council is going to have to deal with here soon. I think, if there's a predictive way to figure out where things are going to be in the future, that could be one way to do it. I think the way a lot of groups are doing this now is reviewing this on a more frequent basis. Menhaden, which I didn't bring up as an example, we go a few years and then we look at reallocation again. There was an option in there about kind of a dynamic shift. Every few years you have a rolling average and allocations change. So it kind of puts it more on a real-time basis to maybe address some of these climate change distribution issues that you talked about. But that's a challenge, to try to keep up to date. But also trying to provide a little bit of stability for the fisheries, because that's the whole idea of putting in allocations, so you kind of know what you're going to get. But if it's, as you said, if it's there too long, then it gets out of whack with what's going on.
Other questions or comments? Not, thank you for your presentation. Okay, moving on to our fishery management plans, the status of ongoing plans, Corinne Flora.
I was like, did I do something? I broke it all. Okay. Thank you. For those that don't know me, I am Corinne Flora, the Fisheries Management Plan Coordinator for the division. And today I'm going to be reviewing the fisheries management plans, which are currently under review. There is a corresponding memo in your briefing materials under fisheries management plans. And this presentation is for information purposes, and staff will be giving more detailed presentations to follow on action items. So the species I'll be reviewing with you all today are under our FMPs under review: striped mullet, spotted sea trout, and the eastern oyster hard clam. And then we'll be going over some monitoring and implementation of several of our FMPs, including estuarine striped bass, southern flounder, and blue crab. So I'll begin with our FMPs that are currently under development, beginning with our striped mullet. Striped mullet peer-reviewed stock assessment indicated that the stock is overfished and overfishing is occurring. So based on the stock assessment results, the DEQ secretary determined it is in the long-term interest of the viability of the stock to implement temporary management while the FMP is under development. This management is meant to address the overfishing status of the stock, and it will remain in place until Amendment 2 is adopted. At the November 2022 meeting, you all selected your preferred management. Public comment period on the supplement took place from December 19th through January 19th, which included opportunities for the advisory committees to comment on the supplement as well. Staff provided an overview at the February meeting, and the commission requested additional regional options at that time. Today, staff will review those additional options with you under the supplement, and you all will have the opportunity to vote on adopting the supplement. At the same time, Amendment 2 is under development. The Fisheries Reform Act requires management to address overfishing and the overfish status of the stock. At your November 2022 business meeting, the commission approved the goal and objectives for Amendment 2. At that time, taking into consideration stakeholder scoping input, the division began drafting Amendment 2. Earlier this month, the division solicited stakeholders interested in serving on the Striped Mullet Advisory Committee. Members of the advisory committee will work with the Striped Mullet Plan Development Team during a workshop in July to further draft Amendment 2. Once the workshop considerations are taken into account, the commission will review the plan later this year. The spotted sea trout stock assessment, which includes fish from North Carolina and Virginia, indicated the stock is not overfished. However, overfishing is occurring. This means the stock is healthy, but too many fish are being removed annually. The scoping period was held in March to discuss management strategies with stakeholders. A scoping document was developed by staff to start that conversation. Stakeholder input is imperative to our plans to guide staff during the drafting of amendments, and we really appreciated all of the participation we had from the public. Today, staff will review with the commission management considerations acquired during scoping, and at that time, the commission will have the opportunity to share additional management considerations and be asked to approve the Amendment 1 goal and objectives. Once the goal and objectives are approved, staff will begin drafting Amendment 1. Staff are also working on the eastern oyster and the hard clam fisheries management plans. These species do not have current stock assessments. Therefore, staff is from the plan development team is working to identify available data and the management needs of these species. Scoping will occur for both of these species together in the fall. So now I'm going to move on to updates on monitoring and implementation of plans that the Commission has previously approved. Due to the juvenile abundance concerns, the division and WRC staff worked to complete a stock assessment update for the Albemarle Roanoke stock of striped bass. The update included data through 2022. Today, stock assessment staff will review the results of that update with you all. As a reminder, Amendment 2 included adaptive management, which allows for management changes to address stock assessment results. Amendment 3, adaptive management in the southern flounder FMP, includes setting annual seasons. The division is currently working on reviewing the 2022 landings and will soon have the 2023 season set. And when that is set, we will be sending out appropriate press releases and getting that information out to the public. Additionally, adaptive management allows for management changes to address results of a stock assessment. The Southeast Stock Assessment for Southern Flounder was completed in 2019 with data through 2017. This assessment will be updated this year with data through 2022. Stock assessment staff are working with the other states to get the necessary data, and when all of that data is acquired and the update is completed, the commission will be presented results of the update. Our blue crab fisheries management plan has 2 adaptive management paths that we currently have been working on. At your November meeting, I updated you on Amendment 3 Diamondback Terrapin Management Area criteria, which allows for changes in the approved devices list. The DTMAs require approved devices in pots from March 1st through October 31st annually. In 2020, North Carolina Crabbers proposed an innovative design for crab pots, which narrowed the funnel of the pot, serving as the device. In January, the division consulted with the Shellfish Crustacean Advisory Committee. The advisory committee supported the changes to the approved list and gave some comments that the division addressed after that meeting. Today, the commission will receive an overview from staff of the May 2023 revision to Amendment 3 of the Blue Crab Fisheries Management Plan. Additionally, Amendment 3, the Sustainable Harvest Adaptive Management, specified that the stock assessment would be updated at least once between reviews of the plan. The 2018 stock assessment indicated the stock was overfished and overfishing was occurring in the terminal year of 2016. The assessment update, the assessment will be updated this year and will include data through 2022. Adaptive management in Amendment 3 allows for management to be tightened or loosened depending on the stock status, and the commission will be presented those results when the stock assessment scientists have completed that update. So I'll wrap up today with our FMP process graphic, as I normally do. This puts into perspective where we are with plans. As I said, the oyster and clam will get onto this process graphic in the fall of this year with scoping. Currently, spotted sea trout is at that goal and objectives approval step, and striped mullet, we're about to have the workshop with the advisory committee to further that development. The last step of that process is that implementation of management strategies where our adaptive management takes place. Adaptive management we are currently working on includes the 3 stock assessments and that Diamondback terrapin approved biological reduction devices. And I'd just like to remind you, in your briefing materials on the first page of the FMP items, Laura provides you with the work plan, and part of that is our FMP work plan. So here you'll see that it's currently staggered with all of our objectives for each one of the management items we are working on. This is a great resource to refer to as we move along through the FMP processes of what your action items will be along the way. I wanted to note that this is with our ultimate planning, and sometimes things don't go as planned, so timing will need adjusted here or there, but this is what we keep going back to anytime that we're thinking about staff resources and timelines. So anytime you have questions on this, feel free to contact me and we can talk about it. And with that, that completes my updates for today. Again, if there's ever any questions about the FMP process, feel free to contact me between meetings, and I am more than happy to talk fisheries management plans.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions, comments? I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Commissioner Shelley.
How can wild harvesters such as myself get involved with the data studies for your hard clams and oysters?
So that is currently part of what we're looking at is the ways of getting more data so that we can do a stock assessment for those. So feel free to get with our leads. I can get you who those are. They're more than happy to talk about what our sampling is and stuff like that. We've been working with several groups looking at survey designs, which hopefully we'll be able to implement soon. But as you all know, it takes about 10 years of a survey before we could do a stock assessment. However, we now have a better idea of what that includes. One of the things, though, is legislatively more money would be good to be able to do those surveys.
And it's just the wild. We're not looking at anything farmed, correct?
Correct. This FMP is just going to focus on wild harvest. Mhm.
Commissioner Roller.
Thank you, Corinne, for your presentation. So we have blue crab on here twice, and this is just for a point of clarification. So the revision is just about terrapins, separate from the stock assessment?
Yes.
Okay, and you put that on there just because they're two different actions, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So today, Joe and Robert will talk to you about the revision, and that is just about the DTMA devices. And then later this year, we'll come back with the stock assessment update.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner Rader.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I noticed in your, on the chart that it makes reference back again to the delineation of fishing waters issues that had come before the commission before. I just wondered to the director and to the chair if there is any update on interactions with the Wildlife Resource Commission, et cetera, on that front.
Along those lines, not really.
Not yet. Do you expect any time? I mean, should we be expecting
Hope
that?
springs eternal.
What I'm interested in is the interaction between the commissions and the way they will ramify into the estuarine striped bass FMP
That's a
coming
work
up.
in progress. I'll just leave
Okay.
it at that. Okay.
I know you're well aware.
Have anything to add to that, Director? Okay, good. Okay, anybody else? Great. Thank you for your presentation, Corinne.
Thank you all.
Very informative. Let's move on into the Blue Crab FMP Amendment 3 Adaptive Management Revision Update. Joe Fasandola and Robert Corbett. Did I say Fasandola right? Close enough?
Fachendola.
I have asked this question multiple times, and all he says is Joe. So I'll just go with Joe.
Joe works for me.
Joe.
You're not from around here,
Joe.
are you?
I'm Joe, and I'm going to expand a little bit on what Corinne had started talking about with the adaptive management for Amendment 3 regarding the terrapin management areas and the approved devices. I'm going to go into a little more detail than what was in the memo, kind of give you some of the history and background, because some of you have been here for a large part of this process, and it's new to some other commissioners. I'll get closer. Thank you. This has been a issue that I've worked on in some capacity since I started here about 10 years ago, but it's been talked about and brought up as an issue in all of the FMPs since the original one in the 90s. And during each FMP adoption, there have been incremental steps taken towards protecting terrapins from bycatch in blue crab pots. But however, in 2013, in Amendment 2, the Marine Fisheries Commission did recognize diamondback terrapins as a wildlife species that did need protection from bycatch in crab pots. And this was based on a large body of work across their range that considered the different human impacts to terrapins, from coastal development, roads, hardening of shorelines, as well as bycatch and crab pots. And an independent group of scientists and managers in North Carolina, they determined that bycatch in crab pots was the largest threat to terrapins in the state. And this is due to their life history. It takes them a long time to mature. They live a long time. They have very low reproductive output, and they also show strong site fidelity. So one big capture event could potentially wipe out a local population, or just kind of small captures over time. The terrapins have a hard time, rebuilding their population after those captures because it takes them so long to mature and reproduce. These factors have caused terrapins to become listed as state species of concern nearly over their entire range, which includes North Carolina. And they're a federal species of concern in Dare and Pamlico and Carteret counties. Oops, wrong button. Let's see. In 2014, since the crab pot fishery is an activity that the Marine Fisheries Commission has jurisdiction over, the Marine Fisheries Commission adopted a rule which would delegate authority to the director to require terrapin devices to be used in all funnel entrances of crab pots. And also to impose the following restrictions on their use. The director could specify areas, specify time periods, the means and methods that they could be used, and this requirement would apply to both commercial and recreational crab pots. More details on this can be found in Amendment 2. However, as requirements before the director could use this proclamation authority, first, DMF had to develop a framework which would outline how this proclamation authority would be used. That framework had to be done in consultation with the Shellfish and Crustacean Advisory Committee and ultimately approved by the Marine Fisheries Commission. The division, after Amendment 2, developed a draft framework that outlined that proclamation use authority and how excluder devices would be used. But that draft framework was rolled into the FMP process for Amendment 3 and became an issue paper. So this issue paper ended up kind of making a targeted diamondback terrapin management area approach. So this would be specific areas where those excluder devices would be required. And this was to kind of do the most focused way we could offer protection to terrapins with having the least impact to the blue crab fishery. In developing those diamondback terrapin management areas, we considered multiple factors that made terrapins vulnerable to capture in crab pots. One, terrapins are seasonally active, so we wouldn't need the use of excluders year-round. Two, there's a specific depth and distance from shore. Once you get deeper than about 9 feet and then out a specific distance from shore, terrapins are basically no longer vulnerable to capture in crab pots. We'd want to make sure there was terrapins present in those areas. We also were looking at potentially supporting conservation goals in existing areas such as refuges or sanctuaries. And we would like stakeholder input in that process. So during the adoption of Amendment 3, the commission approved that criteria and that framework and adopted that terrapin management area strategy. So after Amendment 3 was adopted, the first two diamondback terrapin management areas were created. They were effective March 2021. They were in areas on the map. You can see the red one, Masonboro Island, and the green one, Bald Head Island down off the Cape Fear. Both these areas had well-documented populations of terrapins. They had been studied for a long time. There was evidence of decline of terrapins in these areas. There was minimal development that would impact them other than pretty much the primary source of mortality from humans was potentially capture in blue crab pots. And they also, they basically checked all the boxes of the criteria we set up. Oops, too tapping. So in that framework that was adopted in Amendment 3, we went through and reviewed the literature on all the available bycatch reduction devices that at the time and selected the ones that were most effective and had the potentially the least impact to blue crab catch. And so we ended up approving kind of three variations on bycatch reduction devices. So we issued a informational pamphlet you can see on the slide there that kind of explains the devices, when they were used, how to use them. But the primary ones that were approved were A, there on the top, was one made by 10-gauge wire. to specific dimensions. B was a pre-made rectangular excluder device. And C was the South Carolina design. It's that darker orange one there on the bottom, which was highly engineered with lots of data points and effort going in from South Carolina to design a excluder device that had minimal impact to crab catch while being successful at preventing terrapins from entering the pots. And additionally, we worded in the proclamation that no additional excluder device would be required if the funnel entrances were made rigid and were no larger than any of the approved devices. However, after adopting the Diamondback Terrapin Management Area approach, some issues with the excluder devices became apparent. First of all, that wire one at top, it became apparent that that device was not effective, and I'll go over how we determine that in a minute, as well as there were enforcement concerns with Marine Patrol about that language of making the funnels rigid, that was hard to enforce, if not impossible. The second plastic rectangular device, the manufacturers stopped making that device nearly immediately after we approved them for use. And the bottom one, the South Carolina device, while it's highly effective, it's hard to come by. There's still no manufacturer that makes them in any commercial amounts, so they're kind of a special order item you have to get either custom made or just bought through a kind of niche sign manufacturer. And additionally, the industry expressed concerns about the cost of just putting them in both time and money, as well as just the availability of some of them. When we set up the framework in Amendment 3, we did realize we would want some flexibility to be able to approve new devices in the future as more research came out and potentially better devices were available. So built in that framework was the ability to approve new devices, but it would have to be done in consultation with the Shellfish and Crustacean Advisory Committee, as long as the device either reduced cost or impact to blue crab catch while still offering the same or better protection as the already approved devices. However, after we had adopted it and realized there were issues, there were no new devices out there. So the division partnered with commercial crabbers and UNCW to kind of find a better way to do it. So the idea was to kind of reach out to crabbers and see what they had, what devices or ideas they had. And the one that kind of came to the top, which was proposed by Commissioner Romano, was a narrow funnel design. And so initially the narrow funnel was used, he was using the narrow funnels to improve crab catch in his pots, and he realized that when he was using those narrow funnels, he didn't catch terrapins in those pots. So we had some evidence there from, the use of funnels in the fishery, kind of showing that these may be effective, but before we could move forward with approving them for use, we kind of needed to have a study like all the other devices that were approved in the literature, just to compare them so we could know if it was statistically significant or not. So UNCW, in partnership with commercial crabbers, they led kind of a two-part study to test these devices. The first part was a controlled field experiment where they were fishing the narrow funnels, an additional design they called the reinforced funnel, which basically was using that 10-gauge wire to meet the current criteria we had that was approved, and then a standard crab pot. So that photo just kind of shows one of their triplicate designs where they set the crab pots with each of those funnels in them to compare the catch rates, and there's a kind of mesh chimney on there so that any terrapins caught wouldn't drown. And the second portion was an observer trips where they partnered with the commercial crabbers and got them to fish the narrow funnels, standard funnels, and reinforced funnels in their pots in a normal way they would fish, and they sent observers out with them to kind of see what they caught and monitor their catch. So at this point, I want to stop for a second, and usually we kind of stick acknowledgements at the end of a presentation and just with a little slide, but I really want to take a minute to do something we don't usually do, and kind of acknowledge how we all came together, and the steps we took to really solve this problem and pat ourselves on the back, because really this is an example of how all the stakeholders can come together to solve a management problem. So the Marine Fisheries Commission for recognizing that this was an issue and taking a proactive step to solve it. The industry for having patience with the division while we kind of implemented this process. It was kind of a little bit of a learning curve in the beginning, as well as them being involved with the process and trusting the science when what was needed for the methods in the study may have not always aligned with what was kind of common sense fishing practices. The researchers for UNCW for directly involving the crabbers in the research and listening to their concerns and working with them really well. The division for hearing the industry that had issues with devices we had approved, supporting and collaborating on the needed research, and as well as the North Carolina Commercial Fishing Resource Fund committees for funding this research, even though terrapins only indirectly impact a commercial fishery. So now I'm just going to kind of quickly go into some results. For more detailed results, the final report from the UNCW's grant will be submitted here in July. But right now, I'll just kind of quickly go over their findings. So this figure here, it's a little hard to see, but the blue dotted kind of circle shows the different opening dimensions of the different types of funnels. So standard funnel on the left, A, B is that reinforced funnel, and C is the narrow funnel design. So the difference between a narrow funnel and a standard funnel is the narrow funnel, that inner opening dimension, is 9 meshes in circumference, while a standard funnel is 11 inches in circumference. So from those field trials, the reinforced funnel, which was that kind of 10-gauge wire that we had already had approved, only had a 49% reduction in terrapin bycatch, while the narrow funnel showed a 74% reduction. And that 74% reduction is right in line with all the other kind of plastic excluder devices that were approved and had been researched, and kind of, but some of those devices had negative impacts to crab catch. So crab catch in those trials, as you can see, that top figure there is the catch per unit effort. So there was no significant reduction in catch rates. There's no difference between any of them. And the bottom figure there is sizes, and there was no significant difference in size in any of the treatments either. So, and actually one thing to note in the narrow funnels is that all the way on the left, the largest crabs in the study were actually caught in the narrow funnels. Results of the observer trips, there was no significant difference in the catch rates or sizes of crabs caught during the commercial trips either. There was a slight bump in the catch rates in the narrow funnels compared to all the rest of them, but it wasn't significantly different. And as far as terrapins caught during that portion of the study, there were 24 terrapins captured. None of them were in narrow funnels. 1 was in a reinforced funnel, and 23 were caught in the standard crab pods. So given that those results and the narrow funnels worked well, the division moved forward with the process of approving them for use in diamondback terrapin management areas. And part of that process was consultation with the advisory committee. So the division wanted to approve gear modifications, the narrow funnel gear modification for use in diamondback terrapin management areas. And this was because it met those criteria set forth in Amendment 3, that not only did it reduce cost to crabbers because it's no additional thing added, it's actually just when the pot is manufactured, you just have it made with a smaller funnel and it actually uses less material. It also reduces impact to crab catch because there was none. There was no significant impact at all compared to some of those other devices which we had approved. And it still offered a high level of protection to terrapins. And also to remove that plastic rectangular pre-made device as well as the wire device because the plastic device was no longer made, plus that one was shown to have impact to crab catch, and that 10-gauge wire device was shown to be ineffective at excluding terrapins with only a 49% reduction. As well as removing that made rigid language that would allow the funnels just to be made rigid as long as they didn't exceed the approved dimensions because of enforcement concerns. So after consultation with the advisory committee, they did have some feedback for us and suggested that we would develop a pattern for the narrow funnel design construction. So we do have a pattern just to show how it's made. And that's included in the adaptive management revision, and as well as suggesting that we have a maximum dimension for those narrow funnels to prevent them from being stretched but still be considered an approved device. So we have set a maximum opening dimension for the narrow funnel at 5¼ inches. And in the adaptive management document, we also removed that plastic pre-made one, rectangular shape, the made rigid language, and that 10-gauge wire option. So updates were made in that corresponding sections in the Diamondback Terrapin Management Area issue paper in the FMP, and those changes reflect what was said right here. And so informational materials and a proclamation will be issued so that these changes can be effective after the pot closure period in 2024. So for the next season. So what are the next steps? So in that original framework in Amendment 3, it was outlined that additional Diamondback terrapin management areas would be created in the state as we had the data to do so. And our primary data gap is just terrapin abundance and distribution. However, just this year, the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, in partnership with all the other agencies and NGOs kind of listed there on the bottom, have expanded their data collection efforts on terrapins. So previously, the only two areas that they collected data were Mason Bro and Bald Head, which are two areas which became Diamondback terrapin management areas. So now they're expanding their data collection efforts to all the places on the map, which include Cape Lookout National Seashore, Rachel Carson Reserve, Calico Creek, Hammocks Beach State Park, Lee Hutaff Island, Bird Island Reserve, and Carolina Beach State Park. And you notice a lot of those areas are also existing conservation areas. And then the next stages for the UNCW research, so they're starting phase 2 of their commercial fishing resource fund grant, is they're partnering with additional crabber partners, so they're expanding to 7 partners in a larger reach of the state to kind of better test both the narrow funnel design as well as a modified pinch funnel design to kind of see how these funnels perform in different regions of the state, as well as what I think is going to be one of the more important pieces of this is assuming that the funnels perform equally well outside of Mason Bro and Bald Head with these other crabbers, that there'll be additional experience from people using these funnels to see that they work and they're not really impacting crab catch, hopefully. And the crabber partners involved with this are a lot of familiar names that have former commissioners or advisory committee members, so people you will probably recognize. So that's all I have. If you have any questions.
Questions? Commissioner Roller.
Thank you, Chair. This is awesome. There was a lot of discussion about this when I was on the crab FMP prior to me being on the commission, and we discussed this here at the commission level. I guess I have one question. So this is, I mean, regarding these new funnel designs, this is an enforceable design. So Marine Patrol can easily enforce this? Because, I mean, it's, you know, that's one thing to discuss, because when you got that plastic square slapped on it, and I know that's really frustrating. It's very easy to see if you have an excluder, but is this something that can be easily enforced?
Yeah, so we worked with Marine Patrol to come up with just ultimately the enforceable piece is that dimension. So as long as it does not exceed, you know, it meets the construction criteria of how many meshes and does not exceed 5 1/4 inches for a maximum opening on that internal part of the funnel, then it's enforceable.
Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Shelley.
Thank y'all for this research. And I'm so proud of Sam for this as well. But are you guys doing any research with the stone crab traps that are being used more often?
We are not.
Okay. Just curious.
I'm hoping that a terrapin can figure out how to get out of that a little easier than.
They're a little more cave-like, so I
Yeah.
think that they might find the light a little easier, but just curious. I haven't found any in mine.
You sure? Okay, anybody else? Commissioner Rader?
Yeah, this is a great story. I hope the momentum continues. Is there any reason to expect that it won't? I mean, as you expand to the rest of the distribution of the animals? I mean, is there anything different about the way the traps are fished or the size distribution of animals or anything that suggests it could become a problem?
The size distribution of crabs and terrapins could change. With salinity, crabs and terrapins are a little bigger. So, I mean, we tested in pretty high salinity. So I'm thinking, I mean, bigger terrapins are great because they won't fit in the funnels. Bigger crabs, I'm not sure. They may, you know, there may be a reduction. But the biggest crabs that were caught, you know, in the Cape Fear region still fit through that narrow funnel. So I'm hoping.
Yes, sir.
I know you won't mind an unreasonable question, but every time I think about fisheries management and setting goals that are related to targets, it begs the same question on wildlife. And so, yeah, there's a loss rate that you're trying to improve, but the question is, does anybody have any idea, you know, optimally how many diamondback terrapins there should be? And so I just wonder about goal setting and performance tracking as opposed to rate improvement, you know, incremental rate improvement, whether there's anything in North Carolina that might that might push the issue on. Because ultimately, if we're very successful, as with sea turtles, you end up with them everywhere, higher encounter rates, more dying, et cetera, et cetera. And I just wonder what success looks like ultimately here. Like I said, an unfair question, but if you have any thoughts, that'd be great.
Yeah, so the graduate student who was doing all this work and is still doing this work, he's looking at trying to, so because terrapins, the females are bigger than the males are much more vulnerable throughout their entire life to be captured in crab pots. So we're looking at that ratio of males to females being really skewed in areas with high fishing pressure, and that's something we have seen just kind of anecdotally, and he's looking to kind of dig deeper into this. But so the study sites that were selected, one was in Oak Island in the Coast Guard Channel where there's no access for anyone. So there's no commercial, you know, effort, no crab pot effort in there, minus a few people that sneak in there and every now and then and pot. But we see the sex ratio there really balanced. There's actually more males than females are there. And then when we start moving out to areas that have higher and higher fishing pressure, with Mason Bro being our site that we assumed had the most fishing pressure just based on area and participants, that sex ratio is really skewed where there's very few males and for every female. You know, so we're thinking maybe that could be a metric for success criteria in the future where we could go back and monitor to see, you know, do these sex ratios balance out over time? But that's what we have for a, you know, kind of a metric for success or a target at least.
And one last impossible question. And I wonder about the climate signal on these things, about whether there could also be a climate response in size of either or both, and how that might skew the results. So, and obviously it's premature given the studies that have been done, but I just wonder if there's a way to keep that in mind.
yeah, to be determined, I think.
Yeah, just for the record, I
a
mean,
good thought.
I'm
Good
interested
thought.
in, I mean, we can design the devil out of a lot of these things and get it wrong because of things are changing. And
Well,
just
things will always change to some degree. Yeah. Anybody else? Do you have? All right, good enough. Great.
Thank you.
Joe, Robert, thank you for your presentation.
Okay, moving on into the estuary and striped bass stock assessment update overview. Laura Lee and Nathaniel Hancock.
Somewhere in the presentation, I have that.
You're not Nathaniel.
So yes, Nathaniel could not make it today. I'm sitting in for him, so thank you for noticing.
Just making sure I wasn't reading off the wrong line. Go ahead, Charles.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Lee. I'm the Stock Assessment Program Manager for the division, and next to me is Charlton Godwin, the mentor for the Estuary and Striped Bass FMP. And today we're going to talk to you about the stock assessment update for the Albemarle Sound Roanoke River stock. Okay, so this stock assessment represents an update of the benchmark that was completed in 2020. The division typically has two types of stock assessments, benchmarks and updates. A benchmark is an assessment that goes through an external peer review, and then an update, it takes that benchmark and adds a few years of data up through whatever the most recent year is that is available. And that's typically not peer reviewed. This slide shows a simplified summary of how a stock assessment works. A variety of data sources are fed into a mathematical model. Data sources generally include fisheries-dependent sources, such as removals, and fisheries-independent sources, such as survey indices. The stock assessment model estimates characteristics of the population, such as spawning stock biomass, which is the mature females usually, and fishing mortality. And then these values are compared to reference point values, which give us the stock status. The unit stock for the stock assessment includes all striped bass within the Albemarle Sound and Roanoke River management areas. That's the AR stock. So the division manages commercial and recreational harvest in the Albemarle Sound management area, the ASMA, which is indicated by the red arrow. And the WRC manages recreational harvest in the Roanoke River management area, the RRMA. I just want to point out that, oh, no, is it showing? No. So the red box is a blow up of the smaller red box. It's a little confusing on the map. I also want to show the blue arrow is indicating the Central Southern Management Area, or CSMA. That's just shown for reference. It's comprised of 3 additional striped bass stocks that are not included in the stock assessment we are reviewing today. Did you have something to add? Okay. Oh, thanks. Okay. As this is a stock assessment update, we added 4 years of data to the benchmark assessment, which used data through 2017. So the final year in this stock assessment, which we also call the terminal year, is 2021. The data input into the stock assessment were collected by both the division and WRC. The time series, as I said, was through 2021. It included fisheries-dependent data, which were commercial landings and dead discards, recreational landings and dead discards, and biological samples to characterize those landings and dead discards that included length, weight, age, and sex. We also had fishery-independent survey data, again, from both the WRC and the division. The juvenile trawl survey, which provides a measure of the age 0 recruits entering the population, a fall adult gillnet survey, and two spawner surveys, a spring spawner gillnet survey and the spawner electrofishing survey. Along with the indices that we develop from these surveys, we also include biological samples of length, weight, age, and sex, as we do for the fisheries-dependent data, to characterize those fish that are captured by the surveys. We're going to take some time with this slide. So this graph shows our commercial landings over time and the annual total allowable landings, or TAL. The units on the y-axis are in pounds. The blue bars represent the commercial landings, and the purple line represents the annual TAL. I want to take a moment and talk about these landings. As a reminder, the AR striped bass stock was declared recovered in 1997. That was due to the stock finally starting to produce good year classes again starting in 1993. From 1978 through 1992, the stock had experienced chronic poor spawning success until the 1993 year class was produced. From 93 through 2000, the stock produced the 4 highest juvenile index values since the juvenile trawl survey began in 1955. And as you can see, as stock assessments were updated, the TAL increased according to allow for additional harvest on the recovered stock. Then starting in 2001, when the stock was at a very high abundance, the stock started exhibiting more poor spawns than good spawns. And we'll see this in the juvenile abundance index in a few more slides. The 2001 and 2002 spawns were below average, and the 2003 and 2004 spawns were very poor. And you can see starting in 2006, landings did not reach the TAL, which at the time were 550,000 pounds, and they were split evenly between the commercial and recreational fisheries. In 2008 and 2009, the commercial industry landed less than what the TAL was from 1991 through 1997 when the stock was still at very low levels of abundance. The 2010 landings were back up due to the very strong 2005 year class, but it was only one good year class and harvest went right back down in 2013. Also remember, striped bass harvest is focused on just a few year classes or ages of fish, namely ages 3 to 6. So when a couple of poor year classes come in, one right after the other, landings really decline as the abundance of the stock goes down. And you'll see this same trend in the recreational landings on the next slide. Thank you for bearing with me on that. So here we have the recreational landings over time for the ASMA and RRMA, along with the TAL for the recreational fishery. The units, again, are in pounds. The yellow bars represent the ASMA recreational landings, while the green bars represent the RRMA recreational landings, and the purple line represents the TAL. Here you can see the same trend in declining landings over roughly the same time period. The decline is more evident for the ASMA than the RRMA, but you must remember on the Roanoke River, the fish are highly concentrated, so angling success increases. But even on the Roanoke, landings were below their TAL. I'm going to move on to the discards. So we entered dead discards into the stock assessment model, and here you can see the dead discards from the 3 fisheries over time. The units here are different. They're in thousands of fish, not pounds. The blue bars represent the ASMA commercial fishery dead discards. The yellow bars represent the ASMA recreational dead discards, and the green bars, represent the RRMA recreational dead discards. We input 4 fisheries independent survey indices into the stock assessment. These indices were derived from the division and WRC surveys. I know you can't see the axes, the y-axis units are not important. What's important here are the trends, because that's what the model is going to pick up on. And you can note that all surveys are showing a general declining trend, especially in the most recent years. Recruitment, which is measured by the juvenile trawl survey in the upper left, has been very low, especially in the past 5 years. As you can see here, again, that's measuring our age 0 recruits that are entering the population. The indices of spawner abundance, and just to remind you, spawners are those fish capable of reproducing, and that is the top right graph and the bottom right graph. They're showing annual fluctuations, and in recent years, these spawning indices have not risen to the higher values that have been observed in earlier years. Here we show the model's estimate of predicted recruitment. So this is the predicted number of age 0's fish that are entering the population, and the units are in thousands of fish. And you can see that the trend of age 0 recruits observed in the juvenile trawl survey is reflected in the model's estimates of recruitment. And as was seen in the juvenile trawl index, the values in the last 5 years of the time series are especially low. So our model is picking up what the observed data are showing. This plot shows the assessment model's annual estimates of female spawning stock biomass along with the associated target and threshold. Spawning stock biomass, or SSB, represents those fish that are mature and capable of spawning. The units in the y-axis are in pounds. The target, or the management target, is represented by the dashed black line, and the threshold, which determines whether or not the stock is overfished, is represented by the solid black line. Ideally, one would like to see SSB above the threshold, indicating the stock is not overfished. Here, the estimate of SSB in the final year of the model, which was 2021, is below the threshold, indicating that the stock is overfished. For those who are interested in the numbers, our SSB in the terminal year of 2021 was just over 35,000 pounds. Our threshold measured as SSB 35% SPR, and that's 35% relative to the virgin or unfished spawning stock, was over 275,000 pounds. And that threshold, again, is what measures if the stock is overfished or not. And then the target was just over 360,000 pounds. Because our terminal year spawning stock biomass is less than our threshold, the stock is overfished. This plot shows the model's estimates of annual fishing mortality, along with its associated target and threshold. The target is represented by the dashed black line, and the threshold, which determines whether or not overfishing is occurring, is represented by the solid black line. Ideally here, you want to see fishing mortality below the threshold, indicating that the stock is not undergoing overfishing. But here, the estimate of fishing mortality in our final year of the model, 2021, is above the threshold, indicating that overfishing is occurring. So our estimate of fishing mortality in the terminal year of 2021 was 0.77. Our threshold, and this is what determines whether or not overfishing is occurring, is 0.2. The target was 0.14. Because terminal year fishing mortality is greater than our threshold, overfishing is occurring. So, because of these concerning trends, we took another look at recruitment. This plot shows our updated index of the juvenile trawl survey. That index of age 0 recruitment, we added 1 year, 2022, and you can see things are the same. It's just continued to be very, very low. And as I mentioned earlier, normally the division does not subject a stock assessment update to a peer review. However, there were several issues with the assessment update that raised concern. One was the treatment of data during the COVID-19 pandemic. I apologize, I meant to point out there were some missing points in the survey indices, and that was because we couldn't conduct a survey due to COVID. The continued low recruitment was a concern, some poor model diagnostics, and that basically just means that the model's not picking up exactly on all the ups and downs that is seen in the observed data. And also the potential for significant management change because of this really low stock size that the model is suggesting. So the division contacted the peer reviewers that reviewed the benchmark stock assessment, and they kindly agreed to review the stock assessment update. So we were able to get the same peer reviewers, which was good because they're already familiar with all the data and the modeling and how we handled everything. And given these concerns, the management has reservations about responding to the stock assessment results as it shows that the stock is in this very poor condition. So management wants to be confident in the reliability of the stock assessment results before moving forward with management, and for this reason, we requested the peer review. I'm going to go over the conclusions of the peer review in this slide. So they felt that how the data were handled during COVID-19 precautions was an appropriate approach. The base model estimates agree with general data trends, notably the decreasing recruitment and abundance to low levels, the trends estimated in the benchmark assessment, and the trends across sensitivity runs. And they're just runs where we alter the assumptions, like we might change what we assumed about natural mortality or discard rate or selectivity. The review panel felt that overall the model results are a credible representation of current stock status, namely that since the benchmark assessment, SSB has remained below the threshold, that annual recruitment to the population has not been sufficient to result in any sustained increase in SSB, and that overfishing has occurred and is a contributing factor to the continued depression of SSB. As was the case in the 2020 benchmark stock assessment, the drivers of recruitment remain a major uncertainty in the stock assessment, and alternate ideas around environmental drivers warrants future exploration. The observed decline in there we go. The observed decline in recruitment is not believed to be entirely due to fishing, and it could be a number of other factors such as flow rate and or blue catfish predation and competition. And the potential causes for recruitment decline is discussed in more detail in the memo in your book. Okay. And I'm going to change gears a little bit. So in addition to the stock assessment update, we did a traffic light analysis of the fishery independent survey data just to provide an additional visual representation of the stock trends. The traffic light analysis is a tool that can be used in more real time than a stock assessment. As an example, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission uses a traffic light for Atlantic croaker and spot in the years between stock assessments to provide a real-time indicator of current stock trends. So the traffic light analysis assigns colors to data to represent different stock conditions. You don't have to use colors, you can use numbers or some combination. The colors, in our case, are based on statistical properties of the time series being analyzed. So green means that the data are well above the time series average and indicative of a desirable stock condition. Yellow means the data are around the time series average and indicative of a transitioning stock condition. And red means the data are well below the time series average and indicative generally of an undesirable stock condition. As an example of how a traffic light is created, I'm showing on the top the index that you saw earlier of age 0 recruitment from our juvenile trawl survey, what that looks like, and then below is its associated traffic light. Note that the high values in the juvenile trawl index are associated with green bars in the traffic light below. The lowest values are associated with red, and those that are in between also have some yellow. So hopefully that makes sense. You've seen this, some of you have seen this before for blue crab stock assessment a few years back. So here are the 4 indices that were input into the stock assessment represented as traffic light. The first plot, the one on the top, is that index from the juvenile trawl survey, our index of age 0 recruitment. The second one is our fall gillnet survey of adult abundance, and you can see the last 2 years are blank, and those are 2 years that we couldn't do sampling due to COVID. So those are missing. The next one is the spawner abundance. That's the third one down. That's our spring spawner abundance gillnet survey. It wasn't available in the first year, so that's why that is missing, and the last 2 years are missing because due to COVID. And finally, at the bottom is the electrofishing survey on the Roanoke River, another index of spawner biomass or spawner abundance. You can see that index doesn't start until 1994, so the first few years are missing, and there was 1 year that they were unable to sample in recent years due to COVID. I think the big thing to notice is that there's something similar about all these in the terminal years, and that is that there's a lot of red, and that's indicative of an undesirable stock condition where most of the index values are much lower than the time series average. Now, all 4 of these indices were combined into a single traffic light to represent striped bass abundance and provides a representation of the overall stock condition. It shows the stock condition is in an undesirable state in the last 6 to 7 years of the time series. And it's also showing that the traffic light is really reflective of our observed data, which were input into the stock assessment update. And I think the division is confident in the analysis of the stock at this point. And with that, we both look forward to your questions.
Excellent presentation. Questions and comments? Commissioner Roller.
Thank you, guys. I hope everybody's scared, because this is pretty bad, right? Particularly for someone who participates in this fishery. I got a statement and I got a question. I think my statement just attributes to how hard striped bass can be to manage and manage public perception, because often what us fishermen are seeing, we're only seeing what happened 7 years ago, for example, right? So like last year, you heard a lot of fishermen saying, why are you closing the Roanoke River? Why do we only get 5 keeper days or how many it was? I caught a lot of fish. It was really good. Well, I mean, this is one of my first questions is that's kind of the last hurrah of the 2015 year class, right? The last good year class we had. Is that fair to say? Seeing nodding heads. And that goes to show the same thing which happened on the East Coast last year with the Atlantic striped bass fishery off in New York and New Jersey being so phenomenally excellent. We had really, really high mortality in the recreational industry. Why? Because that was, again, that really big 2015 year class. And that's why the ASMFC took emergency action, because there's not much coming up behind them, right? And that's what we're seeing here, which I'm kind of trying to figure out go into my next question because, I mean, we're looking at, what, an 8,000-pound towel going forward? And I don't see how we can manage for that, right? I guess the thing I wanted to ask, Charlton, you and I had a discussion yesterday regarding the stocking efforts, and I was curious if you could touch on that a little bit for the commission and discuss how what the stocking looks like compared to what a normal year class would look like. Is that a fair question?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep, sure. So thanks, Commissioner. So yes, as you know, we've been stocking striped bass in the central southern area for years. We stopped stocking striped bass in the Albemarle Roanoke in about 96, 97, after we'd had, 3 successful year classes. And when I say we, it's a collaborative effort, this stocking with the Wildlife Resources Commission and the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. So we is that group of folks. We're going to start stocking. We already had a plan in place to stock striped bass if the flow conditions were really high to where we were almost guaranteed a poor year class. There is a level of flow that kind of guarantees low reproduction. After a couple of years of good flows, that would have been 2021 and 2022, and we still didn't have any good spawning. We're going to stock again this year. So we're looking at the stocking goal is kind of flexible. It just really depends on how well the fish spawn at the hatchery and how well larval fish grow. So 2 to 3, maybe 400,000 fish is what the goal is. Last I heard from Jeff Evans, the hatchery manager at Watha, they had good fry production. 2 million plus fry were produced. They're now growing those out to what we call phase 1 size, about 2 or 3 inches long. Going to be stocked in June, July. So they already actually had excess fry that they stocked in the lower Roanoke a few weeks ago. So the rest of them are growing out now. How that relates to the estimate of age 0, production from the stock assessment, so relative to that 200,000 to 400,000 young of year fish that may get stocked, and, in a good year, a really big year class, I think the stock assessment model, and it's all in those tables in the stock assessment document if you want the exact numbers, but, in a good year, the stock may produce 1 million, 1.5 million age 0 fish. Of course, there's going to be a lot of mortality in age 0 and 1. So that 200,000 to 400,000 phase 1 fish that we stock, depending on how they grow out, that might equal by the time they get to 2 or 3 years to an average or below average normal production maybe. So it's not what would happen in just an average year class production, but in the last few years, the stock assessment model is estimating that the stock's not producing but 90, 100,000 fish. So it's certainly augmenting, helping supplement the stock in this low level of abundance, and hopefully, the goal is to have some additional of those fish to enter into the spawning population in 4 years when those females mature to help with spawning stock biomass. Certainly not we do have a tentative plan now to stock for the next 4 or 5 years. This is certainly kind of in the Albemarle Roanoke. It's a last resort type of thing. Certainly not something we want to plan to continue stocking forever. We want the stock to start reproducing successfully on its own. So.
Yes, Paula.
Come back to me. It's my
That's
bad.
a real important one. Okay, Commissioner Cross.
I got a couple of questions, Charlton. In your experience since '97, have you seen it any worse than it has been the last 3 or 4 years combined?
So I just for clarification, I started with the division in '04, but
Well, I'm just saying
no,
by the data.
but yes, no, thank you. And for what I have seen, no, sir, I have not. And looking at the data, obviously I'm familiar with the data back to the 50s when Hassler was doing this. No, there's fewer fish around. We were shocking, this year with the Wildlife Commission. They do their shocking survey and bring us the fish, and we tag them. And typically what we see on the spawning grounds, the 3-year-old, 4-year-old males go up to the spawning grounds a little earlier. They're typically the most abundant, obviously, just as you would expect, the older, larger fish or fewer. You know, I think we saw more fish over 25 inches this year than we saw under 18. It's unheard of. We just collected, I don't think there was a day that we collected more than 150, 200 fish. I mean, there were really low numbers up there. There were some reports from a few anglers that found a school of fish here or there, some undersized fish. You know, when we say there was a real bad year class produced, that doesn't mean that there was zero fish produced. But no, to answer your question, it's just about as low a numbers as far as abundance numbers of those fish from 3 to 8 or 9 that we've ever seen.
Question for the director. I believe we heard some comments yesterday on closing the recreational capture up above the ferry lines and maybe up on the Roanoke. Does that fall within proclamation authority, or what process will we have to start if we were to begin looking at that?
So this is for the Albemarle Roanoke, and it does fall within proclamation authority. The director has pretty broad proclamation authority, and the FMP is very specific that when we update the stock assessment, if we are overfishing, that we take F back to target, which leads us to the 8,000 pounds and some change TAL. And I want just to be clear, there was a comment yesterday that was the division's recommendation. That's not the division's recommendation. We don't have a recommendation yet. We are currently still working with the Wildlife Resources Commission, meeting with them sometime in the beginning of June to talk about the assessment some more, and then also meet with their executive director and myself and some of our staff to talk about, you know, management. So we can, and I think we have been very clear with the commission that this could, we said this at the last meeting and the one before that, depending on what these stock assessment results say, that it could lead us to a no harvest in this fishery. And we're very concerned about this fishery. And again, we continue to work with the Wildlife Resources Commission in having these discussions as well.
Anybody else? Commissioner Roller.
Thank you, Chair. I remembered what I was going to say. So, you know, one of the things is, you know, as someone who participates in this fishery, my anecdotal experience was the same as just shocking. There's almost no small fish. There's a lot less fish, and there's a bunch of grumpy fishing guides due to the lack of quality of the fishing and how much it fell off since last year. When do you think the recreational data is going to be available from this past year in particular, you know, from this year, so that we can kind of see how effort has changed? Because just anecdotally, there's a lot less people fishing up there, at least on the upper Roanoke and upper and lower Roanoke.
So you asked me about the one thing that I did not try to put in memory before here, and that's effort. I do not know what the effort was this year. We already know what the harvest was for the recreational in the Albemarle Sound management area for this spring. Harvested about 9,000 pounds of our 12,000 pound quota. We do not have final estimates of Roanoke River recreational harvest, but I know I spoke to Jeremy after the first week, and they were going to look at their harvest. They were below their targets. Again, their harvest levels were about 12,000 pounds, and I'm pretty sure they're going to come under that. I do not know about how much effort has fallen off. I do know for the Albemarle Sound, the effort had fallen down some, but it was still, you know, 40, 50,000, you know, angler hours for striped bass when the season was open. So I mean, I can, as soon as Jeremy gets me that information, we can have that to you pretty quickly. But you know, it's just still in the Roanoke. I mean, there's a lot of people that enjoy going up there. And even if they're going to keep some fish to harvest, you know, they just enjoy going fishing. So it's not like it just going to one fish and going to the shorter season. That just didn't prevent everybody from going up there. So effort is certainly going to be down compared to some of the peak years, but I don't anticipate it being, it's still probably going to be, you know, 20, 30, 40,000 trips up there.
Commissioner Rader.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So looking at I share Commissioner Roller's fear as a striped bass watcher of a long time being out of the maw of that particular machine, but looking at the graphs, figures 1 and 2, and the materials you provided are really pretty daunting, and particularly the timing, as you said, of the declines both in spawning stock biomass population, total population, and for that matter, the recruitment success during that time frame. I mean, it really looks like the high Fs have become prevalent after the populations were declining already, and the spawning stock biomass was declining already, and the recruitment during that period was actually fairly good up until right at the time when that happened. And I just wonder, you know, these other factors that are challenging for this population. Would you like to elaborate on that? I mean, hopefully we'll learn a lot more as the process goes forward. But the timing of the decline to me is interesting relative to higher Fs in recent years.
Yeah, I don't. So I'm not sure if we have a good idea of all of the factors involved with that decline in recruitment that we're seeing in the mid 2000s. That kind of what you're. It is something though that we do know, at least for striped bass. The Chesapeake Bay is a close enough and similar estuarine system to ours that they have all of the rivers in the Chesapeake Bay that have spawning stocks. Their juvenile abundance indices, again, as Commissioner Roller pointed out, their last big year class was the 2015 year class, just like ours. Their first big spawn was the 93. The 82 year class back in the day was the one that they protected. So we have these, whatever weather system is occurring, to affect the Chesapeake Bay stocks affect us too. So we're seeing the same trend, not so much for the Hudson and the Delaware River stocks, but we just, you know, wintertime temperatures affect zooplankton growth in the early spring, and when they spawn, we know through some of the research in the 80s that the match-mismatch hypothesis of larval zooplankton growth, we're actually started to kind of look at that again this year, started doing some more larval research in some of the same stations that, Roger Rulison has done through the years in the lower Roanoke, western Albemarle Sound, some other researches in recent years. They were looking at river heron stuff, but so we're still looking at that to see if it could be some, is there enough zooplankton production for the larval growth, and is it occurring at the same time in the same place? Obviously, the increase in blue catfish predation is going to have impacts on it. The flow thing again, but it's a combination. I'm not sure we really have a good handle on it's this or that is causing that decline in recruitment.
Yes, and I guess what really worries me probably more than anything is that the A0 recruitment in 2015 was not that high. And it was high relative to recent years, but it was not high relative to recruitment in the previous 2 decades. I mean, there were some years that were lower, but it was, moderate in terms, at least that's what Figure 2 suggests. And so it just sounds to me that like those other things that are going on are really pretty important, and it's not a reason not to do what we have to do on fisheries management. I'm just trying to understand what the prospects really are for rebuilding some of these populations.
All right, anything else? Commissioner Roller?
So I want to reiterate a comment that the director made, is that going forward, I mean, no harvest has to be on the table. I don't see any means to do anything differently. I mean, it's too dire, and that TAL is too low, in my opinion, for us to effectively regulate for that, right? The other thing is, big picture, is I think that we have to do better with striped bass in the sense of how we protect these year classes. Maybe going forward, we just have to assume that we're not going to have a lot of consistent recruitment, right? And I think we need to do more to take care of these big year classes when we have them. I don't know what that looks like, but that's just something that we're going to have to consider when we do future fisheries management plans.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments, questions, or comment on chart?
If nobody has anything, I was just going to comment. So one of the things, it may not, it does protect the year class, but we also implemented a slot limit you implemented a slot limit in the Albemarle Sound of 18 to 25. So that will help some as well. Once those year classes get through that slot, of course, striped bass can live 30, 40 plus years as well. So that'll help them as well. But yes, I mean, in times, we do have the ability. One of the things we did to help that 2014 and 15 year classes, which it wasn't a big thing here because we could do it, the director could do it through proclamation authority, is when we, let me back up again a minute. We had already seen this issue of low recruitment in the early mid-2000s, right? So the 2014 and 15 year classes, one thing we did was we implemented tie-downs on small mesh nets, and that they have never really come off. That's something that we did kind of to protect that year class, again, because it's within the adaptive management. It didn't get much, y'all may not even know about that had occurred, but I think you're probably talking about size limits and slots that move along to protect a year class, but there certainly are things that we have done and can do additionally to protect year classes as they move through.
Thank you, Commissioner Roller.
A quick follow. I mean, yes, absolutely, and that's what I was getting at, because when you look at what the ASMSC is doing, they shortened that slot, right, to 28 to 31 inches to protect this one last big year class, because you can make an argument that striped bass, they grow a lot slower than, say, a red drum. It takes a long time for that year class to grow through that slot period, and at any given time, at one point in their life, they may spend several years in that slot before they grow out, and that's what I'm getting at. I think we're going to have to be creative in our. I know that's really difficult because the males and the females grow at different rates, but I think that's something we're going to have to consider.
I will just point out that 2015 year class for us, our growth rates are a lot different than the Chesapeake Bay growth rates, and our maturity schedule's a little bit quicker, but our 2015 year class is about to get out of our slot as well. They're about to be above that 25. So whatever ones are left of the harvest on the 14 and 15. And the 2016 year class was average. 2017 was really the first year we saw it back down to near zero. So those fish are out of there and will be protected from harvest.
Okay, great. Thank you. Everybody, we're good. Thank you very much for your presentation. Wish it was better. Okay, moving on to our last item for today, the Spotted Sea Trout FMP Amendment 1, where we're going to get an overview of the scoping period and review and vote on approval of the FMP goals and objectives. So Lucas and Jason, please. Well, are you on break? Yes. You on a little break? Yes, just a little break? Okay. Somebody asked me for a little break, so we'll take a little break. A little break. Our 9-minute break's up.
I'm sorry.
We'll call that a cat call. How about that?
All this disruption.
Let's carry on with the Spotted Sea Trout FMP Amendment 1 Goals and Objectives. Gentlemen.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. There we go. And Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to come up here today and discuss Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan. I'm Lucas Pensinger, and I am the co-lead for the Spotted Sea Trout FMP. And up here with me is Jason Rock, who is the other co-lead for the plan. To start today's presentation, I'd like to review the original Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan. So the original management plan is where we are now, and that will stay in place until Amendment 1 is implemented. So the original Spotted Sea Trout FMP was fully adopted February of 2012. It set the current 14-inch minimum size limit, the 4-fish recreational bag limit, and 75-fish commercial trip limit. It prohibited commercial harvest and sale of spotted sea trout on weekends in joint waters, and the use of anchor gill nets in joint waters on the weekends, except in the Albemarle and Currituck Sounds, and established the division's cold stun protocol, which enables the director to close the fishery by proclamation in the event of a severe cold stun. So other current spotted sea trout management includes Supplement A to the original fishery management plan, which was adopted March of 2014. And that kept the current management measures in place until the stock assessment could be updated. And speaking of stock assessments, I'd just like to remind y'all of the results of the most recent independently peer-reviewed spotted sea trout stock assessment. So results of that stock assessment indicate that the North Carolina and Virginia stock of spotted sea trout is not overfished. The graph on the left here is showing the ratio of spawning stock biomass to the threshold with a solid horizontal line where that ratio would equal 1. And you can see, ooh, there we go. We've got a mouse on my right, y'all's left screen here. You can see that spawning stock biomass is well above that threshold. So this means that right now there are plenty of spotted sea trout to sustain the population, which is good news and shows that our current management has been effective. However, the 2022 stock assessment indicated that overfishing is occurring. So this can be seen in the bottom graph, which shows the ratio of fishing mortality, or F, to the threshold. In this case, the ratio being above that solid line at 1, which, see if I can get my mouse back here, right here, means that F is higher than the threshold level. So that simply means that too many fish are being removed from the population. And right now, the population is doing okay, even with those high removals, but the number of fish we remove from the population and spawning stock biomass are related. So generally, when we remove more fish, spawning stock biomass decreases, and when we remove less fish, spawning stock biomass increases. So next, I'd like to review the public comments given during our scoping period. And I'll start with a brief reminder of what scoping is, and then I'll give a broad overview of the comments that we received. I've organized the comments we heard during the scoping period into the potential management strategies that the division has identified. And you might notice that some of these strategies have evolved, and that's due to the input that we received during scoping. We had over 700 people participate in spotted sea trout scoping by either attending a meeting or completing our online questionnaire, which is just a phenomenal amount of people. It was great. For most of the topics brought up by the public, comments varied from support for to against, and often everything in between those polls. So the purpose of the scoping process is to notify the public that review of the fishery management plan is underway by the division, to inform the public of stock status, obtain input on potential management strategies identified by the division, or to identify other relevant management strategies for consideration, and then to recruit potential advisors to serve on the advisory committee for the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan. I'll start the summary of scoping comments with sustainable harvest, as this is where the bulk of quantifiable measures will come from. Comments from the public about sustainable harvest centered on not implementing a quota in the spotted sea trout fishery, seasonal closures, bag limit reductions and trip limit reductions, and increasing the minimum size limit. For recreational management, I've summarized comments we received by those that are specific to the spotted sea trout fishery, and then those that would likely have a broader impact across multiple recreational fisheries. Spotted sea trout specific public comments centered on designating spotted sea trout a game fish, eliminating the recreational commercial gear license as a legal way to harvest spotted sea trout, implementing boat limits, eliminating the captain and crew limit for charter trips, reducing overall effort in the spotted sea trout fishery, limiting recreational entry into the spotted sea trout fishery, closing areas to spotted sea trout harvest or implementing a regional approach to management, outreach and education, especially about catch and release best practices, and implementing adaptive management to have a more flexible approach to spotted sea trout management. So general recreational management comments centered around implementation of a variety of gear requirements, reducing the impact of tournaments, especially catch and release tournaments, and reporting recreational catch through an app, such as the Catch You Later app, on either a mandatory or a voluntary basis. For commercial management, I've also separated comments we received into those specific to spotted sea trout and those that would likely have a broader impact across multiple commercial fisheries. So spotted sea trout specific public comments centered on only allowing commercial harvest of spotted sea trout by hook and line, closing areas to spotted sea trout harvest or taking a regional approach to management, limiting entry into the spotted sea trout fishery, and using adaptive management for a flexible approach to spotted sea trout management. General commercial comments centered on reducing gill net effort in general, or overall, reducing all commercial effort, requiring reporting of all catch, including catch that is not sold, phasing out gill nets through license or gear buyouts, limiting the areas commercial fishing is allowed, increasing minimum gill net mesh size, and that might be the first time I've gotten that one the whole way through, and requiring gill net attendance regardless of time of year or area fished. So comments about protecting spawning stock biomass centered around implementing a slot limit, reducing the bag or trip limit, increasing the minimum size limit, and the division's cold stump protocol. So we were able to get input from the public on the management considerations that Commissioner Cross gave during the Commission's February business meeting. And while it really hasn't been the usual situation that we get input from the Commission prior to scoping, I do have to emphasize that we really appreciate getting that input that early in the process. I can't exactly say that those ideas were popular, but I do think having those ideas so early in the process was very helpful. And I think it really drove a lot of the public turnout that we saw, which was, as I mentioned previously, a very high level of turnout. So I've summarized the public comments that we received by those high-level points from that February meeting. And I'll start with managing the spotted sea trout fishery through a quota. Comments from the public were, this is one case where they were actually overwhelmingly in one direction, and they were overwhelmingly against quota management, especially in the recreational sector, with a lot of the comments centering around feeling a quota is an unnecessary management measure for the current state of the spotted sea trout fishery. Comments we received from the public about the idea to remove gear from the water once a quota is met centered around not wanting to implement a quota in the fishery and recreational anglers not wanting management measures that would end catch and release fishing. With regard to changing the current breakdown of harvest by the recreational and commercial sectors through setting a 60-40 recreational to commercial allocation, public comments we received were against this idea, and again, centered around not wanting to implement a quota in the fishery, and also that feeling such an allocation would lead to the recreational sector taking the bulk of needed reductions. Finally, we did receive some comments that don't easily fit into any of the other potential management strategies, and these centered around increasing the division's enforcement efforts and considering ecosystem-based or multi-species management. And most of the comments around ecosystem-based management or multi-species management were more looking for the division to take into account how management in one fishery management plan might affect fishing effort on another species. So not necessarily ecosystem-based stock assessments, but more think about how all those pieces fit together. And we also heard comments on stocking spotted sea trout and looking at what management is working in other states and implementing similar management measures in North Carolina. So before we get to the action items for today, I would like to take a chance just to answer any questions that you all might have about what we presented so far and what we've heard during scoping. And if there aren't any questions, I'm happy to move on to the action items.
Questions on what we've heard so far? Nothing. Go ahead.
Fair enough. All right, so I'll wrap up our presentation today just by speaking real briefly on what those action items are, and then the next steps in the fishery management plan process. So your action item today is to vote on approval of the draft goal and objectives for Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan. Additionally, we would love to hear your input on potential management strategies that you would like the division to consider for Amendment 1. So just a quick reminder that we are right here at the red arrow in the fishery management plan timeline. In other words, we are still in the early stages where the division is looking for input. So during scoping, we're looking for public input, and today we're looking for your input. But I really can't overstate enough that we're still at the ideas portion of the process. We haven't yet reached the management recommendations portion. So I will finish up today just by outlining the next steps for Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan. So I have provided some tentative dates for each of these steps, but it is important to note that tentative is really the key word there, and these timeframes could change. Currently, the Spotted Sea Trout Plan Development Team, or PDT, is drafting Amendment 1, and we started outlining that draft earlier this month, and we'll continue working on it through the early fall. So next, the plan development team will hold a workshop with the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan Advisory Committee, and will further develop the draft of Amendment 1. Currently, that workshop is scheduled for November of 2023, so this coming November. After the advisory committee workshop, the division will continue to update the Amendment 1 draft, and then the draft will be brought to the commission at your February 2024 business meeting for approval to go for public and standing advisory committee review. So as we start moving towards the discussion and input on potential management strategies, I did want to reiterate one more time that we are early in that fishery management plan development timeline. This is definitely not the commission's only opportunity to provide input on what management strategies that you'd like the division to include in the plan, but it is the first and best opportunity to provide that input early enough in the process that we can consider those strategies in full. So the potential management strategies up on the screen here are just some examples of what we heard during scoping, or just examples including some of what we heard during scoping. So discussion today definitely does not need to be limited to these strategies. And I'd be happy, or I guess just say we'd be happy to take some time right now for that discussion and to hear any input that you might have.
Okay, thank you. So we need to give them some of our thoughts on management strategies through the goals and objectives. Somebody want to start the conversation. Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to clarify a couple of things right quick from some of the prior comments that you're talking about a 60-40 split on my earlier. That's not exactly what I proposed. I proposed a 60-20 with a 20 held in reserve, if you remember that. But that's okay. It doesn't matter. So, I mean, I wasn't allocating 40% towards the commercial side. But we've heard a lot of conversation the last 2 days about status quo, kicking it down the road, not getting anything done. You know, that's true in some respects, but it's totally way off path on others. I've given the commissioner a quick article on that came out of Louisiana. Some of you may be familiar with it, some of you may not. It came out in February. I'll just read a couple of paragraphs here because they're going through the same exact thing down there. They are experiencing tremendous overfishing. And the article reads, speckled trout population falls to the lowest level ever in Louisiana. It says officials from the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries presented data to a joint meeting of the Senate and the House Natural Resources Committee showing the state's speckled trout stock has fallen 57% below its mean level. We're at the lowest point it's ever been, agents told lawmakers. The stock is overfished and undergoing overfishing, which this is a state that has 1% commercial fishing people. LDFW's proposal would reduce the creel limit from 25 to 15 fish and increase the size limit to 13.5 inches, but the Joint Legislative Committee unanimously rejected the proposal Wednesday under pressure from recreational fishing lobbyists. Does that sound familiar with what we're getting ready to face here now? Because that's where we're at now. Make no mistake, recreational fishing in this state is causing the overfishing portion of this problem with this trout. Commercial fishing is approximately 10% of the harvest of what we're doing in this state now. Every fish that's caught on the commercial side is a cleaner reduction by far with dead discards exponentially than anything that occurs in the recreational side. That's just numbers, that's facts. So anything that shifted percentage-wise on allocation at all to the commercial side will make this a cleaner fishery right then. But the main problem that we've got to deal with, and everybody knows this, is the just enormous number of dead discards on the takes on the side of the recreational fishing. Now, I don't support going down on the limit so far as the number of fish caught per day. You know, and I think it's behooves the recreational side to come up with a plan to eliminate the enormous amount of dead discards that we're seeing on the recreational side of the fishery. I think they should be the one to come up with the plan. And if you can tell me a different way other than shortening the season, having a seasonal closure or regional closures, I'm all ears. Because bending the hook down, changing gear is not going to achieve the numbers we need to achieve to basically achieve the end result we're looking for. So, you know, and it's just like before, there were comments that I put forth for FMP. I'm not that good. I put forth bullet points to discuss. And that's exactly what I'm going to do today. I'm going to put forth points to discuss and put into play, and I mean, it's for discussion purposes. You know, I believe that the commercial side should get a 20% allocation of the allowable catch, of the allocation, whatever you want to call it, but we need to do this by developing a net with a mesh size that correlates to a 14 to 20 inch slot of the trout, if possible. I think the data exists to do this. I think it's possible to do this. I think that if we can achieve this gear, then not only can we fish cleaner and also have a slot that will work, we should raise the fish limit to 100 fish because we're not going to allow them to upgrade. And whatever fish is caught in that net, once it's approved, whatever size mesh that is, when that fish is caught, it's kept. You do not throw back the fish. There is no dead discard. We have an historic possibility to create a gill net fishery here with little to no discard whatsoever. So whatever fish is caught in the approved net, whatever size that works out to be, you keep. I think we ought to go to a recreational slot of 14 to 20 inches. I don't believe in lowering the limit, and I think people ought to be able to catch some fish. But I do believe that somehow, some way, that we've got to reduce the amount of discards on the, it's not the takes that's the problem on the recreational side. Nobody's complaining about the fish they're catching, but I believe we've got to reduce the dead discards if possible to come within the parameters of what we need to do to end overfishing. So whether that's seasonal closures, regional closures, or a combination thereof, I think that's the way, I don't know any other way to do it but to get the hooks out, get the lines and the hooks out of the water for a certain amount of time.
If I can just offer a quick point of clarification, recreational dead discards have definitely increased. I think that's just more people are fishing and more people are catching more fish. But recreational harvest accounts for roughly 2/3 of total removals.
Right, well, I'm just,
So I would just clarify a little bit
Right.
that recreational harvest and commercial harvest are definitely the two. I mean, recreational harvest mostly is the driver of removals. It's by far the largest point. And a reduction in removals would definitely have a larger impact, in my opinion. If we could wipe out dead discards entirely and get them
that'd
to
be-
zero magically, that would take care of the problem.
Right.
But I mean,
That's
I think,
not practical.
Exactly.
But what I'm
exactly.
saying is, that's why when you take the catch with the dead discards associated with it, you've got to limit the number of days of the catch, unfortunately, to reduce the dead discard side. So that's what, I mean, if there's another way, if there's any other way to do that, fine, pull it out there and show me. I'll be happy with it. But I mean, right now, that's the only way I see that we can reduce it and be practical about the number of total overall takes and dead discards combined on the recreational side. Because, I mean, that's where it's at. I mean, they are the reason, the big elephant in the room. And this is going to be precedent on a lot of species coming. I mean, this is the problem fishery managers are having all up and down the coast. Everybody knows that. Nobody don't want to put the foot down and say, fine, we finally got to, take care of this. So, I mean, that's where we're at. Thank you.
Okay. Other thoughts? Commissioner Roller.
I got a lot of thoughts. So first of all, I appreciate you, Commissioner Cross, for sending out this article. I don't think it's really fair to compare North Carolina to Louisiana, only because their limit is 25 fish per day at 12 inches, and they've been doing that for a long period of time. They have a very different fishing culture down there, and I can rest assured if I lived down there, I don't think I would be supportive of status quo. But thankfully, we took a lot of actions here in the past, right? I mean, our limits are much smaller, our size limits are higher, and clearly you can see it, that we have a much higher spawning stock biomass. And I would argue, at least in the current state, our fishery is pretty superior to that fishery, right? At least in the quality of fish that we have. We talk a lot about wreck discards here, and I've pointed this out before, and I want to point it out. Yes, we all need to aspire to have less discards, to take better care of the fish that we catch, but catch and release is a huge part of our economy. Maybe that means you go out to catch your limit and you catch 8, right? And you keep 4, or you want to go catch 20 and you throw them all back. Recreational discards are worth a lot of money because a lot of money is spent in pursuing those fish. And I know that's a philosophy that people have trouble understanding, but that's true. Recreational fishing is a huge economic engine. Getting back to the comments here, I was really impressed with the wide range of options being considered, and this really encompasses a lot. I mean, I support us looking at everything that the public looked at, from game fish to, going to hook and line commercial fisheries or seasonal hook and line fisheries, to doing a slot limit like you suggested. I mean, an idea of having a smaller slot, whether it's 14 to 20 or 15 to 22, I don't know. We'd have to look at the data. All of those should be on the table, particularly if we can get some needed reductions, right? I do think it may also be interesting to have, let's say we have a slot that's 14 to 20 inches. Well, maybe let people keep a big fish over 28 inches. Very few people keep those, catch one that big, and you could potentially break the state record. I don't know. Just thinking off the cuff here. These are definitely things that be considered and things that I've spoken with stakeholders about. But I would say just in general, this wide range of options, given the huge amount of interest in this scoping process and the huge amount of comments we have, is really, is really good.
Other comments? Commissioner.
I think to Tom Roller's point, catch and release is so important. It's a big part of my day-to-day. Right now, speckled trout is #1 on the hit list, with red drum being #2. We fish for them interchangeably. And the things that I've heard from my fellow guides up our way is that we do need to maybe think about a slot limit, but also too, we really have to look at the gear that we're using. Because we do so much catch and release fishing where we are, we have to address treble hooks and and some of the devices that are really causing damage to fish unintentionally, and also release devices, catch and release devices, the nets that we're using, and just because we're not just managing, we're not just trying to get this back to no overfishing, everything good again, but we're also trying to manage this for a growing fan base for speckled trout. That is the undeniable fact. There are more and more people that are fishing on them, and that is going to be, I think, the back end of this is that we're going to have to they're going to have to be managed more tightly, sadly, for the future.
Okay.
And also to Tom's point too, there has been some discussion with guides with like a trophy fish possibility too, but certainly a slot limit. Although I think that folks are talking about how once you get below 14 inches, that's not very productive. We understand that there's a lot of unintentional damage to really small fish in that regard.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Roller again.
I just want to agree with Commissioner Gardner on her comments. I fully agree with what you're saying, and it's exact my experience as well. It's just an unfortunate thing. We have less fish available to fish for. We've lost flounder. We're losing other federal species, right? And people are coalescing on this fishery. Unfortunately, with a growing base of recreational fisheries and more catch and release fishing, we're just going to have to see more regulation here. And I really appreciate you bringing that comment up. It's very pertinent to this discussion.
Okay. Any other input on the goals and objectives here? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess I just have a question for the commission as a whole, because we have heard some discussion about allocations by at least a couple commissioners. And as you guys are aware, along with that goes quota management as well. It's hard to do an allocation without having a quota because you don't know how you're dividing the pie at that point. But I guess related to that, if that's something the commission as a whole is interested in, that will obviously change how we put this plan together. So if that's something the commission wants, we need that kind of direction now rather than later when we come back with a more complete plan, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Roller.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up, Jason. I'm personally opposed to quota management for this fishery. I mean, I think the public is too. I mean, I was not going to address Commissioner Cross's proposal, but I said at the AC meeting I was going to give you a bill for the tens of hours I had to spend on the phone talking with angry people about your proposal. But Nan, I thank you for it because you helped drive so much public comment for this process, and that's a good thing. But when it comes to quotas, this fishery, they don't live that long. They're subject to cold stuns, right? And we have these huge year classes, and I think fisheries effort follows that. And I'm not so sure that this is the best fishery to have a TAC or a quota for on either sector.
All right. Commissioner Cross?
Well, I'm going to disagree with that. I believe that the commercial fishermen can fish a larger portion of the fishery cleaner with the gear that we're proposing looking at, and I believe, we should at least look at a 20% with a quota allocation for the commercial side.
Commissioner Rader.
I was keeping my mouth shut, as you might guess, on this point because to me it seems weaponized, which is another weaponized term. But I think the fact is whether we allocate formally, whether we establish a TAC or a TAL or some other mechanism, we nonetheless have a mortality target that we're shooting for, irrespective. We can kid ourselves that we don't. We can have different responses to whether there's an overage or not on those. But there's an implied allocation and an implied quota setting in aggregate for all of these measures. The question is how you use that to inform what you do year to year when things happen. And so I do think that that there's a question about how you build those together and whether or not the variability, the uncertainty, the year-to-year issues, the other things that Commissioner Roller brought up, make the response to overages different, or the way we treat those kinds of year-to-year uncertainties. But the term quota, I think, has become radioactive and more radioactive than it should be, and that we should not be afraid of talking through whether or not the degree to which the things that we are approving actually add up to hitting those mortality targets based on what we know this year, and then how what we know is updated year to year so that we can change those numbers in near real time enough to make those effective management systems for these species. So anyway, to me, the language is fuzzy, and even the allocation notion, there is an implied allocation in the portfolio of measures that we adopt for every species that we manage here. Sorry, there just is. Whether it's on the table, whether we want to admit that we're doing it or not, we are.
Okay. Other input on what these goals and objectives now? Of all the exercises we do, this is the one I hate the most because it's kind of, what do we want to do?
Mr. Chairman, I don't feel like we've had any real discussion about the goal and objectives, and I haven't heard any objection to any of that.
Yeah, and I've got a few things that I would like to be considered.
If I can just offer a point of clarification
Please.
there, Commissioner Rader, we haven't actually gotten to putting the goals and objectives up yet. We wanted to have the discussion and the input first, just because I know I saw where we were in the lineup and wanted to make sure that we could have robust discussion for inputs as far as what we should consider before we get to that vote and everybody wants to.
So right
run
now,
out the
all you
door.
want to hear is some thoughts on our.
Yeah, exactly.
I apologize. I thought you were
No, that's
done.
all right.
Yes.
No worries.
Okay. Commissioner Rowland and Commissioner Gardner.
So I had requested recreational economic figures for this fishery. Do we know when those are going to be available?
We will be putting together economic information as part of the plan and the issue papers when those are presented. I say I don't know about your request specifically, but generally as part of the FMP process, we will be putting that information together.
It's really important that we have that recreational impact data, right? It's because when we talk about things like reallocation here, that's something we have to consider because, Commissioner Cross said he believes that the commercial sector can harvest them cleaner. Well, regardless of whether or not that's true, if we were to reallocate from the commercial or recreational sector to the commercial sector, that's going to net a huge loss to our economy because the recreational sector is worth so much more. If we are going to consider those things, we just need those numbers in front of us. That's my point.
Okay, Commissioner Gardner.
This is a little bit to the side, but I'd love to be able, during our discussions, to be able to talk about habitat in regards to speckled trout. And also, because where we are on the northern Outer Banks, we are beneficiaries of some incredible grass flats that are just beautiful and pristine. And they're also really, really important pieces of habitat for our red drum. And then the two, we fish them hand in hand on those flats. And we do see big shifts in those grass flats at certain, especially north of Oregon Inlet. They change a lot, and we feel that water quality may play a part in that, and water quality, turbidity, salinity, and we more for edification, but we'd love to know how that's could potentially play into management, especially in the northern areas.
Commissioner Cross.
I'd just like to comment, though, are we going to manage this species for the dollar overall effect again, or are we going to try to end this overfishing question? Because that's what this is about. I'm not worried about, I've heard it thrown in my face 1,000 times about the dollar, so, now the shoe's on the other foot. So we're going to manage this for the resource, or we're going to manage it for the dollars? I'm just curious.
Okay. All right, any other things y'all want to throw in? Well, then I'll throw in mine. I think we need a slot. I'd like to see a slot on every species we have. I think that's an important management tool and a very effective management tool. I'd like to see in these, primarily these catch and release fisheries, we require rubberized nets, landing nets, where there's less damage to the fish before they're released. I personally am one of the biggest people that are against treble hooks. I think a treble hook on a mirror lure is instant death to a speckled trout, and I would love to see that these treble hooks eliminated from this fishery. And if we're using natural bait, go to circle hooks, bar bent down, non-offset, non-stainless steel. I think these are some, I've been preaching this for years and years and years, and I have personally seen the difference in the resource that both these tactics can make, and I'd just like for these to be considered. Anybody else that wants to throw a thought out there for consideration? Yes, Commissioner Rader.
It's come up several times, and I don't know the answer and would like to know whether or not any of these management measures as proposed would induce cascading changes on other species that we're also struggling with. And so particularly as you're looking at the performance of these different measures, I really want to know whether some of them might have disproportionate effects on other species that we're already having trouble managing.
Or anything else y'all want to throw out at this time for them to come back with us, kind of, because I know staff is going to probably develop some goals and objectives too. I'm counting on them to do that. Y'all be bringing some things to us.
We've got them on the next slide.
Okay, all right, good enough. How did I know that?
All right, so finally, we've gotten to the actual action item for today, and that is just to vote on approval of the draft goal and objectives for Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan. So I'm actually just going to straight read this slide because this is the actual breakdown of how that's worded. So the goal of Amendment 1 is to manage the spotted sea trout fishery to maintain a self-sustaining population that provides sustainable harvest based on science-based decision-making processes. The following objectives will be used to achieve this goal. Implement management within North Carolina that ends overfishing and maintains the spotted sea trout spawning stock abundance and recruitment potential. Promote restoration, enhancement, and protection of critical habitat and environmental quality in a manner consistent with the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan to maintain or increase growth, survival, and reproduction of the spotted sea trout stock. Monitor and manage the fishery in a manner that utilizes biological, socioeconomic, fishery, habitat, and environmental data, and promote outreach and interjurisdictional cooperation regarding the status and management of the spotted sea trout stock in North Carolina and Virginia waters, including practices that minimize bycatch and discard mortality.
Any questions on these goals and objectives as presented by the staff? Pretty much straightforward. Commissioner Roller.
I'm ready to make a motion whenever it's acceptable.
I'm ready.
I move that we approve the Amendment 1 goal and objectives as presented by staff.
Very good. Is there a second to this? Second by Commissioner Huggins. All right, this is an important thing. Let's do a roll call vote on this. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. It's out of point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on this
This
motion?
is an important but picky point on the relationship between this FMP and the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan. The word that's used is consistent with, which suggests that the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan is driving the decision there. But I think that is a feedback loop where the knowledge about the habitat affiliations, affinities, and needs and evolving needs of this species is an independent thing being determined through the CHIP. And I actually think where there might be bottlenecks or threats to the species, that those should be being called out from the biological and ecological part of the fishery management plan. Now, as the two things work hand in hand, as opposed to it being determined. So I'm just going to vote for this as we say it, but for the record, I just want to make clear that it's not a matter of the plan, the fishery management plan being consistent with the CHIP, but rather the two things amplify each other.
Okay, all right, cool. Okay, any other discussion? Not, Laura, roll call, please.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Cross?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner? Thank you. Commissioner Huggins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Shellen?
Aye.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, staff, for your work. Now your real work starts.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. End of the day. We'll see you all back tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, same time, same place.